All set, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, with that, we will. First up, Mason Trumbull and Emma Simino from the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. And team, feel free to just come roll right in if you want.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. My name is Emma Simino. I'm Deputy Commissioner of the Environmental Quality Branch at DEEP. Commissioner Dykes is out of state, unfortunately, so Deputy Commissioner Trumbull and I will be, along with our colleagues, will be representing the agency today. So good morning, Senator Lopes, Representative Parker, Senator Harding, Representative Callahan, and members of the Environment Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on a handful of the proposals on the agenda. DEEP has filed written testimony on 9 bills on the hearing agenda. We'll gladly answer any questions the committee has regarding our testimony. I'm going to quickly run through the bills that impact the Environmental Quality Branch, and then I'll pass it over to Deputy Commissioner Trumbull to run through the bills that impact the Environmental Conservation Branch. And then, of course, we'll be happy to take any questions. So first is in my bucket is Senate Bill number 316, an act concerning the testing of soils at certain solar facilities. We have concerns with this bill. We're concerned that the testing and remediation program envisioned in this bill diverges from the way the state's cleanup programs generally work, which is to have the responsible party lead investigation and then lead the cleanup. We're also not aware that these contaminants are present at solar arrays in levels that would trigger these cleanup requirements. Happy to discuss further. Next is Senate Bill 319, an act concerning the use of battery-powered leaf blowers and similar equipment by the state and municipalities. We submitted testimony jointly with DAS and OPM. This bill would impose a state government level ban on the sale and use of gas-powered leaf blowers. From our perspective, from DEEP's perspective, the air quality gains to be found here are quite small in the grand scheme of emitting sources. And I think, this is especially relevant given the cost this bill would have for both the state and for ratepayers as currently constructed. Next is House Bill 5331, an act concerning the air permits of certain crematories. This bill would authorize continued operation of certain crematories while an air permit renewal or application for expansion is under review by DEEP. It's important to note that some of the provision in this bill may be unnecessary. Crematory permits don't require, so they don't go through a renewal process. We've talked about this before, and so we're happy to continue to work with the committee and answer any questions you might have today. And finally on my list is House Bill 5334, an act concerning riparian areas. We appreciate the intent of the bill. We were very happy to participate in the working group created last session. We support the science behind riparian vegetation and its impacts on water quality. But, as we shared during the working group process, the bill as drafted has major implications that sort of go beyond, these sort of water quality benefits. And, we'd like to continue working with the committee on the bill if it moves forward. So with that, I'll hand it over to Mason.
Good morning, folks. Mason Trumbull, Deputy Commissioner for Environmental Conservation. We submitted testimony on 5 bills this morning. 3 of them we did express some concerns over. I'll start with SB 315, which is an act concerning the release of sterile carp in Patchogue Pond. Hydrilla has been found in Patchogue Pond, and that's very concerning. And we're open to addressing hydrilla. However, we do have concerns that the sterile carp in Patchogue Pond, because Patchogue Pond is not a self-contained water body, could spread to other water bodies in the state that are connected to the Patchogue or Quinnebog rivers. The next one is HB 5332. We support the intent of this bill. This is an act concerning certain boating regulations. However, we just have some concerns that the intent may have some unintended consequences related to paddlers. We believe the intent is to prevent rail riding, and this could also impact canoers and kayakers. So we just like to suggest some changes to the language there. The other one is HB 5335, which is an act concerning capacity at Burr Pond State Park. We do see park closures that occur across our system. We're eager to work to find some solutions at Burr. We don't think a statutory change right now is necessary. We'd like to continue to address it within our available authority. We also provided in testimony with information on SB 313. which is an act concerning wake surfing. DEEP is in the process of working through a study on wake surfing. The draft was published yesterday, and our testimony is in line with what you will see in that draft study. And then finally, we just support HB 5333, which is an act concerning the regulations of fisheries here in Connecticut. The bill primarily focuses on striped bass and supporting conservation measures, which we are supportive of. Thank you. We'll open it up for questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Callahan.
Thanks. Thank you for being here and pinch hitting. I know the commissioner was traveling. First, starting with the Deputy Commissioner Mason, if you don't mind. I was able to see the wake surfing study, which is great. Came out about noon yesterday. I took a look at it. It's just provides a little background. But in speaking to your agency, the bill before us today would suggest 200 feet from shore, but I've spoken in private with agency members. Anyone who has stricter guidelines in place, would that they would be grandfathered in my understanding.
Yes, thank you, Representative. And let me share a little bit of background on our report before I answer your question directly. So our draft wake surfing and wake boat study, as you said, we released that yesterday. We started that process in October, and we started with receiving public comments. We received hundreds of public comments. We found that wake surfing is important to many folks in Connecticut. However, we did see in the public comments, no surprise, strongly held but very divergent views in those comments. We also did an assessment of the literature regarding wake surfing, and then finally we looked at what other states and other jurisdictions are doing. And what we observed was there's no national standard in the way that currently in the way that wake surfing is managed. It's not surprising. Wake surfing is a relatively new sport, kind of growing in popularity over the last decade. And so what we did observe in our study is that there are three kind of general ways, the Venn diagram of what we saw in public comments, what we saw in other jurisdictions, and what we observed in the literature. The Venn diagram, there's just three kind of common options for managing wake surfing. Number one is restrictions on a distance from shore and other objects, basically banning wake surfing within X distance from shore. The second one is water depth restrictions, banning wake surfing within a certain water depth. And the third one would be basically the water body size, so restricting wake surfing on small lakes and ponds. And so our testimony is reflective of those options that we presented in the study. Getting back to your question, Representative, the bill itself, to answer your question, does preserve the rights of the current authority that's currently there for municipalities to enact boating regulations, and does not. We do not believe that the bill overturns that authority. Currently, municipalities have authority to create boating regulations. The department has the authority to review those. We don't think anything in this bill changes that.
Thank you. And just to follow up, the way the bill is written, it really specifically lays out the towns around Lake Warmug. So I know there's a lot of people here today possibly testifying on that. That preserves what they've already done via ordinance, correct?
Yeah, again, I don't believe the bill changes anything regarding any municipal ordinance that is currently in place.
And legislative intent with the bill is to not infringe on what's already been done. So we'll make sure legislative intent, I'll say it again, is to not infringe on that. When it comes to the boating regs on 5332, the intent was, as you mentioned, to stop rail riding, meaning if you're, the way the law is written now, if you're operating, say, a center console whaler, and you have a passenger hanging their feet over the front, over the bow, we're just trying to extend that so people don't do that around it. It's not meant to impede on fishing or water testing, things like that. So that's just a change that needs to get made. So I understand, and I appreciate you bringing that to my attention. And I think I will, when it comes to, if you don't mind, Emma, when you talked about testing of solar, there's not really any evidence of that there could be leaching, but is DEEP interested in actually maybe investigating that more and doing some spot testing to see if there has been any hazardous chemicals leached out with some of these solar arrays?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're happy to discuss this. Typically, the way Deep typically does not perform testing in these circumstances. Typically, we would direct the property owner, especially if it's private property, we would direct the property owner and work with them to do testing if that's needed, and then work with them to stand up a remediation plan. And so that is the way all of our existing cleanup programs work. And, we sort of think that that's a more appropriate structure for these sorts of things, but we'd be happy to continue the conversation.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then just a couple more questions because I know we only have Deep in front of us for a short time. When it comes to the sterile carp, I think they're talking about 2 carp, and they're sterile. So if one gets out, what's the fear?
Yeah, that's a fair question. And I know we've used sterile carp in other lake bodies, Kennewood Lake, as you know. I think, the sterile carp are used to address a lot of vegetation. Unfortunately, sterile carp don't, they'll eat invasive species, but they'll also eat native species as well. And so there's native species in Patchogue Pond that we're concerned about. So that's the other part of our bill, besides the fact that they may have an impact somewhere else where it's not planned. The other concern that we have is that the feeding on vegetation is indiscriminate, and there are a lot of native species that we'd like to preserve in Patchogue Pond.
I appreciate it. I've never been there. I don't know how big it is, but these, if you've ever been to Kennewood, the sterile grass carp, I think you could walk across them because they've gotten so big. And I took part in getting some of them out of there with Deep, and I appreciated that. When it comes to, I just had one further question, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, was regarding Burr Pond. As you know, a few years ago, we did some legislation in my district regarding squats. We had a mess as far as overcrowding, people walking down the middle of state highways. And we've instituted this, you've instituted this great reservation system that has completely fixed it. So I would just ask you to consider in this Burr Pond issue, other areas around the state. I think you do it at Kent Falls as well. And I frequent visitor to the state park in Squanch, and the staff is happy. The patrons are happy. We've eliminated the problems on the road with people walking with small children and a road with no shoulders. So I just ask you to just keep an open mind and consider that. Thank you. Yeah, we did. You had nothing to do with it, Representative, so don't worry about it. No, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Horn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and nice to see you. Oh, sorry, I had a disastrous device this morning. I had a quick question about SB 313, the wake surfing bill, and I haven't had a chance to read your report in full because it just came out, but I wanted to get a little clarity about, so the current state of affairs is that municipalities have the ability to make these decisions for themselves, as the 3 towns surrounding Lake Warmog have done. Is it the position of Deep that is a problem, that needs to change, or, when we continue to allow municipalities who know their communities, the geography of their lake, their needs, better than the rest of us? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Representative Horn. So currently, municipalities have the opportunity to pass a municipal ordinance related to boating on water bodies within their jurisdictions. And then DEEP has 60 days to review those municipal ordinances. So we can disapprove those within 60 days. So we think the current structure as it is has been working well. And we're not suggesting any changes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative, you're much quicker than I thought you'd be. I'm sorry. I still had Apple going through. Does anyone else have questions? Rep. Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a few questions for Deputy Commissioner Semino. Vegetarian buffers for riparian areas, we all agree that they're very good for the health of our rivers and streams. The trees provide shade and the vegetation filters pollutants out. Commissioner Dykes submitted testimony that seemed to say we needed to narrow some of our scope. Maybe water courses is too broad. Maybe riparian needs to be defined. I look in the statutes, and a water course is defined as rivers, streams, brooks, waterways, lakes, ponds, marshes, swamps, bogs, and all other body bodies of water, natural, artificial, vernal, or intermittent, public or private, which are contained within, flow through or border upon this state or any portion thereof. So what are your thoughts on regulating water courses? You know, which ones should we focus on?
Yeah, I'll let Graham Stevens handle this one.
Representative, thank you for your question. My name is Graham Stevens. I'm the Bureau Chief of Water Protection and Land Reuse. So, first, I think, yes, we definitely think that vegetated riparian buffers serve a great purpose of filtering water quality, slowing down flow, absorbing flow, reducing potential flood impacts, reducing water quality impacts, creating better habitat for the aquatic species that use that water course. And so I think we're all very aligned, the working group members on that perspective. I think it's just a matter of how this program is set up and operated, because the Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Act really protects a resource, the wetlands and watercourses. And we think that the riparian buffer also protects that resource, but it shouldn't have the same standing as a wetland. It is something that benefits the wetlands or watercourses. It's not a wetland or watercourse in and of itself, right? You read that list. It didn't include vegetated buffers. So really what we want to work with the committee and proponents on is to come up with a system whereby inland wetlands agencies have the knowledge of what they are permitted to query about, and that the applicants have the burden to show that, yes, I am taking a piece of this vegetated buffer, but based on our analysis, we don't believe that there is a significant impact on the water quality. And if there is, there could potentially be mitigation options for them. Because in the world of development and permitting, we work to, avoid, minimize, and mitigate any potential impacts. And so we would want that, expansion of the law to be framed in a similar manner. And I know there's been a lot of conversation over 2 sessions, plus the working group. And I feel that, there's many things we agree on. And hopefully over this next several weeks, we could get to a proposal that made sense for everybody and had practical implementation, issues removed, which we've identified in our testimony as well.
Thank you. Just to elaborate a little. I know we went so broad last year, we couldn't get it to pass. We had the working group, which I had the pleasure to serve on. If we narrow this to rivers and streams, how do we come up with which the rivers and streams? In other words, does the state have an inventory? Do we leave it to the towns or something else? Thank you.
So we do have stream, mapping and classification, whether it's, perennial or intermittent stream. And, we could potentially look to limiting it to streams and rivers through some sort of statutory definition, which, takes portions of the long list of water courses and water bodies that you mentioned. And we're happy to have that conversation. And I don't think that the department is saying we should limit it to just streams and rivers. I will say other New England states primarily focus in that arena. However, I just think we need to be very explicit in the statute with what is being protected by these riparian buffers, more clarity on what the riparian buffers are, and more clarity on DEEP's roles as it relates to determining what's adequate riparian buffer to protect water quality in different scenarios, right? Topography, the discharge or flow of the river, the amount of impervious surface in that watershed, all would have impacts on what is the value of a 100-foot, a 10-foot, a 5-foot buffer, right? In different scenarios, those buffers mean different things.
Thank you very much, everyone from DEEP, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
No problem. Representative Mushinski.
Thanks for coming in and speaking on the riparian bill. It may be the way we wrote it, but the known ecological benefits of gradation is referring to the two data sets we already have, which is the coldwater fisheries that Deep did. And then we have the watershed protection that I think you were involved with it with DPH. In both cases, there are wider buffers in those two cases. So that's what we meant. We didn't want you to have to do a new data provision. We were going to use the existing ones and just feed them to the municipalities and say, here's what you have to make your decisions. But we could clear that up in the bill. And then the lakes, are we including lakes and ponds and wetlands? Massachusetts, Vermont, and Rhode Island all use all include the lakes and wetlands. And then the U.S. Fish and Wildlife includes them too. So we can meet and talk more about this, but there are some states in New England that are doing it now. And we may want to join them.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you for your leadership on this issue and on the working group. You know, I know this was a big point of conversation with the working group is what other New England states do. And, you know, I know that we had done a bunch of research and shared that with the working group. We're very happy to continue that conversation. We think this is an important bill and, you know, agree with it in intent. And we're happy to work with you and others to make sure we get it right.
Trying to avoid a fiscal note. If you think we want new data, we don't. We want to just use what we have already.
Helpful clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Callahan.
Just one question I forgot. When it comes to abandoned vessels, I wanted to just get the intent down. The intent isn't for if I have a kayak or a rowboat or a sunfish. Is the intent to have me register that through DMV or just mark it for the people that are here and people watching? That's a problem. If you've got people are abandoning vessels, then someone's going to have to deal with the cost of that. It happens on Candlewood all the time. Sometimes it's always paddle boats for some reason. I guess people get sick of those. But what's the intent? How do you want those vessels marked?
Yeah, thank you, Representative. So just a couple points of clarification. There's two issues here related to abandoned vessels. We did submit, we do have some issues with abandoned motorized vessels where they'll wash up on state property and we have to find a way, or they'll be left in a marina and we need to find a way to dispose of them. Maybe folks don't want to pay the disposal fee, so a lot of times they'll shave off the identification number and kind of abandon their vessels. So that's kind of a separate issue. I think what you're talking about is the issue that we've seen with our law enforcement, where there'll be a kayak that's overturned, a law enforcement will get called, and we have no way of verifying if there's just a kayak floating in the water or if there's a person floating in the water, and that's the problem. And so, related to that issue specifically, we've supported language in the past that would require folks, since motorized boats are registered, so we're able to look and we're already able to get the contact information. Canoes and kayaks are not, so we don't want to create a registration scheme for canoes and kayaks. So we just simply want folks to, it could be as simple as taking a Sharpie and writing your name and contact information. So if we do find that vessel floating in the water, we don't launch a law enforcement search without verifying there is in fact a human that we're searching for, and it's just not a vessel that's floating in the river or the lake.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Representative Gresco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We could pivot to 5333. I have a question on the proposal for the horseshoe crabs. Let Justin sit down. How are you?
Good morning.
Good morning. So in Deep's testimony, you say you're neutral, but would prefer if the language was reconfigured so that for educational purposes was still a caveat?
Yes, thank you for that question, Representative. Justin Davis, I am the Bureau Chief for Natural Resources at DEEP. When it comes to this proposal, I think, when we're usually thinking about changes to fishery regulations, we're always trying to assess the trade-off. So what potential conservation benefit is there versus for species that support fisheries, which have economic value, which people's livelihoods depend on, is the potential economic loss, outweighed by the conservation benefit. I think in this case with this proposal, it's difficult to weigh that trade-off from the agency standpoint because we don't have the information one way or the other, I think, to really assess it. For a little bit of background, horseshoe crabs are one of the 26 species managed by the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission, which is an interstate commission empowered by federal law to make marine fisheries management decisions that the member states have to abide by. So it's the states of Florida through Maine. Connecticut has 3 representatives on the commission. Typically, the way it works is the commission does scientific assessments, or stock assessments, we call them, where they're inventorying how many of the particular organism there are out there, and they use that information to sort of set policy that states have to follow to set rules. In the case of horseshoe crab, in 2019 and again in 2024, the commission declared that horseshoe crab in the New York region, which is Connecticut and New York, essentially Long Island Sound, were in poor condition, so they're in need of some conservation, and did not specifically dictate to the states of Connecticut and New York that we had to do something from a regulatory standpoint, but Connecticut led the way by first enacting some regulations to provide further restriction on the fishery, and then the General Assembly passed a full moratorium on hand harvest 2 sessions ago, I believe, which eliminated the fishery in Connecticut. The fishery was a hand harvest fishery, so there essentially is no more fishery in Connecticut. New York just passed legislation. They're going to phase in a full moratorium by 2029. So we have a situation now where there's no fishery in Connecticut. We know that the horseshoe crabs in Long Island Sound are not doing well. But those individuals who are commercial fishermen, who are fishing for whelk primarily, who are using horseshoe crab as bait, are obtaining them from out of state. But we don't have any data on how many folks are still using horseshoe crab as bait and where they're obtaining them from. So it's tough to weigh at this point whether banning the use of horseshoe crab as bait in Connecticut will save any horseshoe crabs that are being harvested elsewhere and imported into the state. We do know that horseshoe crab are the primary source of bait in the whelk fishery, which is a really valuable and important fishery in Long Island Sound. And so banning the use of horseshoe crab will have some negative impact on the fishery, but again, we don't really have any way of quantifying that. So I think just in this case, from the agency's standpoint, we don't have the information we would need to weigh the conservation benefit against the negative impact to the fishery. I do think if this proposal were to move forward, it could be simplified by just banning possession of horseshoe crab outright in the state. As currently worded, I believe it bans the use of horseshoe crab, or the possession of horseshoe crab with intent to use as bait. It's difficult to prove intent of what someone's planning on doing with, an animal if they have it in their possession. There is no more fishery in Connecticut. Really, the only reason someone would be in possession of horseshoe crab right now is to use it as bait. So the provision could probably be clarified by just outright banning the possession of horseshoe crab.
Thank you, Justin, and thank you for answering my 2 follow-up questions as well. So I'm all set, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Let's keep talking about fishing. Slide over to striped bass, the other piece in this. Just to start from your understanding as a person that's more steep in this, the 3 intentions behind the striped bass measures in the bill, are you comfortable kind of recapping those in quick terms for people? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Representative. And I certainly appreciate the committee's attention to striped bass conservation. They are one of our most important sport fish here in the state. They're a subject of conservation concern. Again, the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission manages striped bass, declared the species overfished in 2018, and we've been in a 10-year rebuilding plan ever since at the commission. The 3 provisions in this bill, the first would increase the fines for striped bass violations and also provide a graduated fine schedule. So repeat offenders would be subject to a higher fine. There's also a provision in that section that infraction fines would stay with the municipality where the infraction occurred. And my understanding of the intent of that is to encourage municipal police officers to engage in striped bass striped bass enforcement. There's a provision in the bill that would ban striped bass harvest during the period December through April, and it would also ban the use of bait in the lower Housatonic winter fishery from December to April. I think together those provisions are meant to primarily aid enforcement for what we call the holdover striped bass fishery in the lower Housatonic River in the winter. There's a large group of striped bass that for whatever reason have decided they don't want to migrate down to the Outer Banks for the winter. They want to spend the winter in the lower Housatonic River. that large aggregation of striped bass, they're not as active in the winter, but they can still be caught by rod and reel. So that large aggregation of really valuable, really available fish has attracted some bad actors, and we do have some intense poaching activity down there we've been dealing with as an agency. So I think the intent of those two provisions is to aid enforcement around that winter fishery in the lower Housatonic.
Great. I appreciate the overview. I don't need to engage too much on the fines piece of it. That one seems straightforward to me. And again, I know this wasn't this didn't come from deep. So thank you though for helping articulate it. Just to share, the fines piece makes sense to me on its face. Can you just speak to, as the expert, any data regarding the conservation challenge about the holdover fish and the specific role that using bait plays? So just one level deeper on those two other pieces. How do we balance the needs for access and consistency across Atlantic States marines fisheries, but then also not missing the chance to do something to protect these really important fish here in Connecticut when we have the chance to?
Sure, thank you. Those are great questions. So first, I'll just say that none of these provisions would conflict at all with Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission management. This would be Connecticut taking action to do something more conservative than what the commission is prescribing. So there's no issues there with a conflict with the commission. DEEP did a study in the winter of 2023 and 24 on catch and release mortality rates of striped bass in that area during the winter. Most of these fish are currently of sublegal size. Almost all the fish in there are less than 28 inches. So most of the fishing is catch and release. The results of that study found that catch and release mortality rates were really low. So we think really the catch and release fishing that's happening there is not really harmful to the resource. There was a third part to your question that I'm forgetting.
Well, maybe on that piece of the idea of no bait fishing, is there a reason to think that bait, I'm sort of asking questions that I think I know the answers to, but just to have the conversation, reason to think that bait fishing has harder to catch and release when you're fishing with bait?
I think generally in fisheries, we think that bait fishing in certain ways, certain methods can result in a higher probability of injury to fish. I think in this particular fishery, I don't know that that's the case because there's a rule in place, again, due to the commission, that you have to use a circle hook when you're fishing with bait for striped bass, and circle hooks are designed in such a way as to minimize hooking injury to fish. So in theory, I would say we don't really have any data to support the contention one way or the other that bait fishing versus fishing with artificial lures in that area is more harmful to striped bass. There could be some enforcement benefit around that. I couldn't really speak to the particulars of that. We do have some folks from our enforcement branch here today who probably could. But I think that's generally we don't really have any data to support a conservation benefit, and that's why our testimony was neutral on that topic.
Sure. Then looking at the other piece, the closing the harvest during those months, anything else you want to share about the sort of fisheries perspective on that and data that you have behind that perspective?
Yeah, sure. Thanks. So I will say that time of year, other than the lower Housatonic, is not a time of year when there's a lot of striped bass fishing going on in the state. And most of those fish in the lower Housatonic are sublegal. Generally, if you look at the proportion of total striped bass harvest happening in the year in Connecticut, a very small part of it's happening in that December to April period. So the harvest prohibition is probably not saving a lot of fish that would otherwise be harvested. But my understanding is that it's a benefit to enforcement when they're down there in the lower Housatonic and they're observing anglers. If it's just sort of outright that you can't possess a striped bass, I think it aids our enforcement officers when they're observing fishing activity, knowing basically if someone's intending to poach. And I don't think it curtails the majority of the legal fishing activity occurring there because, again, it's mostly catch and release.
Thank you. Is there someone here that's with you? Did you reference this that could speak to the enforcement challenges?
Yeah, we'll have Acting Colonel Brian Newman come up. And I know while he's coming up, I'll just say huge thanks to ENCON. They've spent a lot of time enforcing this over the past couple of years, made some really big stings, and I'll let you talk a little more about that, Brian.
Thank you for being here.
That better. Good. Thank you, folks, and good morning. Can you please repeat that question?
Absolutely. So these proposals that are intended at supporting enforcement that's currently happening, i.e. a closure in those winter months, so that your officers wouldn't have to, if a fish came out, they would know that's not legal at all. Can you speak to some of the enforcement challenges you faced? And if you have any take on how this policy would affect that enforcement happening, and also feel free to reference some of the data related to the poaching that you've been seeing and that we're trying to get a handle on.
Sure. So from an enforcement perspective, specific to the striper industry that's being proposed right now, there's other fisheries that currently are being fished for and sought in the lower Housatonic. So until an individual actually catches and keeps a striper, that would have to be something that would have to be observed. Typically, what we're seeing from an enforcement perspective is that this type of activity is not usually being done during daylight hours. So from an enforcement perspective, there's a lot of unique challenges that our officers are kind of faced with in being able to put together an adequate case that can be presented to the courts. Our officers and our assets that we currently utilize to help support this fishery in the enforcement perspective, we've become very proficient at that. And at the end of the day, we have to see this activity happen in order to be able to enforce it, and then use those assets to basically be able to substantiate our case and develop that probable cause standard.
So if this policy were in place, i.e. no harvest in those winter months, would that make your enforcement job easier?
I believe it would make it easier. We would also be a little bit cautious about what in law enforcement we consider like stacking charges. I do agree that increasing and creating a step for repeat offenders is probably the best way to address this. Again, any local or state officer can enforce this as is. I do think that the challenge here may not be to incentivize this type of enforcement activity. I think across the country, when we look at the incentivization of penalties and fines, I think law enforcement here in Connecticut has worked extremely hard at building trust and legitimacy. I think that if we incentivize processes like this, it begins to hamper that and begin to set communities and anglers and kind of in an adversarial relationship. And that's something that like we would want to try to prevent. From an enforcement perspective, though, I do think that these type of things would support our enforcement efforts. We just want to be very intentional with that.
Understood. Last question on this. Do you have a perspective on what the ban on fishing with bait in the lower Housatonic would have on your enforcement efforts?
I think the fishing with bait might be something that it would be advantageous for us. But bait, again, I could be out there fishing for a different type of species and have an unintended consequence of hooking into a striper. We would have to really kind of drill into that and be a little bit more intentional with that language, because again, if somebody harvested that animal, we already have something in place for that.
Appreciate your perspective. It sounds like there's still some more to discuss on this. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think Pat has one more.
Representative Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's great to see you, Deputy Commissioners, and your entire team. Just a quick question with respect to number 11 on the agenda. We've been talking quite a bit about it with respect to HB 5333. I represent what they describe as the last remaining fishing fleet in the state of Connecticut in Stonington Borough, and I've heard no shortage of concerns with respect to the elimination of, and I say this respectfully to my, of course, but with the elimination of bait or horseshoe crabs as bait for their respective fisheries, as you mentioned, whelk, conch, and there really is no other species that conch and whelk consume, right? So what is the alternative should we completely eliminate the ability for our fishing fleet to utilize that bait species?
And thank you for that question, Representative. So I will say that I am aware in other states, some folks do use things other than horseshoe crab as bait. I think I am going to defer to, I think the committee will be speaking later today with a number of members of the commercial fishing community, and they're probably much better positioned to answer that question about what the other bait sources are and what can be used. I know there were some efforts in recent years to develop an artificial bait source that could replace horseshoe crab that I don't believe were successful. What we've consistently heard from the fishing community is that it's sort of an irreplaceable bait source and would have a very negative impact on the fishery if it weren't available anymore in Connecticut.
And just for purposes of time, I'll move on to section 3. We haven't discussed it yet, but the lobster size provisions also heard some quite a bit of concerns on that. Specifically, would allow Connecticut food service establishments to possess and sell lobsters that fall within the legal size limits established for various Atlantic lobster management areas or in the LMA 6 or the Long Island Sound region along the Atlantic coast under the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Council Commission. And then currently Connecticut establishments may only possess lobsters legal in this area, which has a 3 to 3 1/8 inch minimum and 5 1/4 inch maximum carapace length. So DEEP has outlined in your, you have outlined in your testimony, of course, some clarifying language that could actually strengthen the proposal. Can you share that language with us?
Yeah, thank you for that, Representative. We would absolutely welcome the opportunity to work with the committee on clarifying the language for this provision, which, as we understand, the intent would be to allow food service establishments, restaurants to possess and sell lobsters imported from other states that are of legal harvestable size in those other states, but not legal here in Connecticut. There are rules in statute right now that allow seafood dealers and some other establishments to possess lobsters from out of state that are not of legal size here in Connecticut, but they're not allowed to sell them here in the state. I think from a fisheries management standpoint and enforcement standpoint, the agency's primary concern with this proposal is just making sure we put appropriate safeguards in place so this doesn't become a means for illegal lobsters from Long Island Sound to find their way into the restaurant trade here in Connecticut. But we've got models for that that I think we could potentially implement.
I very much appreciate your perspective on that. It is a very delicate dance when you represent, dare I say, the food capital of Connecticut in Mystic that serves up no shortage of lobster rolls, between Noank and Mystic and of course, representing a fishing fleet. And so I hope we can find some common ground there. And lastly, you did not offer any testimony as an agency on the wildlife, I apologize, just the wildlife action plan proposal. I was curious if DEEP would be willing to opine on the proposal.
Yeah, sure. I can speak generally to that. The bill at a general level involves the agency's implementation of the Wildlife Action Plan, which is a federal plan that we release every 10 years, and that covers all the species in Connecticut. And while bears do tend to take the spotlight, there are many other wildlife species across the state that we care about that are important and are important to the health of our ecosystems. And so this bill primarily focuses on the non-harvested wildlife, so aka wildlife that's not hunted or fished. And so we think that's very important. There are some stresses that are present for those types of wildlife that haven't been there in the past, specifically, for instance, the illegal trade of reptiles is one. Climate change has certainly had an impact as well. So there are some challenges there, and we think those species are important. We do have a wildlife diversity program at DEEP, and so we are working very actively on various initiatives to preserve habitat and preserve those species.
Thank you very much. And what if you do catch a carp at one of these lakes?
So we've got a couple different species of carp in the state. Some of them are naturalized here, and they're actually a lot of fun to fish for. But grass carp, I've actually heard, are also kind of fun to catch on rod and reel. We encourage people, if they catch one somewhere where they're not supposed to be, to not return it to the water. Yep. So, but if it's a common carp, the species that is naturalized here, by all means, take a great picture and let it go and release it.
Duly noted. Thank you all for your thoughtful responses, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, Representative Jensen, followed by Representative somebody, Chafee. But oh, sorry, Representative Reddington Hughes. So let's move it along.
All right,
please.
thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you all for your testimony. I'd just like to quickly go back to the abandoned boats, all right? So when I read this legislation, of course, I'm thinking about a motorized boat, all right? And the expense to remove one that's abandoned and the potential environmental issues that could come from the motor. But I didn't even think about the non-motorized boat and potential emergency response that you may need if you see an abandoned non-motorized boat. So my question for you is, do you have any comment on how we might compel people to put identifying information on a non-motorized boat?
Yeah, thank you, Representative. And that's language we'd be happy to provide to the committee. We have supported that type of language in the past. Again, the intent there is very simple. We're not trying to have folks do an arduous registration process or anything like that. It's just simply, and the acting colonel just left, but I can speak to it. We've had a number of instances, a lot of times still happen in the spring when the water's high, where a kayak or canoe will get washed off of a dock, maybe washed off the shore where it's stored, and all of a sudden it's floating in the river. A well-intentioned citizen will call. We'll try to, and then we'll launch a search. And sometimes we'll launch a search and there'll be ice in the river, or there'll be high winds, and it puts our law enforcement at risk. And oftentimes we find that, oh, that person's at home watching TV, safe and sound, and their kayak just washed off the dock. So that's really what we're trying to prevent there. Is launching dangerous search and rescue when it's not needed.
Yeah, exactly. So you have ideas on how we could compel people to.
It would just be very simple language requiring owners of canoes and kayaks to name an address, and or if they're folks have expressed some concerns about putting maybe personal information, but they could put their conservation ID, which anyone can get, and that would allow us to look that canoe or kayak up and identify the owner and be able to make a phone call.
All right. Thank you. Yeah, I look forward to seeing that. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
No problem. Representative Chafee, followed by Representative Reddington Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony today. I wanted to go back to the proposed striped bass regulations here. I know I'm in favor of this proposed bill, but one of the complaints I often hear, and I don't mean any disrespect to the agency or the NCON officers, because I know that they do a good job. I hear about the lack of enforcement out there, and I notice, even when I'm out on my boat myself, I think in the past 10 years, I don't think I've ever seen anyone at the dock checking fish or enforcing these regulations. I know in the past few years, there have been some more high profile catches out there of people poaching. I was just wondering, do you have any internal data you could share about enforcement, specifically how many infractions per year are being written around striped bass or other species?
Yes, thank you. Appreciate the question. We're really thankful for NCON officers and the hard work that they do for us every day and keeping us safe. We actually have a report that we are working on that should be out within a couple of days, a few days here, that will provide more information on the statistics related to our environmental conservation police. We're also happy to drill down into those stats and share some of our specific statistics related to striped bass enforcement. I do know we have a K9 unit that's frequently patrolled the area that folks are focused on down on the Houstonic River, especially during the winter months. And they've been able to make some pretty large and impactful and to take some enforcement actions related to findings. A lot of times poachers will catch the striped bass and then hide it. And so we're able to use the K9 unit to identify where they're stashing these fish and be able to take appropriate action. So we have spent a lot of time down there on the Houstonic. Certainly, we're always looking to be as impactful as we possibly can. And thank you for the question. That report will be out soon.
Okay, great. I look forward to reading the report, and I'll follow up with any further information requests. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Reddington Hughes.
Okay. Oh, thank you for spending your afternoon with us. My question has to do with SB 313. And I just got the lovely wake boat and wake surf study. So I have a couple of questions on, there seem to be some inconsistencies as far as states and the amount of feet from the shore When the states are listed, there's Alabama at 100, Maine at 300, Vermont at 500. So I don't really see this as a scientific thing. Either that or they're all crazy. But I'm a little concerned because within the study itself, it says that the depth of the water does matter. Okay, that algae bloom and other things that are very deleterious to these lakes can be a result of operating the boats in that type of a situation. Yet it also says that the lakes, probably because of the change of levels of water in them, and having to do with environmental factors such as rain, that it would be not a good idea for it to have to be measured. So I'm having a problem if this is going to create a problem and it is found that shallow depth does create a problem. Why would we then say, well, you know what, it's too much of a problem for them to measure the water?
Yeah, thank you. Great question. So, as you mentioned, we did see we reviewed a lot of literature. If you look in Appendix 2, there's a very, very long list of various studies that we reviewed. What we found was, what we observed was not all the studies said the same thing. And so we tried to have that report in that appendix. You'll see a chart that kind of shows some at a broad level. Obviously, it doesn't dig into the minutia, how these different studies and what they showed. And there's a wide range. And as you mentioned, there's a wide range within other states, and then we saw, as you can imagine, a wide range of opinions in the comments as well. So we did not find a national standard. What we did find were these three kind of common approaches, which we've outlined. One of them, as you mentioned, does involve water depth. And what we tried to do in our report was pull a lot of different perspectives together. We worked with boating law administrators from around the country to really understand what the different challenges were. And so in our report, we highlight some of the needs or some of the benefits of that we've observed within the literature, within other states that have been reported to us within water depth. But we also identified some of the challenges to regulating that we heard from other states as well. So we do have, we're at the draft phase of our report. Right now, we have a large collection, I think 60 something pages of information, but we did find, and we tried to include a lot. So you'll see some things in the report, like you mentioned, where there's benefits, but there's also some challenges as well. We tried to pull that information into the report from what we found in the literature and what other states have done.
Would it then not make sense, while you are trying to discern what the right feet from shore is, to look a little further into this scientifically? And also, has there been any consideration for the policing of this?
Yeah, great question. So right now our report is currently released in draft format. So we're open. We're taking comments on that report right now. I think we've actually had a few submitted already, even though we just submitted it yesterday or published it yesterday. So we don't have specifics at this point in our draft related to the distance from shore, the water depth. We have a lot of information in the report, as you note, but we don't have specifics yet as we're in this draft form, and we'll be looking to get comment and continue to refine the report. We're hoping to publish a draft mid-2026.
And one more question, and with this in mind, as far as how uncertain this is, and the measures that are allowed for small towns right now, would you concur that a small town would probably be the best to discern their own lake?
So right now in our report, actually, that's one of the issues that we brought up as something that needs to be considered is at what level is wakeboarding addressed? Is it addressed at the local level? Is it addressed at the state level? And at what level, there's various types of regulation, as we mentioned. So we don't have a clear recommendation right now in our report. It's part of what we're looking at in the draft. It's part of what we're anticipating getting public comment on. So it's a good question. I don't have an answer for it yet in the report, but something we're considering.
One last question, I promise it's my last. And that would be that in the event that this goes forward, would this eliminate the ability for small towns to have ordinances against wakeboarding?
Yeah, great question. And as I said, to Representative Warren, and just to clarify my comments earlier, DEEP is not advocating for a change or to our current regulatory structure, which is municipalities have the ability to create regulations. DEEP has the ability to disapprove them per statutory construct. We have 60 days to do that, in which case if we don't disapprove them, they're automatically approved. So we're not advocating for a change, nor do we think that this bill changes what's already in place there.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Any further questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much for your testimony. Next up, Representative Paolillo. Sorry about that.
Dan Wortham.
Thank you. Is that an hour and a half? We got through one?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. Co-Chair Parker, Co-Chair Lopes, Vice Chair Baumgartner, Vice Chair Hockadell, Ranking Member Callahan, Ranking Member Harding, and distinguished members of the Environment Committee. For the record, my name is Al Paolillo. I proudly serve as the state rep from the 97th District in New Haven. Thank you to the leadership of this committee, of the Environment Committee, for introducing HB 5332, which I am here to testify in favor, including the section on abandoned vessels. Certainly appreciate the opportunity to submit the testimony, written testimony, and to be here today with Police Lieutenant Ryan Makarzinski from the New Haven Police Department, and also Alder Leland Moore from the City of New Haven, representing our Cove area and New Haven Harbor. And with the indulgence of the chairs, I'd like to certainly, with the panel, be able to yield my time to both Lieutenant Makarzinski and Alder Moore.
I'll start. Good morning, committee. My name is Ryan Makarzinski. I'm currently a New Haven Police Lieutenant with the City of New Haven, and it's an honor and privilege to be here today to testify at the state capitol. This is my first time. Thank you very much, Representative Paolillo, and to Alder Moore. My role as a police officer is a district manager, and I'm a community liaison between the police department and the residents that live in the East Shore. Particularly today, I'm here to provide testimony about an abandoned vessel that's in the New Haven Harbor. As one of my many roles and responsibilities, the community has access to me and they call me quite frequently. A large portion of my time recently has been spent identifying the problem that we've had with this abandoned vessel in New Haven Harbor, working with the harbor master and city government, speaking with the owner of the boat, and then subsequently issuing him a fine after he admitted that the boat was his and that he abandoned it in the harbor. Particularly concerning is the amount of resources that we have used from the City of New Haven in the response to get out the fire department, the Coast Guard, the harbor master, because as I was standing over there before, I heard some testimony about people believing that the boat's actually sinking and someone's in danger. And that has caused the community and the city government to expend resources and time to try to ensure that no one is in fact in trouble inside that boat. Lastly, the boat remains in the harbor to this day. And I am currently working with our Director of Emergency Services and the Harbor Master and trying to come up with a plan on how to remove that boat and trying to coordinate with our community and the resources that are at my disposal to ensure that that boat is properly removed for the safety of the boaters out there and the environment, which has obviously been affected by the fuel spill, potential oil and contaminants. So I'm in support of the bill, and I want to thank Representative Paolillo and Alder Moore, and I'm open for any questions, and thank you very much for your time today.
Co-chairs, ranking members, and distinguished members of the Environment Committee. My name is Leland Moore, and I serve as Alder for New Haven's 18th Ward. Ward 18 encompasses a significant portion of New Haven's coastline
including Morris Cove, making the health, safety, and stewardship of our harbor and coastal waters deeply important to my constituents. I'm also an avid sailor on Long Island Sound and in New Haven Harbor, and I have seen firsthand the dangers posed by abandoned vessels. I submit this testimony in strong support of Section 2 of House Bill 5332. Since 2023, 4 boats have been abandoned in Morris Cove alone. Morris Cove and New Haven Harbor are heavily utilized year-round by recreational boaters, sailing programs, kayakers, commercial vessels, and swimmers. During the warmer months especially, the harbor is active from sunrise to sunset. Abandoned vessels, particularly those that are partially submerged, unlit, or unmarked, pose serious hazards to navigation and a clear threat to public safety. Most recently, as Lieutenant Mack mentioned, a vessel was abandoned in Morris Cove and is now submerged. The individual responsible is known to repeatedly abandon boats, exploiting gaps in enforcement and accountability. And as a result, municipalities like New Haven are responsible for removal. In this case, the cost to remove the vessel will likely run into the thousands of dollars, an expense that will ultimately fall on New Haven taxpayers. Beyond safety and financial concerns, abandoned boats also create environmental risks. As vessels deteriorate, they can release fuel, oil, fiberglass, and other pollutants into sensitive coastal waters. Section 2 of this legislation is an important step towards ensuring that those who abandon vessels are held accountable, rather than shifting the burden onto local communities. Our coastal municipalities should not be forced to repeatedly absorb the financial and environmental costs created by a small number of irresponsible actors. Thank you for your consideration, and thank you, Representative Paolillo and Lieutenant Mack. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Representative Callahan.
Thank you, Representative, for being here, and thank you for making the trip to the Capitol. Thank you for the conversations we've had about this. You coming up here is helpful. It illustrates the need for this. And I just want to let you know that your representative and I have been engaged in conversations about this. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Representative, and thanks, gents, for being here, Representative Paolo. Just a quick question, and we can talk about this more later, and I appreciate the need and the concern here. In Deep's testimony, they referenced that they believe there's existing statutory authority in Section 15140C, subsection D. Maybe this is too in the weeds right now, but are you all aware of this? And have you pursued other ways to get at this cost? They reference any party withstanding may seek full cost recovery from the person who abandoned the vessel. Has that not worked for you folks?
From my knowledge, sir, that in that instance that I gave you, that's, I believe, if my memory serves me correct, the book is pretty large with statutes, but I believe that's the actual statute that I charged him with on the infraction. I think the spirit of what the bill is at this point, I know Representative Pillow can discuss further, but is that we have no way to actually enforce him to remove that vessel from the harbor.
I would, if I may, I would also add that of all the boats that I've known that have been abandoned, that the city has ultimately come in and tried to address them using the fire department's boat, I believe. So whatever is going on right now, or whatever the statutory remedy is, it's not working for New Haven or Morris Cove.
Go ahead, Rep. Paolo. And just my question on this, it seems like the language is drafted to allow the commissioner to authorize recovery of costs, not necessarily to force that removal. Is there, forgive me, is there language that wasn't included in this proposal that you were hoping to see in addition? Or do you think there's another mechanism to go through?
We certainly be open to continuing the discussion around updating and modifying the language to be able to include that authorization. But as the lieutenant and the alder mentioned, around total cleanup costs and total recovery costs is certainly something, even as it's proceeding through the judicial process, we feel like this weight on the unlawful act would certainly be helpful in moving that through the judicial process as well. So.
All right, I appreciate that. I'd be happy to keep the conversation going. It sounds like the increased fines could make sense in terms of getting at the issue that you're facing, officer. A separate concept, forcing the removal of the vessel, different than the cost recovery that's outlined here. Maybe that's something we should take a look at and see if we can draft some language for. So maybe we can have a follow-up on this and include Rep. Callahan.
we would look forward to that and thank you
Great.
for offering that
Thanks,
opportunity.
Representative. Thank you, Senator. Oh, Rep. Arzano.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for coming today and your testimony. I understand that this is a common problem for many just coastal towns along the state. And thank you very much for addressing this coming up, because I think that many other towns in the coast of Connecticut needs a solution to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And to go to your point, there are some media reports last summer that estimated 50+ abandoned vessels throughout Connecticut, to go to your point and to go to your comments. So thank you for allowing us to opine on that, and thank you for bringing that up into the conversation.
Rep. Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you all for your testimony. I know you've been testifying on section 2 of 5332 here, but as a sailor, I was wondering if you just might want to comment on section 1.
Sure. So yeah, so section 1, I don't support as a sailor. I mean, even as a powerboater, it's a highly problematic section. If your boat is on a mooring, if your boat is in a slip, whether you're under power or under sail, you have to reach over the side of your boat to secure yourself to that mooring or secure yourself to that dock. When you're sailing in particular, you're often leaning over the edge of the boat as ballast to either create a counterbalance or to adjust your sail trim or to, put fenders out. So there's a million different things that you might be doing on a boat that will put your limbs over the side while the boat is moving or in operation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I've often been called ballast. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming up to testify. Next
Thank
up,
you, sir.
Senator Summers.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon.
Howdy.
I am here to testify on 3 bills today. The first bill that I would like to testify, and first of all, thank you to the co-chairs Lopes and Parker, and also to the ranking members Callahan and Harding for raising these bills today. The first bill that I would like to testify on is SB 315, which we heard about carp in Patchogue Pond. I will disagree with Deep on this request here. Carp, to me, when we're doing the research, these grass carp seem to be the absolute perfect way to get rid of hydrilla in this pond. They're only asking to put 2 fish in this pond. The use of sterile carp is carefully controlled biological management tool. Releasing these 2 into Patchogue Pond is intended to target the invasive hydrilla. If you do the research, carp absolutely go after invasive hydrilla before they go after any native plants. It's well known and documented. This would be something that could potentially help Patchogue Pond, because right now it's just covered in hydrilla, and the community cannot afford to continue to use chemicals and other harsh methods to get rid of hydrilla on a yearly basis. This is something that could be controlled and evaluated and potentially used across the state. So I urge the committee to take another look at this particular bill. The next bill that I'd like to speak about is Bill 5333. Lots of issues on this bill. Myself and I heard your vice chair talk about representing the last commercial fishing fleet in Stonington. I know you've heard from me many times before, and also the restaurant industry in Mystic. Some of the sections in particular on the horseshoe crabs, that is a huge issue for my fishermen. You will have, or if it's not loaded yet, you will have testimony from the Southern New England Fishing and Lobster Association absolutely against this, as also members of the Atlantic Marine Fisheries Council are against this. The thing about horseshoe crabs is we have already preserved them. However, some of them can be used and purchased in other states as bait for conch. Conch is invasive. It kills all our small shellfish. It's a real problem. And the other bait products just don't work, and they're much more costly. Some of my fishermen rely on going after conch as 50% of their income. It would be very deleterious to their economic status. And for me, there doesn't seem to be a reason to do it if we've already put a requirement on what is usable and not for horseshoe crabs and their eggs. Section 3 is also an area of great concern for me and for our lobstermen. Our lobster association, the Southern New England Fishing and Lobster Association, is against this. I don't know if the testimony is loaded yet. They would like to keep everything status quo. They feel it's a big disadvantage to be bringing in lobsters of different sizes to our state, and they do not feel that there is a way to adequately enforce this going forward. As far as the striped bass, I have heard from numerous boats that this will also be very deleterious for their income. Increasing the violations for large scale operators may be fine, but not for some of our smaller commercial and part-time fishermen who sell their catch locally. And although, our fishermen work on very, very tight margins, and this type of infrastructure does not account for the realities of really small scale fisheries. And so I am against that section also. And lastly, quickly, because I know I only have a few minutes, I'd like to speak on 5332, which is an act concerning certain boating requirements. I was hoping that this committee would consider looking at snow removal from docks that have not been treated with any type of salt to make a safety improvement for docks along the coast where snow and ice build up. They're not being shoveled, and we want to increase the safety. We've had a few incidents here in the southern part of the state that have led to some dramatic circumstances. So if we had an ability to shovel the snow into the water, obviously it wouldn't have been treated with any chemicals or salt. That would go a long way. And obviously when the sun comes out, it melts and it goes into the water anyway. So those are just a few things that I would like to just touch base on today. I'm happy to answer any questions, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Senator. I believe you may have a question from our good friend, Senator Harding.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Good afternoon.
So could you elaborate? I thought I had heard you say an objection to a certain section. I didn't hear that part. Could you elaborate further on that?
Sure. Well, I'm in support of 315. I really think we should give it a try, but on section 5333, there's a lot of sections that I'm opposed to. The striped bass is a problem for many of our fishermen. If Connecticut wants to preserve its last commercial fishing fleet, not to be, argumentative, but it would be great to have them on board when we pass or we raise some of these bills. I can say that Stonington used to have 100 boats. We probably have 10. And unfortunately, we just lost a fisherman about a month ago in a tragic accident. So now we have probably 9 at the dock. And every time that we do something without including them, and they can't testify today, I meant to mention that because one is out fishing and one is out lobstering, and they can't afford to take the days that they actually can fish off to come and testify, but they have both submitted written testimony, and one of them he's the president of the Lobster and Fishing League here in the state of Connecticut. So sections 1, section 2, and section 3 of that bill are all very, very problematic for our fishermen. And I'm doing a balancing act too. I do represent all the restaurants in Mystic as far as the size of the lobsters, but that was never discussed with them. It was never even presented to them. They want to keep things the way they are. They're concerned about bringing in lobsters from other states that do not meet our size requirements. One of the things that they have said in particular is they're seeing the lobsters come back. They want to maintain what they have. And so those are very, very concerning for these individuals. And they're the last ones that we have here in the state of Connecticut to continue the historic tradition of fishing.
And thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator, and I appreciate your advocacy on behalf of the fishers throughout our state, but more particularly for your district. I mean, just quickly, if you could speak about how impactful fishing is to your community, to your district, your community, particularly surrounding the economic development they bring.
Right. Well, Connecticut, hosts this, poises itself as, we are this coastal community. I actually live in Stonington Borough, and Stonington Borough is the last Portuguese fishing fleet. I don't know how many folks are actually Portuguese that actually get to fish any longer, but it used to be, if you all saw Mystic Pizza, it was the Portuguese village of fishing. And like I said, there used to be 100 boats at 2 docks. The docks are in need of repair, and we probably have maybe 15 boats at those docks at this point. You know, they've been under siege commercially for the catch, for what they're allowed to bring in, how many days they can actually fish. We have done a lot to help them. We passed a dual landing bill, which has been very helpful. But every time that someone comes up with an idea to ban horseshoe crabs completely, I'm not sure that they are taking into consideration what that does, you know, long term and the impacts that it has. That in particular, horseshoe crabs are already protected in the state of Connecticut, but our fishermen do use them as bait. It's the best bait. There is no substitute bait. If there is other bait, it's very expensive. It's not as effective, and it costs a lot of money for fuel on these boats to go out, and you want to have an effective catch. And it is used to catch something whelk or conch, which is invasive and it kills all our shellfish. So it's a good use of this other animal to catch an animal that's invasive, and that is actually deleterious to shellfish life and sustainability. But yet now we are not going to allow that in the state of Connecticut whatsoever. Changing the size of the lobsters without including them in the conversation is another big issue for them. And as I said, if it's not loaded yet, you will be getting it. It came in last night. Both of the big associations that we have are absolutely against these sections in the bill.
Senator, thank you for all you do for your district. You're an incredible champion, not only for your fishers in your district, but your district as a whole. So thank you for all you do, and thank you for your testimony.
Thanks.
Thank you, Senator. And I echo the comments. Appreciate your advocacy, Senator Summers, and I know that you're a good partner on this stuff. I just wanted to make clear on this one, your comments on the whelk and even the lobster are well taken. It seems like there might have been some clarification around the drafting of the lobster language we might want to get into. But in terms of the striped bass, there is no commercial fishery in Connecticut. And so there's no intention behind the striped bass parts of this bill to have a negative impact on commercial industry, on your fishing fleet in Mystic. And I welcome anyone that wants to get into some of those pieces with us. Thank you.
That is true. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We do have boats that are going out of Waterford and also Noank that take people out for to be able to catch striped bass. That is something that will absolutely considerably impact their business. They're very concerned about this. I do understand that there has been a lull, and we're slowly seeing striped bass come back. I can speak to that directly. Outside of my cove, I used to see striped bass jumping everywhere when the little bait fish would come in. I haven't seen that in the past couple of years. That is concerning. But the most egregious part of this bill are the sections on really the size of the lobsters and the horseshoe crabs. Those are the ones that are in particular really going to affect the commercial fishermen. And I should have clarified that. Thank you.
No, understood, Senator. I appreciate that. And also the striped bass closure is proposed for winter months when the intention, I'm trying to make clear, the intention is not to hurt the charter folks either. This is in the winter months when there's not much striped bass happening. So I doubt there are too many folks that would be impacted by that closure. But again, we're welcome to feedback, and I encourage you to have your fishermen reach out to me. I'd love to speak with them on it. Thanks for your advocacy, Heather. We appreciate it. Senator.
Thank you. Further questions, Representative Chafee?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for speaking with us today, Senator. Similar line of questioning as the good chairman. I was just curious, why do you feel that Section 1, specifically the infractions, would harm our fishermen?
I have heard from some small, obviously not commercial fishermen, and you will see their testimony. I'm sure it will be uploaded shortly. Many calls that they're saying this may work for large scale operators, but for small scale commercial in particular, they're concerned about the winter moratorium. They do and they do have charters in the winter time, and they sell their catch locally. So they are concerned that the penalties can represent a loss of multiple days of income for them. Many fishermen, as I said, they operate on very tight margins in this particular area, and this type of infrastructure doesn't account what they're telling me for the realities of the small scale fishing operations as opposed to the large scales and the variability of the industry. So they are very concerned about that. You know, I can certainly put you and this committee in touch with them and they can have direct conversations. I told them that I would bring forward their concerns. But again, my main concern in this bill is section 2 and 3, which really impacts the last commercial fishing fleet we have here in the state.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. I was just a little confused because the infractions are specifically for people who are either keeping too many fish above the daily limit or fish that are short. So people who are poaching are definitely harming the fishermen as well. But thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you again.
No problem. Any further questions? I'm not seeing any. Thank you for your testimony. Next up is Senator Martin. I don't see Senator Martin. We'll move on to Senator Kissel, who I did see.
Chairman Lopes, Chairman Parker, ranking members Harding and Callahan, and esteemed members of the Environment Committee. First of all, I want to thank you for raising Senate Bill 316, an act concerning the testing of soils at certain solar facilities. I'm turning to you guys for help. Totally different from previous testimony about things by the shore. I represent about 100,000 people in north central Connecticut. To the north of my district is Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and it's pretty much evenly split 50-50 on either side of the Connecticut River. We have had in the last decade a proliferation of solar arrays in our neck of the woods. And I'm not here to say it's not a good idea, but we've had our share of the wealth and we're ready to share it with other parts of the state. Here's what I'm concerned about, and my constituents are very concerned about. It may be great as far as generating electricity, getting it on the grid, but we don't know the long-term effects of having rainwater travel through all these solar arrays. Where I represent, when I grew up in the town of Windsor, just north of here, and it was known as the Tobacco Valley. My first job at 14 was picking tobacco in the Tobacco Valley. We are world famous for the shade tobacco that has been grown there for decades. And it's filled with wonderful alluvial soils. If you talk to environmentalists throughout the state of Connecticut, you can't do a lot of things in my neck of the woods because people will rush in and say, you got to protect the soil. But no one rushes in when it comes to the solar arrays. So the concern as these things have proliferated in my neck of the woods is that they're getting closer and closer to residential areas. And also in my area of the state, we have a very high water table. A lot of communities have individuals that rely on well water. And no one really knows the long-term consequences of having these arrays start being placed. And I'm not talking about on your house, that's person's individual responsibility and right. But these are the large scale ones that you see more and more of. And people are very much concerned. So what this bill will do is it requires the commissioner, the Department of Environmental Protection to test the soils on a biennial basis. Now, the kiss of death, we all know, representatives, senators, is if it gets a fiscal note, it's got a tough row to hoe. But I'm urging you, you can help me out by passing this bill out of committee. I know that I have to talk to the Deputy Commissioner, Ms. Simoneau, or Commissioner Dykes and argue with them about, do they have adequate funding? Can they help us out? Leave me to fight that fight down the road. But if you can get this bill out of committee, then you'll give me some more leverage to bring this issue to the fore. We've tried to go the Energy and Technology Committee route. It's like a dead end. I don't know why, but we can't get legislation for a moratorium or anything like that heard in that committee. But in this committee, I hope you're sensitive to the fact that we just don't know the long-term impacts of these solar arrays. And the last thing that my constituents want is contaminated water table, contaminated well water, or when they've run their course, that we won't have the best farmland in the world. We're going to have contaminated soil that we can't use for its God intended purposes. We don't know what's draining into there. Is it heavy metals? Is it other contaminants? And so I'm trying to get the Department of Environmental Protection to come and test the soil, and that's what this bill does. I will say this, I spoke earlier this week with the Chief of Staff of Governor Lamont's administration, Matthew Brockman. He knows that I have a difficult uphill battle, but he said, fight your fight, because the commissioner is going to say, I don't have it in my budget. But let me fight that fight. Let me help keep the soil up in north central Connecticut as pristine as it has been for centuries. And I'm turning to you to support this bill moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Redding, I don't know, whoever wants to go first. Reddington Hughes, followed by Senator Harding.
Thank you, and thank you for coming in and really vocalizing, because this is a problem. My question has to do with the responsibility for the soil testing itself. Would you be averse to having that placed on the company that is producing the solar fields rather than the state?
No, and actually, as I was contemplating my testimony this afternoon, that's a great question. I said, this would be a great prerequisite for developers of these solar arrays to say, all right, if you think this is so great, then as part of getting the permission to do this, you would have to commit to the biennial testing. I think that would be fabulous. The problem is I don't think that that could be retroactive now that they're set, the ones that are already set up. That's a little, I'd have to work that out legislatively as far as how that could be done contractually. But yes, I think that would be a definitely great solution. Part of the, and if you're familiar with this, part of the dilemma that my communities faces, they don't have any power in this fight. We've tried to get bills forward for a moratorium. They don't go anywhere because this is an issue that is now goes to the siting council. We've tried to get siting council hearings in our towns. That's like pulling teeth. But even with that, once the siting council gives it the green light, the townspeople have no power whatsoever. And so I'm just trying to get my community some ability to weigh in on this to protect the health and safety of their constituents, which is our primary focus. But that's a great idea.
Well, thank you for bringing this to our attention, because there are studies out there right now looking at PFAS that is coming off of those panels. So I certainly will follow this closely. Thanks.
Thank you, Representative.
Senator Harding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very happy to see you there, Senator. Incredible senator for your district. And I will say one thing, that if anyone's going to fight for their district and getting a bill across, it's you. So it is in good hands with you, Senator Kissel. You fight hard for your district. I'm honored to be in a caucus with you and all you do for your communities. And I think this is a great example of that, because it's very parochial what you're dealing with. But it's not only parochial to your district, because I think that's happening in a lot of places. I've seen it in Torrington, in my district, and in solar fields getting placed ubiquitously by the siting council. Fortunately, we did pass a bill out of committee today that would put some more local representation on the siting council. I think that's a good start. But I appreciate your approach to testing the soil, because I think there's a lot of unknowns, particularly as it relates to potential contamination and what your constituents may have to be tackling with all the placements of the solar fields. I mean, so could you just tell us a little more about some of your conversations that you've had with constituents that kind of has brought this to the forefront in your fight to protect them here?
Sure. So it's a battle between, we have a lot of farmers, especially tobacco farmers. Some of them, the families have decided to sell their land. And of course, do we want, the fulfillment centers, the giant warehouses, which you can see one of the most giant warehouses for Amazon on what's near the Bradley connector, that used to be tobacco land. For the beginning of this process, people were very excited about green energy, having this energy created sort of off the traditional grid. And it was in areas that weren't really touching residential communities. As time has marched on, though, we've seen the proliferation of these solar arrays getting closer and closer now, and most recently in Enfield, bumping up against a residential neighborhood where the people adamantly said, it's too close to us. We don't know what the risks are here. They're also a little bit noisy during storms, but that is just part of it. Part of it is now they're encroaching into areas where people live and work and they have children. And we don't know the environmental consequences of this proliferation. That's a big fact. The other thing is this. We really value the soil that we have. It's highly desirable. That's why there's so many farms in our neck of the woods. That's why the land has all been cleared and flattened. That's why the developers are probably zoomed in on us because we have the perfect place to nestle these solar arrays. But as they get closer to residential neighborhoods, and one thing about, for example, we have a community college, it's called the Snuntuck. I actually was at a breakfast there this morning. I told someone that's Native American for fresh water. In my neck of the woods, Enfield and my surrounding towns, the water table is very high, and it's very noteworthy to have fresh water in that part of this, of the state. But that means it's also very potentially contaminatable, if that's a word. And so we're protective of that. And I will just say this, with the tobacco fields, I had to get millions of dollars when Governor Rell was governor to remediate soils near, at that time, Fermi High School. You would think it was pesticides. It wasn't. It was actually the lubricants that they put on the tractors to do the farming that had seeped into the water table. And it cost the state of Connecticut, ultimately, after my advocacy and my colleagues, millions of dollars to remediate. So are we getting a pig in a poke? We don't know what we're getting. The initial thing is green energy. We love it, but we don't know the potential deleterious consequences. And so my constituents are really getting nervous. It's getting too close to their families, to their children, to where people live, work, and play. It's not out, we're out of sight, out of mind. It's right up close and personal, and we can't stop it. The Siting Council doesn't want to hear our arguments.
Well, thank you, Senator Kissel, and I share your concerns, and I look forward to working with you to get this out of committee and get some results for your constituents. Always like working alongside you and fighting with you.
Your leadership is greatly appreciated, the leadership of this committee.
Thank you. Any further questions? I see one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator. I share a lot of your concerns as well. I do agree that I think we have gotten maybe a little over our skis on the siting of these solar arrays. I have them in my district and been, very, public campaigns against. In my neck of the woods, I've seen more, clear cutting of forests than siting them on farmland. But the same issue nonetheless, and I think we do need to continue to look at this. My question for you, do you know, is there, on this particular issue of the soil contamination, are there, I haven't seen any studies, is there any science? I just haven't looked at it closely enough. I was wondering if you could point me to that.
I think that's a great question, and I would have my staff look further into that and get you that information. I know that I've heard from constituents that have gone online and they've discovered things, but I haven't cataloged them and I don't have them at my fingertips. But I will set my research team to work and to get you as much information as I can regarding that issue.
And I know that deep in their testimony mentioned that was one of the things that they weren't sure. But I think we should get more information on that. I think it would not be unreasonable, and I think Representative Hughes mentioned this, as part of the application that I believe we passed a bill last year to require applicants before the Siting Council for these projects to have a plan to decommission the panels. We should similarly have a plan for testing if we decide that, the science supports that or something of that nature is added to the process. I think that would be very reasonable, and I can't imagine there should be too much objection to that. So.
Thank you, Representative. And Manchester and your neck of the woods isn't far away from my neck of the woods. This is not a Republican Democrat issue. I want to give props to Representative Jamie Foster, who's worked very hard to try to limit the proliferation of these solar arrays in her area, including Ellington, which we share, Representative Hall. But even at the end of the day, if you get this bill out of this committee, and I have some time to work with Deep, who I have a good relationship with Commissioner Dykes, maybe the half a loaf that I'm going to have to be happy with and my constituents is that going forward, as part of the application process, the developers have to commit to paying for this testing on a reasonable basis going forward. That might even be better than nothing, because if that comes up, that there's some issues to be concerned with, then we as a legislature can always circle back and say, what are we going to do with the ones that have already been built? So I'm looking for solutions going forward. It would be great if I could wave a magic wand and take care of everything that's already been built. But I love the idea of trying to have some responsibility where it's deserved. And of course, I'm very sensitive to the fact that we don't have buckets of money as a legislature, and it's always a fight for tax dollars. But thank you so much.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you very much.
No problem. We're going to go a little off script. I see we have a whole group of commercial fishermen. If you want to come up as a group, we can take you now. Just as you sit one by one, just state your name. Yeah. Yeah. Just when you speak, make sure you hit the button and the red light turns on the microphone.
My name's Peter Consiglio. I'm a commercial fisherman from Mid-Sound, New Haven, Branford. Thank you.
Just go through the list. I just want to quickly get everyone.
My name is Mike Calaman. I'm a career fisherman of 47 years.
Bartholomew Manzi IV, Guilford, Connecticut. My father's been fishing since 1974. We own the Guilford Lobster Pound. I've been working on his boat since the day basically I was born.
My name's Cole Dobratz. I'm from Old Saybrook, Connecticut. I'm 21 years of age and I'm a full-time commercial fisherman out of Old Saybrook.
Name's Matthew Henriques. I'm from Bridgeport, Connecticut. My father's been a fisherman forever, and I'm following in his footsteps.
All right.
Thank you for giving us this opportunity to talk. There's 2 or 3 of us in this room that are probably the oldest conch and eel fishermen in Connecticut. I like to take that minute to specify about eels because I hear everything about conch with the horseshoe crabs, but it is the only bait for harvesting eels in traps. And I like to bring that to your attention. There's a few of us left in Connecticut harvesting eels between Connecticut River to probably Stamford. My grandfather did it, my father did it, and I'm doing it. I'm trying to have my son do it, but that's questionable right now with what's coming up. We've been quanking for over 50 years. It was a secondary business for us when we started. Now it's a primary. We got through the lobster die-off in '99. That was a major impact to our income, but we got through it. We started dragging again. That was an impact with regulations. Quanking became one of our major incomes. We got through marketability through the past few years with what's going on overseas. We got through that. We're just struggling to try and support our families. With the proposal of Bill 5333, right now, the small community you see in this room, we're done. We have no options. And what that tells us is our business is isn't worth anything. Our equipment is worth nothing. What do? What do I do for my son and these fellow sons and their families? We're done. So on behalf of me being here and making my statement, I'd like to have you understand the concern of this. Most of our crabs are not caught here in Connecticut because of the legislature put the law on them. They're purchased out of state. If they're purchased in Virginia, brought in here to Connecticut to our wholesalers frozen in vats, they are dead. Our crabs, 90% of our crabs come from Massachusetts, from what they call a bleeder. They use the crab to get the blood for a medical performance. And then we get the rest of the crab back we purchase from them. So it's a 2-stage thing. I do understand Massachusetts thinks we're raising the price on the crab for them, but I don't understand their logic. It's an outlet that anyone could go to, get the crab, purchase it, and bring it back. We've always paid the same price for a bait. If we went to Massachusetts, Virginia, Maryland. I've hand harvested horseshoe crabs, my father and I, for many years before anyone knew what was going on down in New Haven. The stock is there, as we see. The stock in Long Island Sound, we're seeing them that they're here all winter. They're mudding in. Nor here nor there. We still have an outlet for receiving bait out of state. We don't see what the issue is that we're buying it, bringing it in. Our wholesalers are able to freeze it, and as we need it every day, they issue it to us at a cost. It's not going to affect the Connecticut stock number. It doesn't even come from our waters. It's out of state. If Virginia is catching it and willing to sell it to us, it's just like selling it to New York, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, which do not have these regulations in applying yet. My next point of view is you shut it down to Connecticut. Our neighboring state is New York. They're still going to catch conch. They're still going to use it. Is that fair to us? Is that fair to us? And is that fair? We have more fishermen on the Connecticut side than we do on the Long Island side, Mid-Sound. I got to walk out of here today and go home to my wife and tell her, does my son have a future? Do these guys' sons have futures? Do our deckhands have a future? Talk about being scared. How am I going to tell my mortgage company on my house and my boat? My grandkids. We have fishermen here right now that are expected kid. Their wives are pregnant. We're fearful right now. We're trying to be calm and collective, but our lives are in front of us right now. This cannot happen. Please reconsider this bill. All we want to do is go to work every day. We're not trying to sell drugs or do anything like that. We just want to go to work every day, catch a product for the public. That's all we're doing. And there's a lot of livelihoods here. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, sir. Appreciate you all taking the time to be up here.
Excuse me.
Please.
I have my testimony with a bunch of signatures on it that support it. I like to hand in.
If you'd mind giving it once you're all set to the clerk, that'll be a way for us to get that on record.
Okay, thank you.
If anyone else wants to share a couple of thoughts, I think there'll be some questions maybe from the committee as well, but if you want to jump into it.
Yeah,
Go
very
ahead, sir.
quickly.
Yeah, go ahead.
I work for one of the largest producers of shellfish in the state of Connecticut, Cops Island oysters. And as Senate Heather Summers alluded to, conchs are a major predator to the shellfish industry. So as a result of that, fishing to the conchs helps control the predation end of that, okay? Back in the day, and I would like to go on record and state and ask the state, please let us reconvene at another point in time to discuss the lobster fishery. Having said that, in the wake of the fishery's demise, Mother Nature abhors a void. So when one species collapses, something else takes its place, okay? And in this case, thank God the shell fishing industry is strong and robust. Now, the conchs, on the other hand, because there are no lobsters really geographically in central and western basins, okay, the conchs have dominated the water column, all right? Without even trying to fish to the conchs last summer, I had to rail dump my traps because they were so full of conchs, and I had no outlet to get rid of them. You've enacted a size restriction down in my area. My conchs they well exceeded that. They're huge. So having said that, the horseshoe crabs are absolutely essential to our existence. Okay.
Why are you dumping your conch? Sorry, maybe I missed that.
I don't have an outlet for them.
No one will buy them. Why is that?
Because of trade conflicts with China. China is the most consumer of the product. The wholesalers tell us that their freezers are full and they just simply cannot accept any more product. And the really only time that conch meat is consumed here in the United States is around the holidays. And that's a very, very small window. So, we're struggling to survive here, and we would really appreciate it if the state would reconsider this bill here.
So just so I understand, you're saying there's not a huge market for conch, so you're already under some pressure. And then if you weren't able to use the horseshoe crabs, that would further put pressure to an already.
Absolutely.
Just to understand, this could be a meaningful part of your business. It's not as big as you'd like it to be, but there's something. Okay, I hear you. Thank you for that.
Thank you for
And I think my question overall is, it sounds like you folks have the biggest concerns with the horseshoe crab, and I think you spoke a little bit about the lobster. Are those the two parts of the bill that you're concerned with?
Well, the lobster fishery in general and the collapse of the lobster fishery over the past 26 years, we had always hoped the industry would rebound. We never thought it would get back to the historical levels that it would, but we were mandated by the federal government for a 15-year rebuilding plan. every part of that plan has failed. And they asked us to jump through hoops at a time when we didn't have the money to correspond with the correct gear changes. But we took our medicine and we marched on. And as a result of that, we ended up with this lobster season closure, not to get off of the conchs or anything like that. But I don't see where this closure does any benefit to helping the lobsters reestablish themselves. Lobsters have no geographical boundaries. They don't know calendar or clock. They have three functions: feed, molt, and procreate. That's it.
I appreciate that. And you brought up the point about this is in the eel as well for the horseshoe crabs. I'm one of the people that buys those eels and use them to catch and release striped bass. So just to be clear, do y'all have any concerns with the striped bass language, which is about fines on poachers and bait fishing in the winter?
As long as we could protect our fisheries, we're all for it.
Okay.
But we want to keep our fisheries here. That's what we're here for.
Yep.
We don't want to delete them. Another thing I like to add is what Justin Davis says about having research and history. We do have probably more research and history than what the state has. And what I also like to bring out is we offered, and he knows it, and he's sent them out. We won't have these people come out with us. So they could see firsthand of what's going on our vessels. We want to work together, but for us to work together, we got to have a fishery to stay here on.
Understood. Thank you for that. Let me make sure there's questions from folks on the Rep. Carrasco. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So let me follow. You said that there isn't a market for whelk now because the users, your end of supply chain users have their freezers full. So if their freezers are full and they're not your customer anymore, where are the whelk that you're catching now going?
Could I speak on that for
Yeah,
a
yeah.
second, please? Last fall, what happened last fall is there wasn't much stuff going overseas. So two of our buyers had to stop buying. And then a few of us found individual in-country buyers within the United States that would take a little bit we were catching, okay? Over the season, I've just talked to one of them today. They just got a relationship back with China. Actually, it's his brother. He's a Chinese buyer here. And they are going to start buying this year. They got the cargo act straightened out, and the taxes on the containers going over there worked out somehow that they are going to start buying from us in May. So it was one of his concerns that he wanted to be here because things were starting to turn around as marketability for us. But last year was the toughest year for marketability. This year looks a lot better. And we just want to be able to have marketability and the option of catching these quonk and selling it to them. Because if we didn't have marketability in another year, if the market came back, we want to be able to sell it to them for all reasons. Because we can make an income and we can help the shellfish industry out.
Ballpark figure, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. A ballpark figure, how many fishermen for whelk are there? Correct.
Right now, full-time, my estimate last was between 125 to 150, but it could be a little bit higher. Within that number, I would estimate.
So you're getting your horseshoe crab bait now, if I heard correctly, partially from Virginia, frozen and sent up here, and partially from Massachusetts?
Most of it right now, our wholesaler is getting it from what we call the bleeder. It goes to Massachusetts, they take the blood out of it for a research thing, and then he gets it, brings it, and freezes it here for us.
Well, we were told that when the horseshoe crabs are bled, some of them still live. You get all the dead ones.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, okay. I follow that. And
then if at certain times of year, if they need to purchase from Virginia, they will. But I did talk to one of the harvesters in Virginia, and his concern is, what's the difference if it goes to Connecticut or New York? I'm still going to bring in the same amount. And according to Virginia, it hasn't put a dent in their stock. And I know a lot of people are also concerned with the birds feeding off them, but it's the flight chain of the bird of that time of year when the horseshoe crabs are spawning in the sand of them flying back and forth, eating the egg. And from what Virginia told me, the fisherman that catches the crab, the migratory bird could do more damage eating the egg off the sand than what they take all year for horseshoe crabs. So it's a catch-22 here.
Last question. What about using like the green crab as an alternative? It's an invasive and.
Green crab is not available all year, and it's too costly. The green crab in the Long Island Sound area, we can't find it anymore. A lot of our stuff comes from probably the eastern end of Connecticut, around the Stonington area, Rhode Island, or Massachusetts. Most of the green crab brought in here for blackfish to tog bait,
Yeah.
from my understand, is being brought in from Maine, New Hampshire, to the further north of us.
You know that the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission classifies Connecticut waters and New York waters as poor as far as horseshoe crabs are concerned. But your answer to that is that I'm not getting them from the waters here.
We're not taking the stock from where they're saying it's poor. We're taking the stock from us is coming elsewhere where the stock is good. And they're just being over the road transported to us. We can't hand harvest no more. New York is down to a bare minimum. So because we can't, and when we was able to hand harvest, it was only 6 permits in Connecticut. 90% of our bait still came from the bleeder or West Virginia through our wholesaler. When we bring our product to the wholesaler, we swap him product for bait, and he charges us so the bait takes it off our bill. So it's a one-stop shop. So we go there with our quonk, we give him the quonk, we take so many crowds for the next day, and we go. So he has these things already dead in vats, frozen, that his guy he sells to supplies him with.
Okay. I could go on and on, but I want to thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Thanks for your work on this. Any other questions from folks on the committee? Final remarks from our folks that are up here?
Am I good to speak?
Please.
Good afternoon, panel. My name is Bartholomew Manzi IV. I'm a second-generation commercial fisherman from Guilford, Connecticut, and one of the youngest captain on Long Island Sound. My father started fishing in 1974, and I would like to tell you a story about the death of an industry and the bill that wants to kill the one that we built to replace it. In the late 1990s, West Nile virus spraying was up and down the Connecticut coastline, wiped out the population overnight. I believe that year, 3.7 million lobsters were caught in the Sound. Overnight, hundreds of families who fished these waters for generations lost their livelihoods. Boats were sold, houses were lost. Men who nothing but water had to find desk jobs in their 40s and 50s. But my family was lucky and we survived. We adapted and we pivoted to conch. That was not easy, as conch fishing is very different. Different gear, different spots, different buyers, different everything. We had to relearn decades of knowledge and invest in new traps, boats, equipment, and build new relationship with buyers. We turned a 90% loss into a living. Today, conch makes up over 75% of my income, and I am not unique. That is the story of most fishermen working on Long Island Sound, the ones who survived the lobster collapse, the ones who didn't quit, the ones who found a way to keep feeding their families. I want to be very clear what this bill actually does. Conch eat horseshoe crabs. That's what they look for. Without horseshoe crab bait, we don't catch conch. It is not a preference. It is biology. You might as well tell a dairy farmer he can no longer use hay. So when you say you want to ban horseshoe crab as bait, you don't just ban bait. You ban conch fishing. You ban the industry we rebuilt after the lobster collapsed. Massachusetts introduced Bill 898, nearly identical to this one, and it failed. Now in Connecticut, we're trying to succeed where Massachusetts did not, and I believe that Representative Gresko, who I might add, previously stood with us fishermen when we defeated the trawling ban in Long Island Sound in 2023 under House Bill 6812. He understood that overregulation kills the industry. At the Massachusetts hearing, Gresko said, and I quote, "I wish I would have included prevention of using horseshoe crab as bait. I will try to mop that up in Connecticut in the upcoming legislative session." That tells me that this is not about new evidence or changed circumstances. This decision was already made before this hearing even started. If this bill passes, Connecticut would be the only state in the region with this prohibition. We are not protecting crabs. We are limiting Connecticut fishermen. Horseshoe crabs have been around since the dawn of time. They survived mass extinctions, asteroid impacts, ice ages, and they will survive us. And yes, the red-knot birds eat horseshoe crabs. I get it. But here's what science doesn't tell you. Red-knot birds are not starving because of Connecticut conch fishermen. We haven't harvested a horseshoe crab in over 2 years. The crabs are still spawning and the birds are still eating. This bill adds no new protection for birds or crabs. It only adds punishment for us fishermen. Meanwhile, while you're protecting an ancient species and a bird, you're ignoring the endangered species in this room. American commercial fishermen. There are fewer of us every year. The average age of the commercial industry is pushing over 60 years old. Young guys like us are not getting into the business because regulation after regulation makes it impossible for us to turn a profit. The industry is aging out because we've made it too hard for young people to survive. I have an 8-month pregnant wife at home with the baby due in May, right when our fishing season starts. This bill does not hurt some abstract industry. It hurts me, it hurts my family, it hurts my crew. It hurts the buyers that depend on our catch and the restaurants that sell our product. It hurts everyone downstream from our vote. Do not let state bill kill what West Nile couldn't. I all urge you to vote no on House Bill 5333. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony, and congratulations to you and your wife. Lots of health in the month ahead. Gentlemen, do you have anything you want to add quickly to this conversation? Thank you.
Yeah, I have a testimony as well. If you don't mind, it might take a little while, maybe 5 minutes, but can I read the whole thing?
We have a limit of 3 minutes per speaker, so if you want to try to hit the highlights, we'd appreciate that.
All right, yeah.
Thank
that'll
you.
be good. All right, well, I first want to thank you guys for taking the time to allow us to speak here, and I can imagine the pressure you guys face, and there's a lot to it, so thank you for taking the time to really listen to us. So I'm here to obviously talk on Raise Bill 5333 in relation to the horseshoe crab argument. I believe that this new addition to Connecticut law will have an astoundingly negative impact on commercial fishermen here in our area in exchange for little corresponding positive environmental impact. Before I delve into my reasoning behind my opposition to this change, I would first like to tell you a little bit about myself. My name is Cole Dobratz, and I'm a 21-year-old full-time commercial fisherman working out of Old Saybrook. From this docking port with just 7 other primarily part-time and small-scale commercial fishermen, we are advantageously placed directly at the mouth of the Connecticut River. Here we are able to fish both the beautiful brackish lifeline that is our river, as well as having easy access to the entire Long Island Sound. Just across the bridge in Old Lyme is where I was raised, went to school, and found my passion for the environment. Growing up here, I was blessed to have spent many childhood years learning the industry from both my grandfather and father, making myself a proud third-generation waterman. If I wasn't helping commercially, you likely would have found younger me running around our local beaches, docks, and marshes. It is here I developed an understanding and appreciation for our delicately balanced ecosystem. I later attended the Marine Science Magnet High School in Groton, where I further learned to appreciate the environment, often taking rigorous courses related to marine studies. I went on to graduate with high academic standings, receiving a full academic scholarship at Bentley University in Waltham, Massachusetts. Upon arrival, I soon realized that everyone's dream to become the next greatest investment banker, private equity manager, or corporate accountant did not align with my small-scale business mindset. So after much consideration, talking with family, and planning my career path, I decided to take the less conventional route to solely pursue my dreams of commercial fishing. This leap, however, did not come without its fair share of advice and forewarning from local seasoned fishermen. Their emphasis on changing regulations consistently remained at the forefront of conversation. So it is here March 4th, just 2 months shy of my full-time anniversary, that I stand before you to state my case on why I believe the new addition to Bill 5333 could end my and many other careers. I would like you to please consider this information with an open mind. I believe that there might be some common misunderstandings about horseshoe crabs that I hope I can clear up and reiterate from my perspective, both a commercial fisherman and mutually an environmentalist at heart. First and foremost, I would like to clarify the common misconception of horseshoe crabs being endangered species. 2 recent petitions to classify them as endangered were both turned down by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. On February 18th of this year, NOAA Fisheries published a detailed evaluation squashing much of the movement's fundamental claims and data. NOAA stated that, quote, neither the petition nor information in our files suggests that overharvesting may be occurring, or, quote, that the current pressures may pose an extinction risk for this species throughout all or in significant portions of the species range. I personally was able to use my hand harvesting endorsement just once before the season closed here in our state. What I saw was a beach littered with crabs, a beautiful sight. My grandfather said, look, quote, just like when he was young.
Hey, Cole.
Yep.
We got to wrap up.
All right.
Please submit the whole thing in writing if you haven't yet.
Sounds good.
I really appreciate what you've shared and the work that you and your family are doing. Did you want to add a couple of thoughts as well? Yeah, please go ahead. Thank you.
As many of these fishermen know, my father owns H&H Shellfish in Bridgeport. The state of Connecticut is trying to help us get our oyster natural beds back. You guys take away these horseshoe crabs, the millions of dollars the state of Connecticut has put forward is for nothing. This is the only trap fishery I have been able to make money off of, and I'm sure all these guys can back me when I say it's not a job for us. It's what we love to do. And by banning this, you guys are taking away what we love to do. Many of us don't want to do anything else. So please just, do everything you can to not let this pass through. And thank you.
Briefly, thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I just wanted to add, there was a couple of things I didn't get to there. Obviously, I was trying to give you some background, and I didn't realize that there was a time limit prior to writing this. But I would just like to include that from talking to my parents and my grandparents who have commercially conked all their lives, I would just like to say that the bait usage at this point is far less than what it once was. When I talk to older fishermen, they use almost a full or half of a crab when they used to set their pots. Now, currently, I only probably use about an eighth of a crab, which is a great reduction from what they were using. So if they had 100 pots back in the early 2000s or prior to that, they would probably be using 100 crabs. At this point, I'll fish 100 pots and maybe use 10. So that just was something I'd like to point out.
Appreciate that, Cole. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Hey, let me just say to all you guys, thank you for being here. We hear you and your families and your businesses, and it's impactful when you all come up here and take the time to testify. So thanks for being here.
Thank you. Who do we submit or?
If you could drop it over here.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we're going to. Next up, we've got Anne Marie Dragonis. Is Anne Marie with us from the town of Seymour? Maybe online? All right, if not, we're going to jump down to James Brinton from the town of Washington. First selectman, you with it. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I'm going to speak specifically to the portion of the bill relative to wakeboard activity and wake surfing, and preface that with that I fully understand the current ordinance between the towns of Washington, Warren, and Kent would remain in effect. My faith is a little bit rattled once it gets out of committee, but it is my belief that this legislation is neither constructive or helpful. It doesn't even amount to a net zero gain. In fact, it's harmful. It's harmful to the environment. It's harmful to the health of all bodies of water in the state of Connecticut and the safety of the people that enjoy it. Every body of water in the state of Connecticut is unique. To propose a one-size-fits-all is not a responsible measure. I believe this bill is a direct result of the ordinances adopted by the towns of Washington, Warren, and Kent, the three towns that border Lake Warmog. This issue was brought to the town leadership 4 years ago. Our goal from the beginning was to partner with the appropriate state and local agencies to fully and accurately understand the issue. Over the next 3 years, we solicited public input. We held countless Q&A and informational meetings in each town. We worked closely with all stakeholders to be sure we were following the science and arriving at the best possible solution to the issue. We then commissioned an environmental firm with a proven track record to undertake a comprehensive 2-year study of the effects of wakeboarding and wake surfing activities specific to Lake Warmog. And that's important. Again, all bodies of water in the state of Connecticut are different. Upon completion of the study, it was clear that there needed to be regulation to ensure the health of Lake Warmog and the safety of those who enjoy it. Working closely and in collaboration with DEEP, the three towns drafted identical ordinances that would protect the lake and its users for generations to come. I believe this is also pertinent to all bodies of water in the state of Connecticut. When the referendums were held, the result was not a majority. It was 78% of electors sent a clear message that this was needed and appropriate. 78% is a mandate. I would respectfully request that we ask ourselves, why would we undo a process that has worked for decades? A process where those who know best and care most are the stewards of these precious local natural resources.
Thank you, sir. The timer just went off. Would you wrap up your testimony? I'm sure there'll be some questions here. Thank you.
Of course. No, I simply respectfully request that the committee members, please put a stop to this. I oppose it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Questions from the committee? Senator Harding.
Thank you, First Selectman. Good to see you.
Good to see you, Senator.
Nice to see you. You can call me. We know each other well enough. Thank you for all you do for Washington, and thank you for your effort on this. I fully support you in this effort. I understand fully the overwhelming mandate the communities along Lake Warramug granted this regulation and this ordinance. I certainly wouldn't want to see it usurped by state law. I do understand, and I do greatly appreciate the fact that it would grandfather in Lake Warramug that's in the legislation, but I do have similar concerns as you just shared with any legislation coming out of committee moving forward. But I do appreciate the work done to carve out Lake Warramug, but we need to make sure that our local communities are able to maintain this important ordinance. It's good for the community. It's good for the local individuals, the neighbors involved, and it's also good for the health and safety and welfare of Lake Warramug. So thank you for your hard work, First Selectman.
Representative Horn, followed by Representative Brenton Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and nice to see you, First Selectman. I'm glad that I adopt the comments of my colleague, Senator Harding, on and commend you on the really impressive process that you and the other selectmen surrounding Lake Warramug conducted on this really important issue. So I guess I wanted to ask you, when I look at this language that carves out Lake Warramug, which of course I'm happy to see that nobody's challenging the excellent process that was run in Lake Warramug, which you described really well. But do you see any reason why we shouldn't allow other towns and in other parts of the state to make the same go through the same process and do the same thorough review that you did with respect to the use of their lake?
Representative Horn, I would agree wholeheartedly that it's critical that the local municipalities have a hand in this and work collaboratively with the state. Our work with you and Senator Harding and DEP, none of this could have happened without that partnership. And I think that's critical for all communities. I just don't want to see any of that initiative being taken away from the local communities.
Great, thank you. And again, I commend you. It was a very difficult and long process, and the towns did a great job. So thank you, and thanks for being here today.
Thank you.
Representative Brenton Hughes.
I'll make it quick. Oh, welcome. I wanted to my question is, do you think that the ordinance that you have is a reflection of the people of your town? And why do you think that this bill could jeopardize home rule in the future?
I do believe it is representative of the residents of our three communities. What I feel may be jeopardized is if this bill is at all changed out of committee, or if in the future, again, a 200-foot buffer zone, things of that nature. Again, every body of water is different, and I think the local communities need to take point on this rather than the state.
Well, thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Next person up is Thomas Dunn.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Senator Lopes, Representative Parker, Senator Harding, Representative Callahan, and all the members of the committee. For the record, I'm Thomas Dunn, Mayor of the Town of Wolcott, and I'm testifying on Senate Bill 317, an act concerning the Bristol Resource Recovery Facility. And I thank you for this opportunity. The bill will create a 5-year pilot project in which the owner of the Bristol plant can retain the assessment they would otherwise pay to the state of $1.50 for every ton of trash that they process. The Bristol Facility Policies Board, of which I am a member, has estimated this would amount to approximately $330,000 a year, or $1.65 million over a 5-year period. Our intent is these dollars would be used by ReWorld to add to their capital facilities plan. There is a need for this. And Pura really started us thinking about this in 2023. They had a specific docket that reviewed the future of resource recovery facilities. Their final report was pretty direct, and I am quoting, "In order to adequately invest in property, plant, and equipment, some form of public subsidy or financing for its existing plants may be required." True, the amount of dollars we are talking about is small in the scheme of things, but a little over $1.5 million is nothing to sneer at. The bill is a reasonable step you can take right now to help shore up one of the plants. This $1.50 assessment is really a tax that is passed on to our member towns and taxpayers in the form of higher tipping fees. They are paying for it, and we believe they should get the benefit of it by keeping the dollars at the very facility that processes their trash. I would like to address something else. I know our people have had a number of meetings with the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection about this proposal, and it is fair to say that they are not supportive. I can understand that, since it would reduce the amount of money that DEEP receives for one of their grant programs. Commissioner Dykes has met with us too, and has been transparent and upfront, which I appreciate. But I believe the revenue loss to DEEP is not the most important issue here. The most important issue is having the state commit to doing something extra right now by investing in Bristol's operation. Senate Bill 317 does that, and that is why I'm here today in support of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Any questions? I am not seeing any, and but I hear your testimony. I'm also one of the towns involved in Bristol. Next up is Greg LaCava.
Thank you. Oh, good afternoon. I prepared my speech as good morning. So it's all brand new to me. And ironically, I'm with Mayor Dunn on BRFOC and was actually asked to come earlier this week and had no idea I could be in two places at the same time, but living proof I am. I'd like to begin by saying good afternoon, chamber members, fellow Connecticut residents, peers, my associates, Reddington Hughes, Harding Horn. I am pleased and very thankful for the opportunity to address you in this forum. I want to first say to my counterpart, Mayor Britton, I echo everything that he said, and it was a pleasure and an honor to co-host and work together with him on this platform over the last 3 years. As stated, my name is Greg LaCava. I'm the first selectman from Warren, a small and proud community of the Northwest Corner. My testimony as well is regarding to wake boats and wake surfing and safety. As a young boy growing up in Warren, I learned to swim on Lake Warmog. I would become sick for weeks at a time, and that was nearly 50 years ago. The Lake Warmog Task Force was formed by concerned residents who worked with DEEP then and still do now. Our lake began a transformation, a journey that came full circle last year with a rebranding from task force to conservancy. The lake was now healthier and cleaner. About 2.5, 3 years ago, we began receiving new complaints. We listened to all, revolving around safety concerns, damage to shorelines, docks, boats, coming from stronger, larger waves. These reports came from fishermen, paddleboarders, swimmers, kayakers, canoers, folks sitting on the shores and on their docks. The 3 towns and the first selectman and the boards of selectmen investigated the issue, engaged consultants, made ourselves available in public forums. We held public hearings. We listened to everybody. We followed the governance process throughout. That culminated with a referendum for 3 towns. The process was transparent throughout. The vote, as my colleague demonstrated, produced the staggering result of nearly 8 out of 10 voters in 3 towns supported this ban, full ban on this activity. with a record number of voter turnout, nearly 1,800 throughout this process. We met and talked to all special interest groups. I've been asked about real data on why I'm so adamant about protecting our lake.
If you could please summarize.
You bet. Sorry. I'm a volunteer firefighter and EMT within my community. And last year we were called, dispatched to a boater with a small family and woman that had been overrun, swamped. And my general concerns are personal property, enjoyment of the lake as a whole by many, the water column, and so on. Let me be clear, I'm not against the boats or vessels, just the activity on wake enhancement. Creating a buffer of 200 feet is not a fix. Each lake is unique, and our lake is no different. It's not we know it occurs elsewhere. There are thousands of lakes and ponds, different shapes, sizes, and depths. Local control is important across Connecticut. I encourage you to support us. I encourage you to dismiss this bill. Thank you.
Okay, we'll know the people of Warren and their summaries. Senator Hardy.
Thank you, First Selectman LaCava. It's always great to work with you as a constituent, as a friend, and as First Selectman. Your service to Warren is incredible, not only as a First Selectman, but also your service as a first responder should be noted. I agree with your testimony on this completely. And I also agree with the fact and echo the fact, like First Selectman Britton had mentioned, the overwhelming margin this referendum passed by in Kent, in Washington, and in Warren. It was quite incredible. It was 80-20 issue. You very rarely see that. So it's clear that the community wants this. One thing, if you just very briefly just go into kind of the timeline, how you went about this, because I know that the work that you put in, as well as First Selectman Britton, in terms of studying this issue, reaching out to the stakeholders, and that long process of really detailing why a ban was necessary here.
Sure, we have an interlocal agreement on the body of water formed from Kent, Washington, and Warren. As we fielded these complaints on this issue, came together, discussed, realized that we were not going to be hasty in reacting and wanted to produce with science. Went out and ordered for a study to be performed on the lake with a professional group, Terra Vigilis. The study was performed in numerous steps and released to the public accordingly. Public hearings were held. Meetings to discuss the findings were held throughout. Transparency was vital and utmost importance. We tried to address the concerns of everybody involved, and that led us to a referendum over all three towns that produced and yielded the same language that ended up going to DEEP, not once but twice, for their approval and full support both times on all issues.
Thank you again for your testimony and for your hard work on behalf.
Thank you. We are going to Representative Reddington Hughes, followed by Representative Horn.
Welcome. And I just want to say, congratulations to all three towns on the excellent restoration of this lake. Truly, it has come a long way in those over 40 years. And obviously, you are protective of the lake as a result of this, and don't want to see anything bad happen to it or it to revert to its state that you once knew it as. What kind of problems can you foresee for other towns that would be granted the wake surfing due to the bill? And what environmental concerns could you see that may be evident as a result of allowing that activity?
One area of concern we're all focused on now is hydrilla, and I've heard it mentioned already a few times. Our focus has shifted there. We're looking at decon trailers and mats on taking care of these boats, especially boats with ballast, for making sure that this doesn't enter our body of water. And as I stated earlier, each body of water in Connecticut is unique and different on its own. So with it comes safety concerns for the enjoyment of everybody on that body of water, whether it's somebody sitting on their dock or shoreline or a boat tethered to a dock. So the concerns range all over the spectrum.
Thank you.
Representative Horn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nice to see you, First Selectman. You represent the one town that is not in my district on it, but as you can see, the Northwest Corner is very well represented on the Environment Committee, and you may be hearing from us a lot today. And again, I just want to join again what some of the discussion we had with First Selectman Britton as well about the just superlative process that you ran. And I want to highlight one particular fact that you brought out, and I believe First Selectman Britton also mentioned, was the towns hired a consulting firm to address this. Is that correct?
Correct.
And again, having run this process and having been, sort of taken the lead on this, do you see any reason why we wouldn't allow other towns to do the same thing and address this issue with the kind of specificity that you just laid out in your testimony?
No, I would encourage it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Vincent Giordano.
Good afternoon. My name is Vincent Giordano. I'm a Sierra Club volunteer and a Richfield, Connecticut resident. I submitted extensive written testimony on Senate Bill 319. I will limit my oral comments to 2 statements, 2 suggestions, and 2 rebuttals. My first statement, I'd like to read to you a direct quote from Steele's user manual for their most popular gas-powered leaf blower. As soon as the engine is running, this product generates toxic exhaust fumes containing chemicals such as unburned hydrocarbons, including benzene and carbon monoxide, that are known to cause respirable problems, cancer, birth defects, or other reproductive harm. The people opposed to this bill are not the ones most exposed to the hazards posed by these super polluting machines. The persons most exposed to the toxic emissions and excessive noise are the landscape employees that use gas-powered leaf blowers for hours in the spring, fall, and summer months. It's time to give them a safer tool for the job. My 2 recommendations. Provide funding for the reactivation of the Lawn Equipment Exchange Fund. The state should use some of the $5 million of the Mercedes enforcement settlement for this purpose, and specify that the exchange fund is for the purpose of converting to battery-powered equipment. My 2 rebuttals. Battery-powered leaf blowers cannot do the job. Not true. There are Connecticut landscapers, Connecticut golf courses, and nearby municipalities that already use battery-powered leaf blowers throughout the year. One example, the town of Rye has used battery-powered leaf blowers since 2022 to manage 140 acres of property. More than 50 towns to the west, north, and east of us of Connecticut already restrict or prohibit the use of gas-powered leaf blowers. The residents and landscapers in these jurisdictions already use battery-powered equipment to do the job. Battery-powered leaf blowers are simply unaffordable. Not true. Handheld battery blowers are more powerful than and are cost competitive with gas models. They also receive higher Consumer Report scores than gas-powered models. For backpack blowers, the cost differential at the point of purchase can be $2,000 to $3,000 per backpack. However, this price differential will diminish to 0 in about 18 months due to lower operating costs and less maintenance. Over time, a landscaper will actually save money with battery-powered equipment. One landscaper has testified last year that he paid for his battery-powered equipment from the savings alone, and the town of Rye estimates an annual 25% savings in operating and maintenance costs. I'm available to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Giordano. Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming in. You talked about the emissions that gas-powered leaf blowers emit. Is that 2-stroke or 4-stroke?
Well, they both have the same issue in terms of what they emit, but it is true that the 2-cycle engine emits more than the 4-cycle engine. And that's because there's a difference in I'm not an engine expert, but my understanding is there's a few differences between the 2 engines. For example, with the 2-stroke engine, you mix oil with the gasoline, and the two-stroke only consumes 70% of that, of what's in that engine, in the fuel. This four-stroke, they separate the oil in a separate reservoir, so it's circulated within the machine. It's not part of what gets combusted.
So wouldn't it go a long way to reduce emissions if we just required four-stroke engines?
So it is true, and some jurisdictions have in fact done that. They've only focused on the two-cycle engine. But I think that there's two separate and appropriate bases for regulating leaf blowers. One is the emissions themselves. So the four-stroke would have less, I agree with you, than the two-stroke. But there's also the noise issue. And the noise also causes health issues. You might recall Dr. Yenev Chen had testified last year on noise, and we have an acoustician, Amy Ziffer, on the panel, who's also a noise expert, has medical issues associated with it as well, and high decibels. So you can regulate on either or both the toxic emissions or the noise pollution, in my view.
Okay, with regard to noise, would you agree with me that there are places where loud handheld machinery is not a problem, such as in big rural areas?
So it is true that noise will dissipate over space, over distance. One of the problems you have with the gas-powered leaf blowers is that, and again, I would refer you to Amy Ziffer's testimony on this and when she testifies. The noise signature for gas-powered leaf blowers is different than the noise signature, if you will, for battery-powered equipment. In the gas-powered equipment, you have more in the low frequency range, and that range travels much further distances and will penetrate doors, windows, and walls. There was a study done in 2018, actually it was done a little before 2018 by ARUP. It's part of the record for the Washington, D.C. ban on gas-powered leaf blowers, in which they proved that there was a difference in that noise signature. So you still have that problem in the four-cycle engine.
Right,
Now,
but if you're on a golf course, for example, you're on 400 acres without a house, for a mile in any direction. Why would you not be able to use a gas-powered leaf blower?
So with a lot of golf courses, actually, you get a lot of complaints about noise. That was actually a major issue in the recent Stanford ordinance that passed, in which they are restricting gas-powered leaf blowers for a period of 9 months during the year, because there's a lot of homes that surround those golf courses, and that noise travels. And of course, it's done early in the morning, pre-tee times. And so those individuals living around golf courses actually had come to the Stanford hearings to complain that they would love to see a restriction.
And did the town then restrict it?
They did.
Okay, so why can't we let the towns decide?
Certainly that is an option for this committee.
So,
But there is a benefit for having a level playing field across the state, so that you don't have a town by town. So a number of landscapers, for example, I'm sorry, I don't mean to talk over you. I know you were going to
That's
ask a
okay.
question.
No, I'm just, was going to ask you about rural areas, like in my town. You could be on a farm where there isn't a house for a mile in any direction. What would be the problem with allowing a farmer to use a gas-powered leaf blower if he needed to?
Okay, so some jurisdictions have actually put in exemptions like that, where you have multi-acre properties in which those would be exempt from the prohibition, which is in Section 5 and in Section 6 of this bill. So that is possible to do. In agricultural operations, I'm glad you raised that. This bill, the provisions which would restrict sale in Section 5 in 2029 and use in 2030 only apply to handheld and backpack leaf blowers. Does not apply to, for example, riding equipment, power takeoff devices, or vacuums, larger equipment that would be used in our agricultural operations. It's only those two pieces of equipment.
Why?
Why would we only, those are the two pieces of equipment that are actually have the loudest up to 100 decibels of noise emissions and have all of that toxic emissions. So power takeoff devices typically are run with engines that have catalytic converters, whereas two-stroke engines, for example, have none. So they represent a much bigger problem from an emission standpoint and from a noise pollution standpoint.
Do you see this as a step towards banning gas-powered chainsaws and hedge trimmers and weed whackers and things like that?
That's certainly not my intent. What the intent of this law is from Section 1, which is a lead by example provision with training for commercial landscapers and municipalities. Section 2, which sets forth a voluntary opt-in program for municipalities through the Lawn Equipment Exchange Fund, which was very popular, by the way, in 2010. 82 municipalities participated in that program, and it was also very successful. And I take issue with what DEEP said in their testimony. In the 2010 report, DEEP reported that they had significant reductions in air pollution through the 2010 program. Section 3 would be commercial loans through the Connecticut Green Bank, lines of credit for the commercial landscapers so that they can, over time and in a cost-effective way, retool. Section 4 would allow for rebates and incentives for commercial landscapers and residents to retool. And then Section 5, which is 4 to 4.5 years from now, would then trigger the stop use and stop sale. Those two provisions are only for handheld and backpack leaf blowers.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Barzano.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and nice to see you, Mr. Giordano. I'm coming from a golfer that I play in different places in the world. I never saw a 400 acres golf course, 18 holes. Usually they go between 100 and 200 max. But anyway, going to your bill, do you know if any, to your best of your knowledge, any neighborhood states are offering incentive rebates for the purchase of battery operated leaf blowers?
Yeah, it's a really good question because the short answer is yes. All of our neighboring states, New York, Massachusetts, and Rhode Island, provide rebates or incentives for commercial landscapers, and 2 of the 3 also extend the program to residents. The Massachusetts program, for example, in 2022, 8,000 individuals, those would be account holders, took advantage of that program. That included commercial landscapers and residents. I put a summary of the programs in my testimony, and they're actually summarized in a Office of Legislation report dated October 2025. So of the 4 states, only Connecticut doesn't have a rebate or incentive program for commercial landscapers or residents. I met with the Energy Efficiency Board in November of 2025 on this very subject to advocate for rebates, and Eversource responded to my petition saying that Connecticut law does not permit such a program. And so it's important that if this body wants to provide rebates and incentives to landscapers and residents to convert to battery-powered technology, you're going to have to change Connecticut law to allow them to do so.
Thank you very much. And a follow-up question, if I may. People, we are concerned about fire safety with battery-operated leaf blowers. How do you think we could address that?
Sure. It's a question that comes up a lot. And in fact, I would direct you to Mr. May's testimony. Mr. Mays is a nationally recognized product safety steward. He was also a member of the Stanford Board of Representatives that recently passed their ordinance, and he spoke to this directly. There's probably, 80 people in this room at this moment, and there's probably 100 lithium-ion batteries in this room at this moment. Each person has a cell phone and some may also have a laptop. In addition, some of us actually may have driven here an electric vehicle and it's parked in the garage. But none of us is panicking right now because our experience tells us that it's very unlikely that a battery will cause a fire in this room or in the garage. In fact, the National Fire Protection Agency has stated that the incidence of battery fires is significantly lower than the number and frequency of gasoline fires. However, it is true that battery fires are more difficult to suppress. Now, I spoke to our local fire chief in Richfield, and here's what I've learned. There have been no electric vehicle fires in Richfield, and Richfield has over 1,000 registered electric vehicles. There have been no lawn and garden equipment fires. There have been some cell phone fires, which were due to overcharging or charging in non-ventilated conditions, such as charging a cell phone underneath one's pillow. The Richfield Fire Department has completed its training courses on lithium firefighting, and they're looking to buy fire blankets useful for extinguishing fires. What I would say is, and actually I was the global fire prevention leader at one point for the General Electric Company. Whether you're dealing with gasoline or lithium ion batteries, you have to follow the safety practices for that hazard. We know that you should put gasoline in the proper container, not store it near heated surfaces or open flames. No one should be filling up their car while smoking a cigarette, for example. And the same thing's true with lithium ion batteries. You use the charger that came with the battery. You don't overcharge it. You follow good practices. And the technology, last point, the technology on these batteries is changing rapidly. They're moving to solid state batteries and sodium ion batteries, and we expect to see those out by the end of this year.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions? I don't see any. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you, everyone.
And at a later date, we should get together to have a follow-up meeting.
Very good.
Betsy Guerra.
Thank you. Senator Lopes, Representative Parker, Senator Harding, Representative Callahan, members of the committee. My name is Betsy Guerra. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Council of Small Towns. COST strongly opposes Senate Bill 313 concerning wake surfing on certain lakes. By authorizing wake surfing on all but one lake in the state, the bill overrides the authority of municipalities to regulate boating activities on lakes to address a whole range of issues. Many lakes are trying to address water quality issues, prevent shoreline erosion, protect wildlife habits, nesting sites, enhance public safety, and control noise levels. And as you've heard from the first selectmen from the towns of Warren and Washington, they did everything right. They were working with their lake association, their residents, to try to address these issues. They've invested thousands of dollars in addressing hydrilla and other invasive species. And many of our communities are doing the same thing. I actually heard from a number of towns that have lakes within their jurisdictions, and they were very concerned that this would override their ability to make decisions affecting their lakes. Some have been affected by toxic algae blooms, which can be exacerbated by large boats that stir up sediment from the lake beds, and it can actually render the lake unusable and unsafe. Other towns are trying to restrict boats because they can transport aquatic invasive species from one body to another. So again, we are very concerned that this is a one-size-fits-all mandate that would undermine the ability of municipalities to take steps to make sure that the lakes continue to be a valuable recreational opportunity for all residents. And again, we would oppose any kind of statewide regulation that allows wake surfing without consideration of these factors. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Betsy, for your testimony. Representative Horn.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nice to see you, Betsy. I wonder whether you could address just with a little bit more specificity, some have made the argument that, we need uniformity here because there's confusion. Does the state, do we uniformly tell lakes whether they should allow water skiing or combustion engine or other kind of recreational activity types of on their lakes?
It's my understanding that those issues are left up to the community that has jurisdiction over the lake. And that's important because you have to be able to be close to the issue. You have to be able to respond in a nimble fashion in order to address some of these issues. For example, following a storm, you may have a lot of debris in the water and want to make sure that boaters aren't using it because they're not going to be seeing it, or water skiers aren't going to be seeing that debris, and it could cause a public safety issue. You have some lakes that, out of public safety, end up requiring that boats all operate in a counterclockwise fashion, so that there are no run-ins. So I think it's very important that towns be the lead in determining what kind of activities they need to regulate on the waters of their lake. Same thing with, combustion versus electric motors. Certainly old leaky combustion motors can end up contaminating lakes. If that's an issue, if they've had an issue with some of that, they may want to limit that requirement to only electric motors. And I will also point out that the term lake is not defined in the bill, and there are hundreds of lakes, ponds, and reservoirs that would be impacted by this legislation. And so I think you have to be careful about this going forward if the bill does in fact go forward.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further questions, Betsy, thanks for being here and for all
Thank you.
on a number of issues before our committee. We appreciate you. Next up is number 13, Michael Cesari. Michael, are you with us? Seeing no Michael. Number 14, Claire Irving. Number 15, I know that Robert LaFrance is here. Good to see you. Take it away, sir.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chairs Lopes and Parker, Ranking Members Harding and Callahan, Vice Chairs Hokedell and Baumgardner. My name is Robert LaFrance, and I'm the Director of Policy for Connecticut for the National Audubon Society. I'm here today to talk about a different bill, which we really haven't talked about much today, which is House Bill 5330, an act concerning certain wildlife plans, certain wildlife action plans. For folks who aren't aware, I think most folks are, the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection put forward a 2025 to 2035 wildlife action plan. That wildlife action plan was funded in large part by the federal government through the state and tribal wildlife grant program. That program is out. It's been approved by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and is an extensive document that explains how we should manage for the next 10 years our wildlife and many of the other ecological systems that we have in the state. We strongly support this work, but we also recognize the limitations on the agency. The other law that's also affected here is in Connecticut, is that Connecticut's traditionally non-harvested wildlife program, sections 26 through 107 F of the general statutes. What we seek to do in this bill is to update those authorities at the state level so that the state of Connecticut can have in its state authority the additional information and the additional authority they have to regulate and to assist in wildlife and the wildlife action plans. One of the things that we've asked in that is that that authority includes an implementation of conservation opportunity areas, which are areas which, with input from a variety of different sources in the state, will identify areas that are ripe for conservation and conservation protection. A good partner of mine is Amy Patterson, who works with the land trusts. One of her jobs is to protect land space by getting open space money and supporting that. This work helps that work by making certain that the wildlife who are benefiting from that protected open space are managed appropriately. We have a bunch of different problems with different wildlife. Obviously, we care about birds. A number of the birds that we have are under threat, but there are other species like turtles, like fishes, a whole bunch of other things that the Wildlife Action Plan talks about in fairly large detail. I really encourage everyone to take a look at it. The one thing that we are also, sorry, I'll go quickly. The other thing we're looking to do is to hire a wildlife veterinarian. That's an important element of this. And the reason we're here today, and then I'll answer questions if folks need to. The reason we're here today is we were unable to get federal funding under the Recovering America's Wildlife Act which would have provided about $5 million a year to do this work. In the absence of that, we have no funding source to help the agency. So we're asking to also to have a working group established to help us identify ways that we can help fund this really important work.
Thank you,
Happy to
Rob.
answer any questions.
Why do we not get that funding?
That's a great story, but we will
Give me the quick version.
Exactly. We'll tell that at a different time. Long and short of it is we got it all the way up to the final reconciliation package. We were one of like 10 items that was supposed to happen. It did not make the cut. It was really just a question of how much was there. It was 1.3 billion, didn't make the cut. No, there are some stories behind that. I'm happy to chat with about.
Thanks for that. Thanks for all your work on this.
Thank you.
Questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none.
Thank you all.
Thanks for all the work on
Great.
this.
Thank you. Yes.
We'll keep going.
Thank you. Thank you guys. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Rob. Oh, yeah.
Oh, Representative.
Go ahead, Anne Marie.
Thank you.
Anne Marie Dragonis, welcome. You are up. I see her on the screen. Let me ask this. Is Sam Romano with us?
I'm right here. I was muted.
Oh, go ahead,
Sorry.
Anne Marie. Please go take it away, Anne Marie. Then we'll come back to you,
Sorry.
Sam. Go ahead.
Thank you, Senator Lopez, Representative Parker, Senator Harding, and Representative Callahan, and members of the committee. Senator, my name is Anne-Marie Dragonis. I'm the first selectwoman for the town of Seymour, and I'm here today in my capacity as a member of the Bristol Facility Board, Policy Board, which is comprised of 14-member town that has long-term contracts with the Trash Energy Facility. I would like to offer brief comments on Senate Bill 317, an act concerning the Bristol Resource Recovery Facility. We thank you for raising this concept for public hearing. We have been pursuing this matter for the past 3 years now, and I've testified on this before you several times in the prior sessions. The bill will create a 5-year pilot project in which the owner of the Bristol facility can retain an assessment that would otherwise be paid to the state of $1.50 for each ton of processed trash. We estimate this would be approximately $330,000 a year, or $1.65 million over the 5-year period that can be reinvested in the physical plant. Why are we doing this? The answer is the plant is getting old and is in need of upgrades and modernization. Pura weighed in on this issue nearly 4 years ago. They said, and I quote, "In order to adequately invest in property, plant, and equipment, some form of public subsidy or financing for existing plants may be required." Senate Bill 337 is a step in that direction. Bristol's owners has not asked us to do this. In fact, ReWorld already spent millions of dollars to improve the physical plant, which has additional benefits of generating electricity for the grid. But please look at it this way. Retaining this assessment will make it available an additional $1.65 million that the owner can add to their 5-year capital plan. Our abilities is designed to supplement, not supplant, ReWorld's investment in this facility. This $1.50 assessment is really a tax that is passed on to our member towns and taxpayers in the form of a higher tipping fee. They are paying for it, and we believe they should get the benefits from it. Right now, these dollars are siphoned off to pay for grants under the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection Sustainability Materials Management Program. I am not degrading the effort, but believe that the Bristol facility has a better claim to these dollars. The closure of the Mira plant has meant that hundreds of thousands of tons of solid waste are now transported out of state to landfills in Pennsylvania and Ohio. If the current trend continues, more than half of all of the state's trash.
The buzzer gone off. Your time is up. If you could summarize, please.
No problem. We ask that the committee please look at this bill and vote on a positive for outcome.
Thank you much. Are there any questions? I'm not seeing any. Thank you for your time and testimony.
Thanks.
Next up, I have a Michael Cesari.
Oh, sorry, we already did. So Michael and Claire. So next up is Sam.
What about Rob?
Here you went.
Oh, Sam Romano. Sorry.
Hello. Good afternoon. Chair Lopes, Chair Parker, Ranking Member Harding, and members of the Ranking Member Callahan, and members of the Environment Committee. Thank you so much for taking the opportunity to testify today on SB 313. My name is Sam Romano, and I'm the Northeast Government Relations Manager at the National Marine Manufacturers Association. On behalf of NMMA and our members, we support the bill's establishment of a 200-foot setback requirement for wake surfing. A clear statewide 200-foot standard aligns with nationally recognized safety guidance, provides clarity for boaters, and reflects best practices that protect both shoreline environments and also public safety. However, we respectfully oppose SB 313 as currently drafted, as it allows municipalities to adopt separate or more restrictive standards, creating the very inconsistency the bill seeks to solve. NMMA represents more than 1,200 recreational marine businesses nationwide, including manufacturers of recreational boats, engines, trailers, and marine accessories. Collectively, the recreational boating industry contributes $230 billion annually to the United States economy and also supports more than 812,000 American jobs across approximately 36,000 businesses, many of which are small, family-owned manufacturers. NMMA members produce more than 85% of all marine products sold in the United States. In Connecticut alone, recreational boating generates a $3.6 billion annual impact, supports more than 13,000 jobs, and includes over 600 marine-related businesses across the state. These figures reflect the industry's vital role in supporting Connecticut's tourism economy, small businesses, and waterfront communities. A statewide 200-foot setback is consistent with the law in states such as Georgia, South Carolina, and Tennessee, and aligns with the mandatory boater safety curriculum adopted by the National Association of Boating Law Administrators. NMMA supports statewide standards because of the consistency they create for both boaters and law enforcement. Further, a 2022 article in the Journal of Water Resource and Protection found that wake surfing conducted at least 200 feet from shore poses minimal environmental impact, with boat wakes dissipating quickly and shoreline effects comparable to wind-driven waves. A 200-foot requirement addresses environmental concerns while preserving access and fairness. While NMMA supports the 200-foot setback requirement, we respectfully oppose the municipal carve-out provision in SB 313. Allowing individual towns to enact additional or more restrictive standards creates a patchwork of regulations that are confusing for boaters and difficult for enforcement officers to administer. We do support, however, the preemption of Lake Wamarog. I know my time is up. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Fine, that's no problem. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. This proposal obviously has some work to do, so we'll see how it goes. Thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
John Alessandro.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you guys hear me all right?
Yes, I can.
Okay, wonderful. Well, I apologize. I'm not there in person. When this hearing got noticed last week, I was not able to make my travel work. So I apologize, but my hope is to be in Connecticut in the next couple of weeks to meet with you in person and answer any questions you may have. My name is John Alessandro. I'm appearing this morning on behalf of the Water Sports Industry Association. It's the nation's leading voice for the towed water sports industry. We are supportive of the mission of Senate Bill 313, which establishes a statewide standard of 200 feet offshore for wake surfing. A 200-foot shoreline setback requirement is backed by the best available peer-reviewed science. At 200 feet offshore, a wave from a ballast-enhanced boat has the same wave energy as a 20-mile-an-hour wind blowing over a mile of water. A 200-foot standard would bring Connecticut into alignment with other states, such as Pennsylvania and Tennessee, which have enacted similar legislation. We are, however, very concerned about the provision in the legislation that permits municipalities to enact different, more restrictive standards. The legislation before you today has the potential to make a tremendous step forward towards bringing clarity and unity to Connecticut's boating laws. But permitting localities to enact more restrictive measures would undermine that mission and threatens to create a patchwork approach that makes enforcement harder for law enforcement and compliance more challenging for boaters. A patchwork approach to regulating towed water sports is challenging for ENCON police to enforce, forcing them to police different restrictions on different bodies of water. It's also challenging for boaters themselves, who would be forced to navigate a maze of different restrictions varying by lake. This patchwork approach has the potential to force more boats onto fewer Connecticut lakes, which increases the risk of user conflicts. So before you today, Connecticut has a unique opportunity and a choice. Enact a statewide standard for wake surfing that protects the state's lakes, or continue the patchwork approach that creates uncertainty both for boaters and for law enforcement. We respectfully ask you to amend the pending legislation and remove the provision that would create a patchwork of local rules difficult on boaters and difficult on law enforcement. I'm happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Are there any questions? Representative Reddington Hughes.
Thank you. My question has to do with, you keep on referencing this patchwork. However, the states, as far as I'm reading it, have all different criteria. So one's 100 feet, one's 200 feet, one's 400 feet, one's 500 feet. So I don't know what you're referencing when you're saying patchwork, because that's just the way that it actually is being recorded throughout the United States right now.
Representative Reddington Hughes, thank you for the question. By patchwork, I'm talking about the potential for a maze of different local restrictions that could be implemented by localities across Connecticut, just like it was on Lake Warramog. So we're hoping to avoid these differing restrictions on different lakes and instead enact a uniform statewide standard that is easy to comply with and easy for law enforcement to enforce.
And how did you derive the 200 feet?
Yeah, there's been several peer-reviewed studies that tell us that 200 feet, the wake energy of a wave from a ballast enhanced boat is essentially the same as 100 feet for a typical motorboat. So I'm happy to share those studies with you with more information, but I can pass those along to you.
Oh, thank you. Vermont might want them too with their 500 feet. Thanks.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, Bill Hyatt. I have a hunch he's going to talk about fishing.
Thank you. My name is Bill Hyatt. I'm here on behalf of the Connecticut Fisheries Advisory Council. The council is an umbrella organization that represents the interests of anglers and fishing organizations throughout Connecticut. The FAC has submitted testimony on 5 bills today. I'm going to speak to 2 of them. Tom Carpenter of our legislative committee is going to address 2 others later in the hearing. The FAC strongly supports sections 1, 4, and 5 of House Bill 5333. 40 years ago, striped bass were severely depleted. They were brought back by conservation measures to high abundance, but have recently had 7 consecutive years of very low reproduction. Right now, striped bass stock, if you look at it, is fairly abundant in older, larger size fish and very scarce in terms of anything 7 years of age and younger. Doesn't bode well for the future. As the bass population recovers to large numbers in the 1990s and early 2000s, bass, as you heard earlier, started overwintering in large numbers in the lower Housatonic River. In recent years, a large illegal hook and line commercial fishery has developed on the river. DEP law enforcement has done an exceptional job, but the illegal activity persists, and clearly greater deterrence is needed. In response, this bill, HB 5333, proposes to increase fines on poachers, to restrict bass fishing to catch and release only during the December to April period, and to prohibit bait fishing in the lower river during the winter months. The council, the Fisheries Advisory Council, supports all of these actions as they will increase the efficiency and effectiveness of law enforcement. And there's some suggested edits that are included in the detail in our written testimony. The Fisheries Advisory Council also supports HB 5330, an act concerning certain wildlife action plans. Many years ago, the legislature established a conservation program for non-harvested wildlife, but they never funded it, leaving the agency in the position of having to shift resources and use federal grants to piecemeal it together. That's a difficult way to run a program dealing with recovering threatened species, habitat conservation, and permitting decisions. The FAC strongly supports establishing a work group to explore funding options. I think it's a real good idea to explore options and bring them back to this group for consideration. The FAC also recommends changes in the composition of the proposed work group to ensure that fisheries and aquatic expertise is included. Again, there's more details in our written testimony. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. In terms of the striped bass,
yep.
some of the conversation before was around this idea of what is the specific benefit of the no bait
Yeah.
and the closure. We heard some folks from Deep saying from a conservation perspective, it wasn't necessarily clear from the data. Do you have a different take on that? And if so, just give us a quick overview of why you think those are good ideas.
Yeah, both the restriction to catch and release and the bait restriction that are proposed, I don't think they have a huge conservation measure relative to the coastwide population, but their effect on they're increasing the effectiveness of law enforcement here in Connecticut would be substantial. I think you heard from the acting colonel in law enforcement that a lot of the commercial poaching activity takes place at night, and our understanding, again, from NCON officers, is almost all of it involves bait fishing. By restricting bait fishing, and it involves these commercial poachers leaving their lines, setting them, and going elsewhere, setting more lines, etc. The restriction on bait fishing and the limitation to catch and release during these times of year will greatly increase the ability of those officers to enforce the rules quickly and without having to spend a lot of time doing observation.
Great. In terms of the months that were selected, do you have a sense of why those might have been selected and if you have any priority within that time period?
So the months were selected primarily to coincide with when that commercial poaching activity takes place. The priority, I would think, would be December through March. I think the Fisheries Advisory Council would defer, however, to the agency relative to the specific timing. There are potential conflicts with other fisheries. I think it's come to our attention that, for example, there's a significant white perch fishery during the month of April in the lower part of the river that would involve bait fishing. So the bait fishing restriction, if it were put in place, would kind of make sense to end at the end of March. Extending the catch and release through April might make sense, as we've heard from law enforcement, that as the winter wanes, that commercial poaching activity tends to spread out a little bit from the mouth of the Housatonic River, but it does extend in through April.
Thank you. Any further questions? Representative Gresco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Bill, for the testimony. Sticking with House Bill 5333, you were here in the room when you heard the fishermen explain their point of view on the ban of using horseshoe crabs, but you and I sit on the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission and have listened to a lot of horseshoe crab data from all along the Atlantic seaboard. Taking the fishing element out of it, if you can you expound on the idea of what that ban would do for Connecticut?
The ban on the use
Yes, bait.
as bait.
Yes.
Okay. Well, you're right. We have sat through, Representative Gresco, a lot of data and a lot of debate on horseshoe crabs. One of the points that's been hammered home time and time is that amongst the 4 regions of horseshoe crabs that are managed along the Atlantic coast, the one region for which the health of the stock not only isn't good, but has shown a deteriorating trend is Long Island Sound, called the New York region. So in consideration of that, it seems entirely appropriate to have a ban on the harvest of local horseshoe crabs. Bait, their use as bait is another question. I think we heard earlier today that a lot of the bait comes from down south, from the Delaware Bay region, in essence, and from mortality in medically captured and blooded crabs that would be released, but some of them, there's about a 15% mortality, and those are not wasted but sold off as bait. It seems to make sense as a viable option if the restriction on bait could be rephrased to have documented that any crabs used for bait in Connecticut where their harvest is prohibited be either from that discards from the medical industry or from the Delaware Bay region, which we know is the only region along the coast in which the quotas are set based upon peer-reviewed and accepted biological data. There's extensive sampling. The quotas are set based upon a very rigorous modeling exercise that takes into consideration not only the abundance of the crabs, but their ability to provide for and support the migratory bird life that moves through the area. So it seems that those two sources provide a viable alternative for providing bait for this fishery, which does, based upon my knowledge, it is at this point there is no effective alternative for another bait source, another substance that could be used as effectively for bait for whelk.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further questions, thanks for being with us, Bill. Thanks for all your work. We'll look forward to keeping in touch on these pieces. Next up, we have number 19, Dean Sargent. Dean, can you come off mute? Or do we need to take you off mute? There you are.
There you go. Sorry about that.
Take it away, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman, and this august group for giving me 3 minutes. Hopefully I'll take about a minute and a half. My name is Dean Sargent. I'm a selectman in Washington, a longtime member of the Lake Warramug Authority. Let me be clear where I think 313 is not. We do not support this legislation. As the first selectman before me spoke and said very eloquently, this ban was, our ordinance ban in Washington and Warren and Kent was transparent, illegal, legal, overwhelmingly supported. It's law. It needs no affirmation. That's redundant and unnecessary in this bill. As far as the 200-foot setback goes, this notion that there's some sort of national standard is wrong. Peer-reviewed by whom? I'm guessing marine industry. It's absurd. Of course, they love the provision in the bill that supports that. They hate the provision that backs the ban. Interesting. Our current practice is completely counter to that. It's inconsistent. Our current practice is, as Representative Horan has asked several times, is to allow municipalities to do this for themselves. Every lake and body of water is completely different. I can't imagine 200 feet is appropriate anywhere. I am positive it's not appropriate everywhere. It's absurd in its application. Moving this bill forward as written, nothing short, in my mind, of legislative negligence. Please don't do it. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Representative Horn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Dean, nice to see you. I just sprinted back into the room after seeing you on television. And I just want to join in the other, you and the other selectmen ran a great process, worked really hard on this. We're very interested in gathering data and trying to understand the issue better. And the vote overwhelmingly represented the judgment of, 3/4 of the people who turned out, and it was quite a number of people who did so. So again, I will ask you the same question that I've asked them before. Do you see any reason why we wouldn't want to allow other municipalities to have the same sort of process that you did?
Absolutely not. And if the legislature has any notion that overturning the will, the overwhelming view of 3 sets of electorate, 3-town electorate, I assure you have no compunction to do that, or should you?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
You, Representative. Any other comments for Mr. Sargent? Seeing none, thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you
Next
so
up, number 20, Jeff Hinsky. Welcome, Jeff.
All set?
Yes, sir. Take it away.
Thank you. Hello, Co-Chair Lopson, Parker, and Ranking Members Harding and Callahan, and all the distinguished members of the Environment Committee. I'm Jeff Hinsky. I'm the Vice President of Policy and Marketing at Green Skies Clean Energy. Green Skies is a commercial and industrial solar developer headquartered in North Haven, Connecticut. We have over 120 employees, and the vast majority are in Connecticut, probably about 90 or so. We have over 150 projects in operation in Connecticut currently with more than 100 megawatts of capacity. These installations have driven more than $250 million of investment in the state over the past 15 years. I'm here today to express Green Sky's concerns about and opposition to SB 316. Our view is that biannual testing of soils in and around solar arrays, as envisioned in this bill, is likely wasteful and also will likely not achieve the stated goals. As far as I'm aware, no other state has a similar ongoing soil testing requirement. There are several academic studies that have shown there is little to no threat to soil and groundwater from operations of ground-mounted solar arrays. The studies that have identified some potential issues have often cited that the cause was probably not the solar panels themselves and was either pre-existing or was related to other activities on the site. I'll include links to these studies in my written testimony. In addition, as currently drafted, the requirements in SB 316 are unclear. What determines a utility scale solar array, for example? Is it strictly the size? Is it the fact that it's mounted on the ground? Is it the fact that it's connected directly to the grid? So there needs to be some clarity there. It's also not clear who would be responsible for the actual testing. Would it be DEEP or employees of DEEP? Would it be the owner of the solar array? Would it be independent third parties hired by DEEP? How extensive is the testing? Is it 1 or 2 samples per site every other year? Is it numerous samples both in and around the array? And then, of course, as stated earlier by DEEP representatives, even if contamination was found, how do we know that the source was the solar array itself? Green Skies develops many of our ground-mounted solar projects on previously developed.
Sir, your time is up. Would you mind summarizing your comments?
I will summarize. We would be happy to cooperate in a more structured soil and groundwater study, perhaps run by one of the state universities. But as stated, we don't believe this bill actually accomplishes very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Other questions or comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, we thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And we'll move along to number 21, Dan Delventhal. Dan, I see you're online. Take it away.
Thank you, everybody. I'm Dan Delventhal, owner of Mulgreen Landscapers in Bridgeport, Connecticut. We tend 60 acres weekly with no gas leaf blowers, but all electric units. We work on properties as well.
Sir, we're not able to hear you very well. Why don't you try to come back when you get to better service? Thank you, Dan.
What?
Let's jump along to.
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you.
Yep. If we could mute Dan, we'll try again in a little bit. Thank you. We're going to hear from number 22, Valerie Jacobs. Take it away, Ms. Jacobs.
Hi, thank you very much. I want to thank the committee for putting this bill on the agenda. I'm here to speak in support of SB 319 regarding leaf blowers. I'm here both in an individual capacity and as a representative of Save Westport Now, which is a community organization which was instrumental in getting a leaf blower ordinance passed in Westport, Connecticut. It took us almost 10 years to get it done, but we finally did. And I'd be happy to answer questions about our experience at the end of my testimony. I want to begin by saying that I think the science is pretty clear on how bad these machines are in terms of health and environmental problems. And there's plenty of evidence that's been submitted in the form of written testimony. So I'm not going to go through that again, but I would urge you to look at some of the letters from Dr. Sarah Evans from Mount Sinai, Dr. Chen, who's a neurologist, and look at what they're telling us about the danger these machines pose, especially for our children, and especially with respect to fine particulate matter, which is carcinogenic. What I would like to talk to you about is to address some of the arguments that the landscapers and the golf courses keep raising in every time this subject comes up. And the first one has to do with how this is going to increase cost to consumers. That is not what we have seen in Westport. It's not what residents have seen in Larchmont, in Rye, in Scarsdale. When we were debating this in Westport, we were told, oh, your costs are going to quadruple. None of that happened. We were told, oh, you're going to have rats in your yard if we don't blow your grass clippings. None of that happened. So I just want to say that I do think that some of the dire warnings that are out there really are just fear-mongering. The second thing, the second big argument we often hear is the cost of retooling. And I want to point out that the useful life of a gas leaf blower is typically 2 to 4 years, a commercial gas leaf blower. That means that by the time this ban would go into effect, all of these landscapers and golf courses would have had to purchase new equipment anyway. So what this new law would do is say to them, when you go to purchase new equipment, you should be buying more environmentally friendly equipment. And along the economic lines also, I want to point out that the return on investment is huge. I know that Elizabeth Dempsey submitted in her written testimony, a chart that shows that by the end of the second year.
Ma'am, your time is up. Would you please summarize your comments?
Okay.
Thank you.
I just want to say that some of these economic arguments are overblown, and we cannot kick the can down the road anymore. The children, particularly in Bridgeport, New Haven, and Hartford, deserve better. Why are the children in Westport and Greenwich getting the benefit of this, but the rest of the children around the state are not? I urge you to pass this as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions or comments from the committee? Representative Steinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Valerie, for testifying today. I have been through the 10-year journey with you on this. One of the issues that we heard about early on in Westport's efforts was the challenge of enforcement. What has been Westport's experience with actually making sure that people comply with the ordinance?
Unfortunately, right before our ordinance was passed, they stripped out the enforcement mechanism, which was actually going to be enforced by the police department. And instead it became primarily an educational effort. So when there's a violation, what happens is our Conservation Commission sends the violator, which is the homeowner, a notice saying you're in violation. And my experience, I can only speak to my experience, but my experience is that I would say 90% of the people are now complying. A lot of them, it took, that first year of getting a notice. I can't speak to other parts of town because I really don't know. I do know that in other towns, the first year is kind of rough, but then after that, it gets easier. We do get a lot of pushback from police departments. They don't want to be enforcing this. They don't want another thing on, and they don't want to be running around telling homeowners about violations. So I will say that as a general rule, you're going to hear from, I wouldn't be surprised if you hear from police personnel saying, we don't like these ordinances. But I think that the word is getting around how important this is. We have some of the worst air quality east of the Mississippi. Fairfield County rivals Los Angeles now. So I think that like I said, we just can't kick the can anymore on this. And even if enforcement is an issue, I don't think that that's a reason not to pass the law. I mean, as I said, I think it will get better over time.
Thank you. If I might ask one more brief question, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
You made reference to the cost parameters, and I'm not asking you to be an expert on the industry, but is it your impression that the cost of electric blowers is decreasing? And would it also be true to say that their efficacy, the longevity between charges is increasing?
Those are great questions, and they're actually separate answers. Let me deal with the second one first. The battery life has come a long way. And people that say, oh, they conk out after 15 minutes, that's no longer the case. And the CFMs, which are how much air they're pushing out, have also come a long way. In terms of cost, generally speaking, they are more expensive up front, but this was the point I was trying to make. Battery equipment is more expensive up front, but this was the point I was trying to make when I ran out of time. Although they're more expensive up front, they're much cheaper to maintain, and the energy costs to run them are much cheaper. And by the way, gas prices are spiking right now, given what's going on in the Middle East. If you look at the chart that Ms. Dempsey provided in her written testimony, you'll see that even before the second year of ownership is up, and even though the battery equipment costs a lot more, and they actually give you the prices, the owner and the operator of the battery machine will save $800 in the second year. By the end of year 4, it's something like $3,000 or $4,000. So the idea that, oh, this is way more expensive. Yes, it's more expensive up front, but they're saving tons and tons of money. And that number, by the way, is per blower. So if you have a commercial company that has 20 or 30 blowers, that's a lot of money, even by year 2, that they're saving. I hope that answers your question, sir.
Thank you. It does sound like maybe the one thing we could help with, if we only had the money, would be some sort of subsidy or loan program to help them get over the hump and then realize those savings and maybe pay them back over time.
Well,
Thank you,
this bill actually contains a mechanism to put that in place. I wanted to point that out too.
Well, how handy for us. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming to testify. Do I get it right that in Westport you have an ordinance banning gas-powered leaf blowers?
We have a seasonal ordinance. So our ordinance says no gas-powered leaf blowers on holidays. I think there's also some hourly restrictions, but generally speaking, no gas-powered leaf blowers from May 15th to October 15th. We were unable to get a full ban. We wanted one for sure, but we viewed this as an interim step towards a full ban.
Okay, so the people of Westport chose that type of ban that is seasonal.
Well, some people in Westport chose that. The people I was working with, we would have preferred it, but we ran into the landscapers who were making all these claims about the fact that we were going to have rats in our yards and everything, which has not proven to be true. So at some point, we would envision going back for a full ban, just as they just did in Rye and as they did in Scarsdale and Larchmont and other towns.
Okay, and Rye, Scarsdale, and Larchmont are in New York, right?
Right, but they're all, they're facing the same environmental and climate change issues we are.
Okay, so each of those towns made their own decision.
Correct.
So why can't my town make its own decision?
Because it'll take 10 years and our children don't have the luxury of time in terms of the noise and the air pollution. The air pollution in Connecticut, it's a dirty little secret, but there was actually a piece that I wrote, but I used the EPA numbers a couple of years ago that showed that getting rid of gas-powered leaf blowers in Fairfield County alone, in terms of one pollutant alone, would be the equivalent of taking 1.1 million cars off the road. That's how polluting these machines are. And we don't have the luxury anymore of waiting. We need better air quality.
Okay, so why only leaf blowers? If you are worried about the emissions, why not ban gas-powered chainsaws, gas-powered weed whackers, gas-powered hedge trimmers, gas-powered anything?
So that's a great question, and that also came up in Westport. And the answer is that the leaf blower is the most ubiquitous tool. Pound for pound, it produces more pollution than those other machines. If I had my way, of course, I would look to restrict all types of machines that use these 2-stroke and 4-stroke engines. But the ones that pound for pound are producing, the greatest amount of pollution are the leaf blowers, and they're the most common, and they tend to be overused. So this was kind of low-hanging fruit, if you will.
Okay, most common in what towns?
In the landscaping industry. And chainsaws, people recognize that they're mainly used for a one-off. Somebody needs to take a tree down or something. But these leaf blowers are being used every single day in every neighborhood, at least in many of the people who contact me, because my name is in the newspapers about this. I'm working with towns all over the state, and it's just a slog to do this town by town. We need a statewide solution. And as I said earlier, it's really not fair to have children in one town breathing this in and children in another town enjoying the benefits of an ordinance. I really feel like we need a statewide solution to this.
Approximately how many people live in Westport?
I think it's about 25 to 30,000. It's in that range.
Okay, so it's pretty densely populated.
I don't know that I can't answer that. I know we have about 10,000 households. Some of our houses are on very tiny lots down by the beach, but in the northern parts of town, they're on 4 acres. So it varies.
Okay, and in a town that only has like 800 people, has maybe 400 households, and the average lot is 10 to 20 acres.
What would I tell them? I would tell them that you don't need to blow 20 acres. Why are they using gas leaf blowers to blow that? You don't need to clear leaves from 20 acres. And if it's grass clippings, we're told that grass clippings should be left on the lawn anyway. Even Scott's Lawn Service, whatever their name is, they say this is a natural form of fertilizer and it helps keep the lawns moist, which, by the way, it would reduce watering needs, and we're being told to conserve water again this year.
Okay, well, I appreciate your testimony. It would just seem that the people of each town should get their choice as to what kind of power equipment the people of those towns use. Each town is different, and not every town is as densely populated or built up as Westport. Thank you for your testimony. I appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, ma'am. We're going to go back to Mr. Dan Delventhal. We'll try this again. Hopefully we get good enough service from you. Take it away, Dan.
All right, thank you. I don't know if you heard anything, but I'm the owner of Mo Green Landscapers in Bridgeport, Connecticut. We do 60 acres weekly with no gas leaf blowers, but all electric units. We work on properties as large as 10 acres. I'm in favor of HB 319. GLBs cause irreparable but avoidable harm to operators, bystanders, air, soil, and water with local and global ecosystem impacts. It's your duty to minimize known detriments to workers and bystanders for gas-powered leaf blowers, or GLBs. It's fortunate that suitable alternatives exist today that solve the problems. And because ELBs cost less to operate than GLBs, there's no actual cost in transition, but only a capital investment that is recovered over time, which you address in your bill with Green Bank participation. I think that's great. Protecting staff and residents will establish precedent for cities to do the same by setting the example. Health detriments such as air and noise toxicity, 10 to 20 times the emissions of a car per gallon of gas, the VOCs, NOxes, ground level ozone, greenhouse gases, carcinogens, fine particulate matter, lodging in lungs for life, high decibel, low frequency sound, linked to disrupted thinking, emotional problems, blood pressure, heart, lung, and ear damage are extreme. GLBs infringe on rights to clean air, and GHGs are like 2 or 3% of our national air pollution, leading to extreme weather from climate change. Other states have acted, like California. Your example to cities will serve to endorse their own public health actions too. They'll join another 300 cities across 30 states who have already changed their laws as the public health impacts demand. State laws can help to reduce duplicity and relitigation of the same public health and victims' rights issues in cities and towns. Your proposed law to stop gearing state property care crew with new purchases of gas blowers after September 27 is sound, because now would be a feasible choice, while allowing a 4-year sunset on existing gear is an irrebuttable health protection action, while your allowable window of use for 4 years on existing GLBs is generous and patient. ELBs solve the health problems and they're superior alternative to gas, saving money through lower operating costs. Please pass it. It's beyond reproach. As a zero emission landscaper of 20 years with all electric equipment, I coach other landscapers on how best to transition to electric blowers now. Giving state contractors until 29 to stop buying GLBs is more than reasonable. GLBs in use today will wear out by then. ELBs last longer than GLBs and are more efficient, lower maintenance machines. 60% of the land care tool market is now electric, and that will become 85% by 28. The improvements in technology.
Mr. Delventhal, your time is up. Would you mind summarizing your remarks? I think we've got a question.
Oh, yes, thank you. The dominant market will get the technical innovations, so stopping sales of GLBs by 29 and the use of them by 30 is more than reasonable. Thank you very much for the initiative.
Thank you for your perspective. Representative Gresco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Did your clients specifically search you out because you do not use the gas-powered leaf blowers, or a better question might be, do they notice that you don't use the gas-powered leaf blowers?
They do, and in many cases they have sought us out, but even people who used to hire traditional lawn care companies who want squeaky clean lawns, they're satisfied too. And our prices, some people think the electric manufacturers are paying us because a lot of the gas providers' prices are higher than ours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further questions, Dan, thank you for joining us. Next up is number 23, Mark Simonian.
Thank you.
Mark, are you with us?
I am. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Mark Simonian. I'm here representing the Lake Warromug Friends for Common Sense Regulation. We are a coalition of residents and water sports enthusiasts who believe that public policy should be guided by facts, not fear. We stand before you today to respectively oppose Senate Bill 313. Our opposition is not to the concept of regulation. In fact, we support common sense statewide standards. The fatal flaw of 313 is that it fails to establish a uniform statewide mandate that preempts the chaotic and legally questionable patchwork of local ordinances currently spreading across the state. Wake surfing is one of the safest and most inclusive motorized water sports in existence. There are no recorded boating accidents involving wake surfing in Connecticut's recent records. To single out an activity that is physically safer and more accessible than traditional water skiing or tubing is by definition arbitrary and unjust. The narrative that wake boats are a unique threat to our shorelines is simply not supported by the data. Independent, peer-reviewed university research proves that over 70% of a wake's energy dissipates within 200 feet. The laws of physics do not change at a town boundary, and the Indiana Academy of Sciences confirmed that wake boats do not disturb lake sediment at depths greater than 10 to 15 feet. On Lake Warromug, water clarity has actually reached its highest levels in 40 years during the same period wake surfing became popular. We were pleased to read the draft wake surfing report published by DEEP yesterday, which corroborates these points and supports our view that wake surfing is safe and that potential environmental harms can be mitigated by appropriate statewide regulations. Connecticut's lakes are public assets that belong to all citizens. By failing to include strong preemption of local regulations, 313 encourages a neighbor versus neighbor environment where rules change the moment a boat crosses a municipal line. This inconsistency creates confusion, unfairly targets enthusiasts, and jeopardizes our tourism and boating industries. Furthermore, patchwork regulations actually increase environmental risk. When one lake bans an activity, boaters can transport their vessels to the next lake, increasing the probability of spreading invasive species. We must be clear about why we're here. In June 2025, we formally petitioned DEEP under Connecticut General Statute 15136B. The statute mandates that for multi-town lakes, the commissioner shall hold a public hearing to establish uniformity. DEEP ignored this mandate and allowed local non-uniform bans to take effect based on flawed science. Because DEEP has refused to uphold its duty, Lake Warromug
Mr.
Friends
Simonian,
intends
your
to
time is up. Would you please summarize? Thank you.
Lake Warromug Friends intends to file an appeal in the Superior Court. 313 is a missed opportunity. Instead of solving the conflict, it validates a system where local politics override state policy and scientific fact. We need a law that establishes clear, science-based statewide regulations that preempts all local ordinances. We urge you to reject Senate Bill 313 in its current form and work with us to create a uniform standard that protects our lakes while ensuring fair and equal access for all Connecticut residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no questions from the committee, we appreciate your testimony.
Thank
Folks,
you.
we're going to try to work through some of the folks that are in the room as well. So next up on our in the room list is hailing from Durham, Connecticut, Mr. Frank DeFelice. Please take it away, sir. As someone who represents Durham, Connecticut, that's why I gave the special shout out. Only 2/3 of it. Share it with this joker named Vinny Candelora. Thanks for being with us, sir. Take it away.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Good. Thank you very, oh, this one? Thank you very much. Good afternoon, distinguished members of the Environment Committee. My name is Frank D. Felice, and I am a member of the Riparian Working Group that was created under Public Act 25-12. I also serve as the chair of the Regional Planning Commission for the Lower Connecticut River Valley Council of Governments and chair of the Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Agency and Planning and Zoning Commission for the town of Durham, Connecticut. My comments today will be focused on the language in HB 5334, an act concerning riparian areas. Because these comments are of a technical nature, I recommend that you review them with LCO and/or OLR prior to advancing this bill. First, the word vegetation in line 274 must be removed from the definition of material to preserve the integrity of our existing wetlands protections. HB 5334 proposes to add the word vegetation into the current definition of the word material. This is problematic from a wetlands protection perspective. The word material is used in our Inland Wetlands and Watercourses statute to describe substances such as sand, gravel, aggregates, or soil that might be removed from or deposited in a wetlands under what is known as a regulated activity. The term vegetation was intentionally excluded from the definition of material in the current statute for good reason. If one were to include the term, it would require property owners to apply for and obtain a permit from their local Inland Wetlands and Watercourses agency before planting, that's considered deposition, or removing any type of vegetation. This includes the planting or removal of trees, bushes, plants, or vegetables into or from any wetland soil. The impact is significant because in Connecticut, wetlands are determined by soil type. Because of that, approximately 25% of the land in our state is technically a wetland, and many of these wetland areas currently have homes, driveways, sheds, landscaping, or septic systems installed in or upon them, and all require vegetative maintenance. The remedy is to remove the word vegetation from line 274, leaving the definition of material as it currently exists in Connecticut General Statute 22A 38-6. Second, the use of the word watercourse in the definition of riparian is improper. The word riparian is derived from Latin for riverbank and correctly refers to the land bordering rivers and streams only.
Frank, would you summarize? I'm sure you'll have some questions.
Unfortunately, the definition of the word riparian in lines 55 and 6 references watercourses. The use of watercourses incorrectly expands the definition of riparian to include the area surrounding every body of water. And in fact, in 1995, Public Act 95-313 redefined the word watercourses so as to include vernal pools and intermittent bodies of water, the borders of which can hardly be considered riparian areas. The remedy is to replace the word watercourse in lines 56 and 57 with the words river or stream.
Thank you for being in the weeds on this, Frank. We appreciate all the detail. There we go. Is Pat here to give me a slap on the back? Darn it. Rep. Mashinsky, do you have a question? Frank, thanks for your service on the working group. And seriously, these comments, I know the detailed comments are very welcome. Are there questions from committee members? I didn't know if Rep. Anderson, go ahead.
Sure. Good to see you again, Frank.
Same here. Thank you.
We spent a lot of time together.
We did.
Yeah, I read your written testimony. I don't know if you want to elaborate more on number 3 in your written testimony about the 10 feet and about the idea it might be a taking.
I would be happy to. Thank you. So the mandatory 10-foot buffer would impact nearly all property owners without giving them an option to secure a permit or a variance. And it's not prospective. And that amounts to a taking. Now, the 10-foot buffer that's described in lines 116 and 117 applies to every property that abuts or contains a water course. It's particularly going to impact properties that have waterfront views and or waterfront access, as these properties would quickly have their water views or waterfront access compromised by vegetative growth. Because the proposed language is not prospective and does not provide a means for landowners to obtain a permit to continue to maintain those areas, the mandatory 10-foot buffer legally constitutes a taking, which will result in litigation. In fact, the Riparian Working Group received a presentation from the legal staff of the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection outlining their concerns regarding this taking. However, many members of the working group chose not to heed DEEP's warning, instead choosing to leave the matter up to the courts. And that's not really sound legislation to do that. I think there's a way to do this, but I think these changes really need to be made. And I think it's important to recognize that, you know, it's 10 feet now. If that's okay, then maybe down the road it's 25 or it's 50 feet. And these challenges, these legal challenges to a taking are going to be real and significant. And that's why the DEP was concerned about it.
If we changed it from watercourse to river or stream and somehow made it just something you had to get a permit for, would your view change?
Yes, I think if first of all, if people could come before their Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Agency as they do now, they would do that. If that were the requirement that they have to come in and get a permit, to be quite honest, we deal with it already. I've been doing this wetlands thing for like 20 years now. And we see no difference between protecting the riparian areas, protecting the watercourses, protecting the wetlands. So if there was a process, then I think that would alleviate the taking concern.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair of the working group. Representative Jabiski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Frank, for your work on the group. I need to take this moment and give a shout out to the two chairs, to Representative Mashinsky and Representative Anderson also. It was a very big charge that they were given to essentially herd the cats of this group, to try to put together some type of proposal that made sense and was cohesive in the very short time that they had. Frankly, I think the time that they were given was too short for the amount of information that needed to be distilled and it distilled into a comprehensive proposal that addressed so many different potential issues. I thank you, Frank, for being there to help guide this mission. What came out of that group, as you've pointed out, has some issues. I'm not sure it's fully baked yet. There are some parts that seem correct. There are some parts, as you've pointed out, that perhaps I would hate to use the word ruin, but they detract from the overall proposal that the group put forth. Now, you, in your testimony just now, gave essentially three main areas that you think have not, this is my interpretation, have not been fully baked. I didn't get to read your written testimony. Do you fully articulate those three? Do you go into others? What are the parts of this other than those three things that you think should be changed before it's enacted into law?
Well, thank you for the question, Representative Jabiski. first of all, to touch a little bit on the time frame, it was very accelerating. There were a lot of meetings. They were very quick. Unfortunately, I don't think that the group heard from a lot of people that were kind of on the other side of this, the real estate agents, the assessors, what would the impact be? I did a little homework, a little research myself, and they were kind of surprised that this was something that was being considered. The other thing that was concerning about the commission was that we never received a report. After all the drives back and forth to Hartford and the hours we spent in this room, in fact, I wasn't even aware that we were having this hearing. This was scheduled for a hearing. So I was kind of surprised that we weren't given that report that we were told we would get. And I think that that's a fundamental thing that we probably should have before we, move forward with crafting language on a bill. You mentioned, are there any other things? There is one more, and that is pretty straightforward. And that is that the lines 124 and 125, which talks about the cleaning of drainage pipes and culverts. And the change that's proposed in there is a good one, but we really missed one small thing, and this has to do with the time frame that we were given, or we probably would have caught this. The cleaning of drainage pipes and culverts should not depend on the zoning classification of the property. Whether they're located in a residential, commercial, industrial, or municipal property, drainage pipes and culverts must remain clear so as to effectively flow drainage and flood waters when needed. The text in line 124 and 125 should be revised to remove the words "is on property which is zoned as residential," which. If you do that, then that would remove the residential limitation. And quite frankly, it really only makes sense that any property that has a drainage pipe, a culvert that's used for floodwaters, that we would want those clean, especially now that, weather's become such a significant factor.
Understood. I note that the language that you would want removed from that paragraph is existing in current statute.
Yes.
So I see that as, certainly another change that you were hoping for that didn't make it into the group's final product. Now, I don't know if there was an actual report. I didn't see one. Perhaps one of the chairs may be able to chime in on that. I don't know, but like you, I don't think I saw one. It's possible that one showed up in my email and I just missed it, but I also didn't see a report. But again, I understand that there was a very limited time, and I think the work that the chairs did in that limited time was stellar. But obviously we may want to tweak it as we go forward.
I agree with you. I think that the two co-chairs, they did a great job. It was a very difficult, that was a big group. And for them to do what they did, I have to say my hat is off to both of you, Representative Anderson and Ms. Mashinsky as well.
Thank you, Frank. Thank you, Doug. I'll just add, I believe the report is in its final phases of getting drafted. Will be shared shortly. We've got some staff that are helping out with it too, trying to get the everything put together. And it's certainly our dropping the ball to not make sure all the members were invited to today. So I apologize for that. But glad that you were able to get here, and thank you for what you shared.
Thank you.
Mary, do you have a question?
Yeah.
Take it away. Not to cut you off too, Frank. I'm just sure we'll keep going
Yeah,
here for a little bit.
report
Go ahead,
is
Mary.
coming. It's too long, and I was advised by smarter people than me that I should cut it back. So that's what I'm working on with one of the members of the Environment Committee staff. So we're reducing it in size, so people will actually read it, and you will get to see it, and you will get to edit it. If
I will read it.
on the taking issue, what Deep told us was if the action deprives you of all reasonable use of your property. And so that's really a question mark. Some other states do regulate it, and it's not been considered a taking. And this may go to court sooner or later, but it's not a fixed thing. if they say you have to leave vegetation, if the town says within 10 feet of the river, is that depriving you of all reasonable use of your property or not? You know, that's a legal question. So we are working with DEEP to work further on the bill. They came in this morning, they testified in favor of it, but they wanted us to work more on the language. And speaking for myself, I said I would definitely do that. So we'll keep working on it. But I think the fact that we have other states in New England with similar legislation, I think speaks to the fact that it's not necessarily going to be a taking. You may think it is, but maybe it isn't.
Well, Deep did consider it important enough to come in with a PowerPoint presentation for an hour.
Yep.
So, I mean, there's some there. You know, the question of it taking, let me just say this. In all the states we looked at, every single state does this differently. There is no best practice. They're all over the map. So, you know, when we say other states do this and they don't have a problem with the taking, well, they may have a process where somebody can actually get a permit for doing it. And then I think the issue goes away. If people can come in, they will.
Thank you, Frank, for your perspective. Are there further questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, I'll also take the chance to thank you and Rep. Dubitsky and others that served on the working for your tireless efforts on this. I know it was a lot, truly, and we look forward to getting that final report. Thanks, Frank. We'll see you again.
Thank you very much.
Have a great afternoon.
Representative
Yeah.
Parker, and to all of you. Thank you.
We're going to jump back to someone that's on the computer with us. That's number 24, Thomas Godward. Thomas, are you with us? Take
I
it away.
am. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me time to comment on SB 313. My name's Tom Godward. I'm a Washington resident. I have deep Connecticut roots, Lake Warmog property owner, engineer by trade, and someone who's been piloting boats on inland lakes for upwards of 40 years now. I'm here to oppose SB 313. I support regulating wake surfing strongly. I tried to be very considerate and thoughtful about this in my written submission. I hope that has some impact. I don't believe SB 313 as written will make things better. I do personally wake surf. It's not an extreme sport, do it at about 10 miles an hour. Honestly, though, it's really just about how we spend time with our family, our adult children and their families. For me, it's my adult friends, but I do understand that large, slow wake produces the large slow wakes draw complaints. I get that. All right. And I'm just not here to dismiss that. That would be silly. All right. But DEEP in its report released yesterday basically reached the conclusions that I put in my written submission. They recommend distance and depth restrictions, not a ban. Their own econ police confirmed that distance from shore requirements are enforceable. And the concerns raised about the way the Lake Warmog rules are written would not be enforceable. And they recommend a minimum size lake of roughly 100 acres, of which Lake Warmog is 656 acres, way larger than that limit. All right. So we believe that, it should be regulated. Buffers, depth restrictions, and a minimum operating zone, but just, not banned. The Lake Warmog ordinance bans ballast systems. Deep Zone Enforcement Division said that this approach is not straightforward to enforce. Only visual proxies a surfer on a wave. I'm personally very concerned about this. Every citation that's going to be issued on that basis is going to be challenged. That means court costs, officer time, law that generates process with outcomes at a public expense. I actually don't think the community is going to get out of this legislation what they actually want. The 200-foot setback from shore is very different. It aligns with existing standards. It's easy to enforce. It's a workable law. I think the biggest issue, though, is that for 313 is just not going to end this debate. It's going to replicate it on lake after lake until the legislature sets a uniform standard. I know you're hesitant to override a local vote. I completely understand that. But this bill cannot simultaneously close the door on future democratic reconsideration. Attitudes change, electorates change. I'd like to think that facts prevail over time. That right needs to be preserved. But the bottom line is Deep's kind of done the work. The framework's in the report. It was released this morning: distance, depth, minimum lake size, enforceable standards that protect the lake and respect all users. I would just urge this committee to rely upon it heavily for crafting legislation. Thank you.
Perfect timing, sir. Thank you for your comments. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, we thank you for being here with us. We're going to keep trying to jump back and forth between in-person and virtual. Next up in person is Lori Brown.
Good
Take it away, Lori.
Senator Parker, and all the members of the Environment Committee, both here and online. My name is Lori Brown. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut League of Conservation Voters. And we've submitted written testimony on 4 bills on your agenda today. I'm just going to speak about 3 of them, or until I get cut off. We do very much support HB 5334 regarding the riparian areas with an amendment. We support Senate Bill 319 regarding the leaf blowers, and we oppose 313 as written regarding wake surfing. So first, we do strongly support the bill to put protections in place for the vegetated areas along the shores of rivers and lakes and others, obviously known as riparian areas. And Connecticut is the only state in our region without these protections. HB 5334 is a great bill to implement the recommendations of the working group that this committee created last session. And big thanks to Mary Mashinsky for really leading this for many, many years. We like the bill, and it's something that we do think will, we especially appreciate the provision that appropriately returns the burden of proof back on the developer instead of on the town. If it's enacted, this bill will greatly improve how our state is able to protect and improve water quality, prevent runoff and erosion. It will reduce flooding and provide food, shelter, and safety for wildlife. However, we also do agree with many of the advocates who worked on this legislation that Section 4 could cause very serious problems. This section seems to allow wetlands to be cleared and filled for farm roads and buildings without a permit. If that was not the intention, then this section number 4 is really too confusing and it should just be eliminated from the bill. Staying on the issue of water, we're very concerned about the legislative proposal to regulate wake surfing boats in SB 313. As you've already heard, the citizens group that helped to win the ban on wake surfing on Lake Warmog by a referendum of 78% voting. That bears repeating. This ban was upheld by DEEP last October and again in January of this year. But members of the Environment Committee are now being asked to pass very weak regulations that would apply to all lakes in the state, regardless of size, acreage, depth, or current users. It's just, there's not one size fits all, and it's appropriate that there certainly should be the town's authority to pass more protective rules than what the state is authorized. And I'll just finally close and say that I just want to reiterate our support for SB 319 to ban the gas-powered leaf blowers and to transition to cleaner, quieter battery-powered blowers. And that I hope people will see that the financial option that's been provided for is actually an opportunity for the landscapers that they should take advantage of now, because it may not be there, and it's a transition that's inevitable. So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks, Lori. Other questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, thanks for all your advocacy and for your time with us today and for sticking it out. Next up, we're going to go to Leonard Veneziano. Leonard, are you online? If not, we're going to try Joan Nichols. Is Joan Nichols with us? Oh. We'll circle back to her when she comes back in. Frank, you're doing double duty. How about Ari Ramras? Ari, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ari.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so I just wanted to give you the perspective of someone who lives in Westport, Connecticut, works from home in Westport, Connecticut. It's as much as I love Connecticut, I have to say the worst part of living in Connecticut is dealing with these gas-powered blowers, and it's a constant thing. And it makes it difficult to be productive when you work from home. I'm constantly wearing the headphones that are noise canceling. Can't open your windows. You can't go for a walk. I appreciate all the work that Valerie and others did in getting the seasonal ban passed in Westport, but it's really, grossly inadequate. There's no teeth to it, as she acknowledged. There's no enforcement mechanism, and in my experience, it's widely ignored. And I don't appreciate the fact that that my neighbors in other towns have less noise, clean air, but I don't think it's fair that I don't enjoy the same. And so I don't think the town by town regulation is working. I think this is a situation where we really need the state to step in and protect us, and I'm asking the state to do that. I think this is a very, very reasonable bill in all respects. I don't think that a handful of owners of landscaping companies should dictate the public policy in the state. I think it should be something where the quality of life of the constituents should be the number one consideration. And I'm very excited about this bill, and I would urge an enforcement mechanism to be built into it. I think that is essential. Another thing is that I mentioned my written comment. Connecticut is unique in that we don't have county government. And so while Montgomery County, Maryland, for example, addressed this on a countywide level, we don't have that luxury in Connecticut. So the state level is the appropriate way to do it. And
Ari, your time is up. Would you please summarize?
Yeah, so I just want to thank you again for considering it, and and I strongly support it. Thank you.
Seeing no questions, we'll keep moving along. Thank you, Ari. Did Joan pop back in? Okay. Joan's number 2 over there. How about number 29, Warner Fight? Is Warner with us? Warner is not with us. So, and Leonard was not here, right? 26. All right, jump into the next page. How about number 30, Jane Allen? Do we have a Jane with us? All right. Next on the list in person is Corey Delancey. Corey, looks like you're online, but go ahead.
Hey, how's it going? You guys hear me? But yeah, as a property owner, waterfront property owner in Winston, Connecticut, I'm concerned with the SB 313 bill on wake surfing. I am a wake surfer myself, enjoy the sport. I think it's a great family activity and allows a good use and inclusion to water sources in our state. The 200-foot limitation, I think, is very reasonable, but as some of the people voiced here, I think that it doesn't quite go far enough to set a guideline for the state. And seeing as the water sources are supposed to be controlled by the state, I think it would be in the best interest of the state to set the guidelines for those. And I worry that as it stands now, local communities are going to kind of restrict those sources. And I see that in my own town, planning meetings that we go to. And it seems that there's a kind of a small subset of people that want to kind of make the decisions for everybody else. And, I don't think that's helpful. So I just wanted to say that.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Corey. Seeing no further questions, we thank you for being with us. Next up, we're going to go to someone in person, Alicia Sharmat. I doubt I pronounced that right this time. Did I? When I looked at your last name on the page and it started to come out of my mouth, I wasn't quite sure if I was tripping or not. Nice to see you. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you. You can call me anything but late for dinner, as the old saying goes. So, Alicia Sharmat, I am the Executive Director of Rivers Alliance of Connecticut, and I am here to testify on HB.
Yeah, I got. Did all right. I should have.
Give us 1 second. Hey, Corey, would you mind muting yourself, or could the?
Sorry.
No worries. Sorry, Alicia. Please.
I would like my 3 seconds back.
Yes, ma'am.
And SB 313 can act about wake surfing in certain lakes. So first, we fully support the riparian buffer bill. Again, and I'm so sorry he's not in the room, but Representative Dubitsky and I do agree on something. There are some things that are not fully debate. There are some things that definitely need to be addressed. And one is the way the definition of riparian area is put into the bill. We have very detailed testimony on all of the changes that need to be addressed in this. And I do believe that the way that it's written, it doesn't, not based on the resource, but based on the way it's written, it applies to all regulated activities. The goal of the working group was to make the removal of natural vegetated cover within the riparian area a regulated activity, not to regulate all activities in the riparian area. But we need to work out some definitions that are going to work for that. I also want to say that I disagree about limiting it to water courses. I mean, rivers and streams, because the Wetlands and Watercourses Act defines water courses broadly because protecting the integrity of Connecticut's water requires recognizing their interconnected nature. Efforts to narrow the framework stand in conflict with the purpose of the statute and the purpose of what we're trying to do here. And again, this will undermine protecting our resources. And as far as the takings goes, the way that it was written, and I remember being in the room and talking about this and how far someone has to go for something to be considered a taking. And I remember most of us agreeing that someone having to get a permit within 10 feet would not be considered a taking. I also want to address SB 313 and offer a little different perspective on minimum standards. I want you, and those of you who have smaller lakes and pond communities that don't have a lot of resources, to consider whether they would be able to commission a study and do everything Warramog did.
Those are your 3 seconds. Go ahead, summarize.
So take that into consideration, because I think we do need minimum standards that are that protect our environment from the known impacts of the activity. But I very much respect local control. I see it as being like the EPA regulating something that's going to poison us. You can make standards higher, right? But we're going to set the standard where it's not going to poison people.
Thank you. Are there questions or comments from the committee? Representative Horn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to thank you for bringing up what you just brought up about the towns or lake communities that may not have the resources that, say, Warramok did in order to take this issue on. I represent other lakes, and I represent the lake that first had hydrilla, the non-Connecticut River Valley that first found hydrilla in it. And I know in their communication with other lake associations that it's widely varied in terms of the resources. So I do take your point about, providing the resources to those communities to make sure that they have the ability to put in place the protections that they want to take. I mean, I will say that this bill in particular concerned me because there was a lot of lack of clarity about whether it was in fact protecting towns in their wish to do something that protects their lakes and their community. So I hope that's part of the conversation going forward. So thanks for making that point.
I think we can have beneficial standards and local control at the same time. My interest is not in protecting or taking local control away, but personally in the work that I do, I see our lake communities struggling with invasive species, with water quality, with implementing their own watershed-based plans. And I'm thinking about them in that respect.
Further questions? Rep. Anderson.
Hi, Alicia. Good to see you. Thank you for your testimony. I know you support Section 5, 10 feet. I wonder why I know that was your idea and we got consensus on that. That was great. I know you have extensive testimony. I'm only 2/3 of the way through it. But while we're here, anything else you want to add on that bill?
Gosh, where do I start? I was what I will say is I was very I want to thank the co-chairs, and I really feel that as a stakeholder group we had some really good discussions, and got to a good place. And while this bill is not perfect, and it needs some work, I think we're in a really good place to take what is wrong with it and turn it into something we can
make workable this session.
I agree. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further questions, thank you for being with us.
Thank
And
you.
thanks for all your work. Next up, Ms. Nichols. Glad we found you. Thanks for sticking with us. Take it away, ma'am.
Thank you, and I apologize for going to the ladies' room. I thought I'd be at the end of the list.
Unbelievable.
Don't want to hold up the process here. Good afternoon, Senator Lopes, Representative Parker, and members of the Environment Committee. My name is Joan Nichols. I'm a private consulting forester with over 40 years of experience managing private forest land in the state of Connecticut. I'm also a technical service provider to the USDA Natural Resources Conservation Service and a member of the Riparian Buffer Working Group. A healthy forest provides a natural filter to protect and enhance water quality along our rivers and streams. In the 40 years I have been practicing forestry in the state of Connecticut, I have not experienced the forest health pressures that I now see in our forests. Spongy moth, emerald ash borer, beech leaf disease, beech bark disease, white pine, needle cast, invasive plants are all affecting our forests simultaneously. This is occurring at the same time that we are seeing dramatic changes in our native bird and wildlife populations and climate. Now more than ever, it is imperative that forest landowners and foresters are allowed to utilize the sound science of forestry to actively manage our forest resources. I request that the committee include the following amendments to Section 4, Subsection 1 of Subsection A, grazing, farming, and I underline, as per Connecticut General Statute 1-1Q, which is our state definition of farming and agriculture. I also would like to request that conservation and management of soil or natural vegetative cover and forestry, including the revegetation of riparian areas, be native vegetation, and the removal of invasive species. In short, I would like the word forestry inserted into the word permitted use of right language in our current law. Over the 40 years I've worked with the Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Act across the state of Connecticut, I have to constantly explain that forestry is part of agriculture. I also request that the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection be provided adequate funding to provide guidance and continuing education for municipal inland wetlands commissions and wetlands enforcement officers. Varied misinterpretation of the law across municipal boundaries and amongst commission members can create an unnecessary regulatory burden in the implementation of forest practices. Silvicultural practices often include tree cutting, which can evoke emotion amongst the uninformed. House Bill 5334 makes numerous references to the removal of vegetation and trees. It must be clear in any changes to the Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Act that forestry remains permitted as of right. And as was mentioned previously, I was looking forward to the report. We had a really, really good working group. I enjoyed working with all the members of the group. I would have liked to have seen the report, and I would have liked to have seen some sort of a proposal before I found out through the Environment Committee that this was going to hearing. But I do appreciate all the work that everybody's put into this, including the co-chairs of the working group. And at this point, I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Joan, for coming in. You used the word silviculture. Can you explain what that is?
Yes, silviculture is the management and growing of native trees.
Okay, and is that something that somebody needs to be licensed to do?
So you don't have, in the state of Connecticut, we have a certification program of all certified foresters and loggers, which is essentially supervising forest products harvester. Under the Connecticut Forest Practices Act and through our regulatory process, anybody that makes silvicultural recommendations or active forest management recommendations under our current certification needs to be a certified forester. Our law, unfortunately, does not require any sort of formal education. I happen to have a bachelor's degree in forest resources management, a forestry, and also a bachelor's in environmental law and public policy. So I feel very well educated and experienced, but under our current law, you don't actually have to have formal education, but you do have to be certified. In other states, it's usually through education, through an accredited university.
Okay, but in order to practice silviculture on behalf of clients, you need to be licensed with the state?
Yes, there's a certification. I'm a certified forester, which allows me to actively manage and make forest management recommendations, which often include silviculture.
Okay, and that's considered forestry, right?
Correct.
And that's conducted by foresters?
Foresters, and then often it's a team approach. There's a landowner who's making decisions based on information we provide and their goals and objectives. There are very experienced professional loggers in our state, which are very important. Those are the hardworking people that actually implement the practices that I recommend and make me look good. But yeah, there's a process.
Okay, but if I were to decide that if I'm a landowner, for example, and I'm going to build a house, I can just clear cut a bunch of trees, and that's not forest management practices. That's not silviculture, right?
Correct. We sometimes do clear cuts. That could be a silvicultural prescription. There's a variety of reasons we may do that, for creating early successional habitat for wildlife, or to regenerate a forest. There's a number of reasons we may do clear cuts, but that's not a general rule in Connecticut. But somebody with a house that's just willy-nilly cutting trees is not forestry, no.
Okay, and adding forestry to this section in the bill, section 4, what would be the purpose of adding the word forestry in there?
I think a lot of times when we're looking at improving our general statutes, we look to clean up gray areas. And this is sort of a gray area. When we talk about the word farming in the permitted use of right language, we don't have a definition in the Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Act, but Connecticut General Statute 1-1Q defines farming and agriculture. And if you look at that very broad definition of farming and agriculture, it includes the word forestry. So I constantly have to explain to wetlands commissions that forestry is indeed part of agriculture. So when I go in for a jurisdictional ruling to do some sort of activity in and around a wetlands or water course, I usually obtain a permitted use of right jurisdictional ruling from a wetlands commission, but I have to constantly explain to them that that's because forestry is part of agriculture by our state definition. So I'd just like to clarify that in this law.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate your coming in, and I appreciate the work you did on the working group.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none. Next person up, Kelly Williams.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kelly Williams. I'm co-chair of Protect Lake Warmug. We are an advocacy organization formed in the spring of 2025 to work towards the ban on wake surfing on Lake Warmug. In July of 2025, 78% of the voters of the towns of Warren, Washington, and Kent voted to ban wake surfing on our lake. In a nutshell, I'm here today to say thank you to the drafters of Section 313 for affirming that the Lake Warmug ordinance would not be overruled by this legislation. I would ask that you also include Bashan Lake and Moody Reservoir, where voters also passed bans this summer by a vote of 75%. Second, I'm here to say that the current system, which allows municipalities to address environmental and safety risks on their lakes, like we did on Warmug, subject to substantive review by DEEP, served us well on Warmug. It should remain intact. We had 2 years of public discussion, followed by, including 2 scientific studies on our lake, followed by a referendum with paper ballot, and then substantive deep review. Every side of this debate was heard. The WakeSurf advocates presented all of their arguments with the help of law firms, at least twice to DEEP. The second time we were an intervener in that process, our 22-page response to their petition to override our ordinance is included at the end of our written testimony, and I would ask you to read it. Both times the ordinance prevailed. We are deeply grateful to DEEP for their thoughtful substantive review of this ordinance, and we know that they are good stewards of our lakes and rivers going forward. On the issue of statewide bans, just quickly, I want to say it is very hard to read about a statewide 200-foot buffer. Make no mistake where this came from. This 200-foot buffer is not supported by any municipality or any legitimate environmental organization in this state. It emanated from the wake surfing industry. You heard from two of their spokespeople earlier today. It is not a university peer-reviewed study that backs the 200 feet. In fact, this is the DEEP study that came out last night. If you look at page 14, where DEEP does an analysis of all of the major studies on wake surfing across the nation, they dismissed this 200-foot study out of hand. It was industry-sponsored research. It appears in a pay-to-publish journal.
Williams, yeah, the buzzer went off. Your time's up. If you could please summarize.
Okay. Oh, to summarize, thank you for preserving our ordinance. Please extend it to other towns that have similar ordinances, and the existing system should remain intact. Municipalities get to decide, subject to DEEP review. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Seeing none. Oh, that is you. You got to be more blunt with me. Okay. Representative Horn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thought maybe you were sick of me today. Kelly, nice to see you. Thank you for taking the time to testify today. I was interested in, we are all absorbing the report that DEEP came out with last night, but I'm grateful to you for drawing attention to a piece of it, which I think diffuses the notion that the 200 feet is anything scientific, if you wanted to just reemphasize that.
Thank you, Representative Horn. Yes, it's true. Also, another wonderful thing to read in the report, and I've not all the way through it, but on page 19, I think that, or 23, DEEP does a very good job of talking about the very special risks that wake surfing poses to Connecticut lakes from nutrient pollution, the risk of toxic algae blooms that have closed public beaches across the state. I think it really merits a very, if statewide regulations are going to be considered, I think it needs to be a very thoughtful process.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No problem. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. I'm gonna try here. Is Amy Blaymore Patterson here? Oh, look at that.
Thank you, Senator Lopes, members of the Environment Committee. I am indeed here and happy to be able to do this, and thank you for this opportunity. I'm here, I put in testimony on a couple of bills today, 5330 in support, and then I'd like to spend some time on 5334. I really enjoy sitting here, believe it or not, and listening, because I always learn so much. I learn so much from those that are testifying, but I also learn so much from the questions that you ask. And so I want to thank you for asking the questions that you have, and also to Representative Mashinsky, Representative Anderson, Representative Dubitsky, because what I'm hearing today is this desire to continue to massage 5334, work on the language to make sure that some of the issues that were addressed today through questions and testimony are addressed. So I have, we align our concerns about the bill or proposed amendments to the bill with testimony that you heard from Alicia Sharamut from Rivers Alliance, and that you will also hear from others today. So I won't go through that. They know a lot more than I do. I was not part of the working group. But I'll say two things, and this is related to my role here. The first is, all of you know, you've seen me here before, that over the years we have at CLCC been advocating forcefully for policies that will advance nature-based solutions here in Connecticut. And thanks to all of you and the entire Connecticut General Assembly, we have Public Act 25-125, Section 12, which charges DEEP with with evaluating and hopefully advancing nature-based solutions and riparian buffers. Vegetated areas along our riparian areas are a critical nature-based solution. So we are very supportive of this bill for that reason alone, but so much more. The second thing I wanted to just emphasize based upon my experience, and this really relates to my work as a town attorney years ago, is having represented wetlands commissions, seeing the struggles that they had in meeting burdens of proof. What is so important about this bill is Section 8, I believe, which does shift that burden of proof rightfully back to an applicant that is proposing the activities that may have an impact. And it is their burden to prove that they will not. They have the resources, they have the consultants, they have the experts that municipal wetlands commissions, who often don't even have a staff person to support them, do not have those resources. Municipalities are taxed enough. They should not have to be put in that position to defend and have that burden of proof. So those are 2 points that I wanted to raise. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
No problem. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you again.
Next up, I have Linda Frank. Don't see her. Nope. Svetlana Wasserman.
Good afternoon, chairs, ranking members, and representatives of the Environment Committee. My name is Svetlana Wasserman. I'm a Greenwich resident and a member of Quiet Yards Greenwich. I'm here to support SB 319, an act concerning the use of battery-powered leaf blowers. In January of 2024, Greenwich adopted seasonal restrictions on gas-powered leaf blowers. As to the idea of allowing municipalities to take the lead in these kinds of restrictions, I wanted to mention that ours was 30 years in the making, first started in 1994. During our local debate, the same concern came up again and again, the upfront cost of switching to battery-powered equipment. That's exactly why SB 319 is important. It helps make the transition workable. The bill reactivates the Lawn Equipment Exchange Fund for municipalities, creates a Connecticut Green Bank loan option for commercial landscapers, and provides product demonstrations to help with planning. It also sets out a reasonable phased timeline. State agencies begin replacing gas equipment with electric when existing tools reach the end of their useful life. And the 2030 statewide prohibition gives landscapers plenty of time to replace aged out gas blowers with electric ones. I want to also address a claim that's often made by opponents. It goes like this: we're not opposed to electric, but the technology just isn't there yet. That argument has been made for years. Yet here in Connecticut, towns including Greenwich, Norwalk, Stamford, and Westport already restrict gas-powered leaf blowers for parts of the year. And across Westchester County, almost every municipality has restrictions, some dating back decades, such as Pelham's, which was put in place in 1994. Other nearby communities have gone further with year-round bans, and they're able to get the work done with an all-electric fleet, such as the town of Rye, which cares for 140 acres of property. The key point is simple. Landscaping work continues to get done where gas leaf blower restrictions are in effect. Businesses adapt, customers still get service, and communities see real improvements in quality of life. In fact, as you heard from electric-only landscapers earlier today, even now, as they compete for business with traditional companies, they charge competitive prices and have an advantage in winning jobs by offering a quieter, cleaner, and healthier service. SB 319 helps Connecticut take the next step in a way that's fair and realistic. It supports small businesses. Okay, I respectfully urge you to vote 319 out of committee and advance it.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming in. So you're from Greenwich, is that right?
That's correct.
And Greenwich, the people of Greenwich decided to impose a seasonal ban on gas-powered leaf blowers?
Our town legislature approved it.
Okay. And we had previous testimony from a woman from Westport and a landscaper from Bridgeport. And each of you referenced Rye and Larchmont and some other towns in New York. So it appears that a group of towns in southwest Connecticut have decided that this is what they want to do, and they have done it. So why do you need to force it on other towns around the state?
Well, I think force it is one way of framing it. As I mentioned, in Greenwich, the residents have been working on trying to get this kind of restriction since 1994. It takes a really long time because, as you see, there is a lot of opposition from people who benefit from continuing to use this equipment and not having to take advantage of the externalities that it imposes on everyone else. So there are plenty of other towns in Connecticut that would want to do this, but asking them to wait 5 years or 30 years or whatever period it takes to get this done is not good for anybody.
Well, it takes that long because people don't want it, right?
Well, some people don't want it. People who have means and will not benefit from having to buy new equipment.
Okay, so individual people who own property in rural towns, why should they have to buy new equipment?
Well, they have to buy new equipment anyway because gas leaf blowers only last for 2 to 3 years. So it's just a timed transition that allows them to buy equipment that is better for everybody. And the air and pollution created in small towns drifts into other towns. It can't be isolated.
What goes wrong with a gas-powered leaf blower that it only lasts 2 or 3 years?
Because it's replaced by another one.
I'm sorry?
Oh, why is it replaced so often? Because the machines have so many different parts. They conduct imperfect combustion, allowing a lot of the fumes to escape. The machines get dirty. They require a lot of maintenance. And so landscapers typically replace it. We've asked them, we talked to them. They said after 2 to 3 years.
Okay, for a commercial landscaper.
That's correct.
Okay, what about an individual?
It depends on how often they use the equipment.
Okay. Well, I'm my concern, and I'll just leave it at this. My concern is that a small portion of the state who has already decided that they want to do this is attempting to impose it not only on commercial landscapers, but on private individuals throughout the state. And the towns of Greenwich and Westport and Rye and Larchmont are very different than the towns that I represent up in northeastern Connecticut, where a $2,000 or $3,000 replacement of a perfectly good piece of equipment is a difference between that and fixing your truck. So I appreciate your coming out, but I think the situation in Greenwich is a little different than the situation in towns with less than 2,000 people in northeastern Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much for your testimony. Next up, David Golombeski.
Good afternoon, members of the Environment Committee. Name is David Golombeski. I'm a lifelong resident of New Milford, golf course superintendent, Newtown Country Club, and government relations chair for the Connecticut Association of Golf Course Superintendents. I've heard you oppose Senate Bill 319. The title is extremely deceiving with multiple sections. First section addresses a phase-in by state agencies, while the second mandates DEP hold product demonstrations and assist with buyback programs for residents and commercial lawn care companies with no mention of golf courses. The real meat and potatoes are hidden in section 5 and 6, where the sale and eventual use of gas-powered blowers are prohibited. Essentially means that these tools would be trash in just over 4 years if this bill is passed, no matter how well the machine operates. I would strongly disagree with the comments of the previous speakers. In the golf course world, I've just replaced a couple machines in the last few years that are over 10 years old. So where they're getting their 2, 3, 4 year information, I have no clue. The cost associated in proceeding with this matter is extremely prohibitive. From an emissions perspective, the machines are a drop in the bucket compared to power plants and transport vehicles, among other sources. Health and safety perspective, any reputable employer should at least be offering, if not requiring employees wear hearing protection. Additionally, Section 3 of this bill talks about the Green Bank creating a loan program to assist registered commercial landscapers with transitioning to battery equipment. It discriminates against and makes no mention to offer assistance not only to golf courses but to private citizens. Unfortunately, the battery machines are not as powerful as the other current gas-powered machines. Not only cost to purchase the machines themselves, but also associated batteries and chargers, of which any commercial operation would need a tremendous amount to accomplish required tasks. The golf course operation needing to switch to battery-powered machines would also likely increase labor costs, as it will take longer to complete a task with a machine that's not as powerful. It could cost homeowners hundreds of dollars, if not thousands, and businesses tens of thousands. From an enforcement perspective, this bill would be a nightmare to begin to tackle effectively. Our police, zoning, and others are busy enough with other things on their plates. Lastly, this bill does nothing to address what would happen to the batteries when they reach the end of their useful life, a potential environmental nightmare. And in closing, if you feel you must do something on this issue, I would strongly urge you to, at most, please consider creating a study group that includes multiple representatives of the green industries, including golf, to come up with a workable and fair solution moving forward into the future.
Thank you. Representative Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for coming up again and spending time in this room all day. And I appreciate your testimony based on experience. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All righty. Any further, Representative Dubitsky?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for coming out. Do you have any experience or any knowledge of complaints about gas-powered leaf blowers with regard to golf courses?
Me personally, my knowledge, no. I know there's some courses here and there that, depending on their exact location with residents or whatever, they may, not start to use equipment till after a certain time in the morning or something like that. But I have not really personally experienced anything myself.
Okay. What's the acreage of the average golf course in Connecticut?
It highly varies. I mean, I'm at a 9-hole facility that's under 50 acres. I would say your average 18-hole facility could be anywhere from 100 to 150 acres plus, depending.
Okay. Do you have any information as to which end of a leaf blower most of the noise comes out of? If it's the combustion end or the blowing end?
Would more than likely be the engine end.
Okay, so do you have any data on the noise difference between a battery powered blower and a gas powered blower, let's say a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke engine?
I do not in front of me at this time, sir. I'd be more than
Okay.
happy to try to research that and get that to you.
Yeah, well, if it's available, I'd love to know, because I know that we've heard that the battery powered ones are so much quieter, and I'm not sure that's actually the case because a lot of the sound is based on the air blowing out of the end of the blower. So I'd be interested to, if somebody had those statistics, I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, no, and I would agree with you that, and I have heard that too, I mean, I don't, like I say, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I have heard that, some of the battery stuff can be pretty noisy. It's, I don't have numbers in front of me. I'm not gonna make anything up for you, but, it's just one of these things that it's like, what are we doing here? I mean, like I say, there's even one of your previous speakers here, they said that it's not the easiest thing to enforce. I mean, if a certain town wants to do it, well, that's all good and well, but if they can't enforce it, how do they expect it to be enforced in 169 towns across the state type of thing?
All right. Well, thank you very much for coming in. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No problem. Any further, Representative Gresco? Oh, sorry. I gotta remember to look both ways.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming out today and testifying. I've got a quick question. You had mentioned that the life expectancy of some of these gas blowers exceeds that 4-year timeframe that we were listening to. Do we have an idea of how long these batteries last?
I'm not exactly sure. I know, the longevity has gotten longer, but, as I said, I mean, the battery issue, I mean, battery goes bad and they're costing, hundreds of dollars. So, and then, I've heard things, all right, well, if you buy a battery operated backpack blower, well, maybe the battery lasts, if it lasts for, say, a half hour or something. Well, if I'm sending a guy out to do work, well, maybe he needs, may need 4 batteries. And if you times that by, 2 people type of thing, I mean, that's a heck of a lot of money. You start adding it up, how many batteries, you got to buy. But no, I mean, I've heard that batteries, only last, 2,500 charges or something. And that's another aspect to take into account, like, for example, my maintenance facility is an older building. I don't have the electrical infrastructure to even begin to charge these batteries type of thing. So, that's another factor that needs to be considered here. There's, there's these other associated costs that I don't know are fully thought out.
Okay, and not to mention the power of the battery operated doesn't seem to achieve what a gas operated.
Not quite. I mean,
Okay.
I think they have their niche place in certain areas. Somebody just wants to, blow off their driveway or something like that. They want a battery operated blower. That's fine. That's their choice. But in, a commercial operation where, I mean, I'm not a commercial landscaper. I'm a golf course superintendent, but where we're maintaining several acres, as is every golf course. I mean, these are tools that get used day in and day out. That's why when I heard these things last 2, 3, 4 years, I'm like, what are we doing here? What are we talking about? Because, like I say, I mean, I recently, in the last few years, I replaced machines that were like from 2012, 2014. I mean, that's why I really have a problem with it. It's like, you can say that, you can't purchase them after January 1, 2029, the way this is written. And then come September 1, 2030, they're garbage. It's like, I don't know. It doesn't add up to me type of thing.
Yeah, my guys weren't too happy about this either in my municipality. Thank you very much for coming up again.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Gresco. Okie dokie. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. I would say Ryan Bilodeau.
Hey guys, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please proceed.
Fantastic. I'm here to oppose Senate Bill 319. I had a whole thing written out, but I think I'll keep it short because I see there's a lot of people attending. This is absurd to me that It's just another mandate that seems to come from California that we want to copy. I live in Coventry. I've done my yard as long as I can remember. I've done my grandparents' and my parents' yards. My gas blower I've had since 2011, my backpack one. I currently have a push behind because my yard in Coventry is just about 2 acres that I'm doing. And I also have a Ryobi electric blower. That lasts about 20 minutes on a full charge. I use a couple different batteries that are compatible, but it only lasts about 20 minutes. We've tried electric mandates in the past. When the cars failed, you know, it just seems like they just move on to something else. A lot of people that spoke here, it seems like from Westport, Ridgefield, all these nice places in Connecticut don't seem to do their yard. And I really have a problem with this because the noise complaint, you know, my snowblower makes noise. I have dirt bikes. All these things make noise. So what's next? It just seems like a bad road to go behind. It leaves a bad taste in people's mouths, and I don't want to see it happen.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Go to Hannah Lemick, if you're in the room. Susan, wow, that's a tough one. Zabahansky. Well, I'm from New Britain. Hang on, we're flying along here. What's your buddy? Bill Lucy, I guess. Oh yeah.
That on? Yep. Thanks for the gift. Lucky day. Hi, I'm Bill Lucy. I'm the Long Island Soundkeeper. I work for Save the Sound. I was also a member of the Riparian Working Group, so I'm here to testify in support of 5334. One of the reasons I was on that group is that I spent 12 years as a municipal planner doing wetland delineations, doing permit approvals for various projects. And I also worked in wetland restoration as a National Forest employee and also did some management of timber sales, including variances within riparian areas. So I guess I just want to focus. A lot's been said already, so I'm not going to get into the details. I think Rivers Alliance did a good job about what we need to fix, as did DEEP, but we just need to reiterate the need for this. It's been said, I read some of the testimony, that Connecticut has one of the most stringent wetland laws in the country. But the reality is we have 933 miles of impaired rivers and streams in the state. We have 1,159 acres of impaired lakes, and the majority of our estuaries are impaired. And that's because of poor management within our lakes and stream systems. I mean, the proof's in the pudding. Those are the numbers. I mean, if you look nationwide, half the nation's waters are impaired. So to think that we have overly stringent regulations, well, they're not doing their job. All we're really asking for is this 10-foot naturally vegetated buffer to help mitigate some of the contamination. We have millions of, 4.5 million pounds of fertilizers in the 4 counties, just the ones that drain directly into the coast. Without vegetation to filter that out, it all ends up in the lakes, all ends up then down the rivers, and then it ends up in Long Island Sound. And that's where my realm is, dealing with all the pollution, algae blooms in Long Island Sound. The buffer that we're asking for is de minimis. It would allow applicants to apply for variances for driveways, bridges, crossings. One of the concerns was views. You can prune in them. You can get variances for all of this stuff. So it's a regulated activity. I think we noticed that needed to be fixed, and I agree with that. We don't want another regulated area. This is just a regulated activity, and I do believe that that would mitigate the taking concern. As far as inhibiting development, I really doubt that someone's going to build a house 10 feet from a water body, especially these days. And so just because of insurance and flood damage. So I really don't think that this, and I've seen some of the testimony, I really don't think that this measure will inhibit housing in any way in the state of Connecticut. So thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Any questions? Mr. Gresco.
Hi, Bill. Logistically, how do you answer a well, there was a municipality a couple of years ago that had a park that some native vegetation was planted around the body of water, and some invasives got in there too, but the locals complained that they couldn't see the water. And I came to the park because I wanted to see the water around. So the municipality cut everything down. What's the answer to that?
Yeah, I think I know the situation you're talking about. What you can do is you can do treatments. I mean, we heard a little bit about silviculture. There are ways to go in, and we actually permitted logging on forest federal land within some of these riparian areas. And it kind of gets to the point of the view. You can go in and remove things here and there to meet some of those regards, right? So if you want to keep your riparian buffer zone, but you want to have a view, go in front of the wetlands board, say, here's what we want to do. Because with Ms. Nichols was talking about an as of right within 10 feet, but even that should go in front of a board, because she made the point that you don't want these dead and dying ash trees in the water. I'm a fish biologist. I got paid to put logs in the water. That was a fun job, wrapping primacord around trees and blowing these old growth Doug firs in for salmon habitat. So there's so many different ways we can work around these problems with the permitting system. You have inland wetlands commissions that can get creative to try and come to common ground between the applicant and protecting the resource.
Thank you. Any questions? Any further, Mr. Dubitsky?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for coming in. Now, is it your feeling that the way the language is written currently, I guess it's lines 116 and 117 in this bill, that language permits a property owner to go to a wetland commission and say, I want to put in a boat dock, so I need a I need a 30-foot area where there's no vegetation or something like that?
So that's part of the area we think we need to look at, because I think that should be allowed. I mean, that would keep it away from the takings area. If someone has a driveway, you're going to have to cut stuff down, of course, to put the driveway in. So I think that's a point where we should all get back together and work something out.
Okay, so you acknowledge that as written, it doesn't permit that?
Well, it's not clear to me. I think I made some comments in there. I don't have the bill right here, so I'm not looking at the exact language,
Okay.
but if that's the part you're referring to about the regulated area,
Yeah,
which section is it?
It's in section 5 with regard to incidental use. It talks about the incidental use shall not include, and B is the removal of natural vegetative cover within 10 feet of any water course. So there doesn't seem to be any provision for getting permission to override that.
Yeah, I mean, that is the section that we should look at and figure out how we can make sure those provisions are very clear, because that was the intent of this entire thing, was for the inland wetland commissions, which many people pointed out are volunteer boards, many times without supporting staff. And they want a clear set of guidelines. So if someone comes in and says, hey, I want to knock down all the vegetation along the whole length of the stream, they can say, well, no, you have to give us a plan for why you need to do these certain things, and then we will issue a permit for that.
Got it.
Does that make sense?
It absolutely does. I'm not sure that's reflected in the text of this version right now. But I appreciate your comments on it.
Okay. Thank
Thanks,
you.
Bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Mr. Lucy, not seeing any. Thank you very much. I'm going to go over to Shirley McCarthy online. Yeah, there's no competition. There's more work than anyone could have.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, hi. I'm from Brantford. My name's Dr. Shirley McCarthy. I'm a professor and physician scientist in the Yale School of Medicine. SB 319 is critical in moving forward on phasing out these toxic, archaic gas leaf blowers. The Environment Committee has cognizance over air pollution control and needs to do the right thing to protect human health. There's a lot of current focus on money with this issue, so let's put that in perspective. The U.S. healthcare system spends $820 billion a year treating diseases due to air pollution. Air pollution kills 7 times more people than road accidents and hundreds of times more than die from terrorism or war each year. We call air pollution the silent killer. It's not recognized because we don't see it like we do road accidents and terrorist attacks. As a physician, I am very dismayed that the health of the workers, homeowners, and neighbors and public are not the most important factor being weighed in this discussion. The emissions from these inefficient, outdated leaf blowers are 300 times more toxic than from a single car's tailpipe. The fine particulates that can persist in the air are highly inflammatory, very carcinogenic, and can even cross the blood-brain barrier, dementia, and the placenta into the fetus. So even pregnant women or children going back into the yard or walking by are vulnerable. Noise not only causes hearing loss, but also increases the risk of a heart attack, stroke, and cognitive decline, not only in the poor user, but also in neighbors. Landscapers and occupational health colleagues I've spoken to say that most landscapers don't follow OSHA safety guidelines. Most workers don't have the correct positive protective gear, for example, a half-full face respirator to filter out carbon monoxide and other gases that are carcinogens. These poor workers go home with headaches from carbon monoxide poisoning. They don't wear shoulder monitors to determine noise level exposure. These poor workers may not wear the right protective gear because they haven't been educated by their boss or given access to an OSHA compliance officer. In 10 years, they will likely have chronic obstructive pulmonary disease and later cancer. Have you ever seen somebody die from lung cancer? It's awful. It's terrible. There are large fines associated with not following OSHA rules that should be calculated into the potential costs of using gas blowers, up to $16,000 for a single violation. For repeated violations as high as $160,000 per violation. OSHA knows they're awful.
So Dr. McCarthy, the timer went off your time.
All right, I'll just say there's also long-term liability. Just like the tobacco and fossil fuel companies who put money ahead of the toxicity of their products, they're getting sued billions. And I think it's time to do the right thing. So please promote this bill. Thank you.
Seeing none. Thank you very much for your testimony. Next is David Townsley.
Right there. I'm David Townsley, owner of Bristol Snow and Landscaping. We're a small landscaping group from Bristol, Connecticut. We run 2 crews. I'm here to speak on SB 319, and especially to bring some more technical information to what would be required to implement this ban. Banning gas blowers would increase the equipment costs by at least 1,000% for about 2/3 or 3/4 of the performance. And so this is not a practical bill. To compensate for the decreased performance, I would have to hire another worker and buy another set of electric blower gear to run a gas generator in a truck to recharge the 12 batteries that I would need for continuous work just for a single operator. In 2024, the town of Greenwich passed an ordinance outlawing gas-powered blowers only in the summer months, and that's a big deal with that exception. But fully equipping would cost, including the service upgrade, would cost about $1 million for the town of Greenwich. Instead of paying for the equipment, the town of Greenwich exempted the town from their own ordinance for, I think, about 1 to 2 years, while forcing individuals and landscapers to pay for their own equipment. To my knowledge, Greenwich is still not fully equipped. And if Greenwich can't afford this, Connecticut cannot afford this. Using a public benefit charge to increase would only spread the financial suffering to everyone else. Making a bad idea bigger does not make it better. Now, the main reason cited to ban blowers, there's been a bunch that I've heard so far, but one is the noise. The main reason the battery blowers are quieter is because they're a lot less powerful. If you actually compare equivalent gas-powered decibel ratings with equivalent electric ones, they come out the same or very close. So there's not really any substantial time or sound savings, especially if we're running a generator or we're switching to much larger 4-cycle blowers. While reducing pollution is good, it does so at the expense of the environmental impacts of the batteries. For example, in open cobalt and lithium mines in the Congo and other marginalized communities, meaning that this bill would hurt the environment if passed. The number of batteries, which I can go into if somebody asks me about it, is significant. It'd be 12 just for a single one, and there's increased risk of fires because of this. And if you don't believe me, check out what happened with the buses in 2002, the electric buses, that one of them went up in flames. So there's also an increased risk in compliance, court clog, as well as the insurance increase of cost that's going to come because of having very large batteries. Somebody earlier from the Sierra Club mentioned to say, oh, we use lithium batteries and everything. That's true, but we do not use them to the same intensity where you're charging and recharging them to the level that would be necessary to operate on a commercial landscaping crew. So the 1,000% increase, I can break down the details for you. It goes from electric for a single unit is going to cost $7,000 for the 12 batteries and 9 chargers versus the 1 gas unit. There's absolutely no way that there's a financial savings in that. When you look at continuous use, how many batteries that you're going to use, people have no idea what would be involved in this. So I am 100% opposed to this bill. Why don't we let towns figure out what works best for them? It's also interesting to note that there's not a lot of leaves and there's not heavy tree cover down in places like Westport and Greenwich. Whereas, for example, we pull up to a yard in Burlington where there are trees everywhere, and we're pulling away 2 or 3 tons of leaves from just a single site. So because of all of that, this is impractical, and people have no idea what they're going to be requiring. And we have enough issues in the state to just leave everybody alone on this issue.
Thank you for your testimony. I don't want to belabor, but I just want to, you're stating this as, as a landscaper, you're obviously knowledgeable about the industry, but you seem pretty certain about your numbers, yet we've had multiple commercial landscaping companies come before us this year, last year, who say they operate their commercial landscaping company with battery operated equipment, and it's actually long-term coming out cheaper. They have even more practical experience than you do, and they're saying it's cheaper and working for them.
Yeah, I can't speak for anyone else. I'm just looking at the numbers on this and how we operate. For example, if we did not do leaf cleanups, this would not be a big deal. We use a handheld leaf blower for very unique things. If we're doing a residential lawn, for example, we'll pull that out. It's quicker and easier. we use rear discharge machines, which do not send much grass onto the paved surfaces. We can pull that out and it's not a big deal. But when it comes to leaf cleanups, that's a whole different.
Well, I
story.
would encourage you, I know you have your feelings, but I would encourage you to investigate a little bit further. We had an open house here last year at the Capitol where all the electric leaf blowers came in, manufacturers. They had about 30 different types. You are wrong about your statement about similar amounts of power for a leaf blower. It's quieter because it's less power, but the reality is no. Similar power, they're about 75% as loud as a gas blower. So they are quieter for the same power. That's pretty much established fact. But you're buzzing me out too. And you're right. But I would encourage you to investigate further, and then look into companies who are doing this, because there are some, I'm in the industry also. So I know there are some things that aren't perfect for it, but there are some tremendous advantages you can get from battery operated equipment. But I'm going to shut up. Anyone else wish to ask any questions? All right, seeing there are none, thank you very much for coming and testifying. We can go to Hillary Becker. Going once, going twice, nope. Richard Metty or Met. Chris Spring. Gloria Culver. Do I have the right list? Okay. Mark Kelbacher.
Good afternoon, Senator Lopes, Representative Parker, ranking members and members of the Environment Committee. My name is Mark Kelbacher. I'm submitting testimony on SB 319. I am a resident of Newington, Connecticut, and the president of the Connecticut Environmental Council. I also own a small lawn care company currently serving over 1,000 residents in central Connecticut. I have maintained a supervisory pesticide license from DEEP for over 20 years. On a morning like today, when temperatures were below freezing, many of the professionals impacted by this bill are not here testifying. Not because they don't want to, but because they are outside working, cleaning sidewalks, maintaining properties, and using the equipment being discussed today so that residents across Connecticut can safely walk, drive, and access their homes and businesses. These are the small business owners this legislation affects most. And unfortunately, they are often too busy serving their communities to spend their days in legislative hearing rooms. That's why organizations like CTEC, Connecticut Environmental Council, are here today to make sure the voices of those hardworking professionals are represented. These are not large corporations. They are small, locally owned businesses employing thousands of hardworking Connecticut residents. They are landscapers, lawn care professionals, and property maintenance crews who keep our community safe and functional every single day. This legislation does not simply encourage innovation, it mandates it. The bill would prohibit the sale of gas-powered handheld and backpack leaf blowers beginning in 2029 and ban their use statewide in 2023. This represents one of the most aggressive equipment bans being proposed anywhere in the country. For many Connecticut small landscaping companies, this is not a minor operational change. It is a forced overhaul of their entire equipment fleet. Battery-powered equipment continues to improve, and many companies are already experimenting where it works. However, current battery technology still struggles to match gas-powered equipment when it comes to runtime needed for full workdays, cold weather performance, wet leaf and debris cleanup, heavy fall leaf seasons that Connecticut is known for. Transitioning entire equipment fleet to battery powered, I'll go on to really.
Please summarize. Thank you.
We'll summarize. CTEC wants to remind the committee that last year's discussion on SB 6263, which we addressed similar equipment restrictions, industry stakeholders were told that the issue would be referred to a study group. So in conclusion, CTEC would love to see a study group be formed so that we can have stakeholders within the industry at the table so that we can discuss this matter further.
Do members have, thank you for your testimony. Do members have any questions? Representative Callahan.
Thank you. Thank you for sitting here and waiting. If you were presented with equipment that was economically sound for you, worked better, and was easy for you to use, would you that was electric, would you eventually make the switch anyway?
Absolutely. I think our industry is pretty, when it comes to equipment and transitioning into things that are more effective and cost effective, our industry tends to transition. So if it was effective and if it was cost effective, we would move in that direction. It isn't there yet.
So if it works for you, you'll do it. That's
Yeah.
what thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Tabitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming in. Can you just tell me your organization again?
Sure. Connecticut Environmental Council. We represent the groups Connecticut Grounds, Connecticut Golf Superintendents, Connecticut Tree Association, Connecticut Nursery Association, and a few others. So we represent those groups.
Okay. And have you submitted any written testimony?
I have.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
And our groups have too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Do members have any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you for your time.
All right. Next up, we have Terrence Stovall. Is Terrence there? All right. Thank you. All right. Next up, we'll have Amy Ziffer.
Hello there.
Hi, Amy. Please
Hi.
proceed with the testimony.
Yes, thank you. Since I have only 3 minutes, I'm going to dispense with the lengthy introductions or greetings and just say thank you to everyone on the committee. I am providing testimony on SB 319, the leaf blower bill, which I support. I have an undergraduate degree in audio engineering and a graduate degree in acoustics. I spent 15 years working in various capacities in audio and acoustics, including 5 years of analyzing environmental noise and designing noise mitigation constructions as an acoustics consultant. In addition, I also spent 20 years working in the residential landscaping industry. Between these two professions, I have 35 years of experience directly relevant to this particular issue. I submitted 57 pages of written testimony, a 6-page letter, and 51 pages of supporting evidence. And I could have submitted much more. So I would hope that everyone on the committee would look at that written testimony I submitted, because the answers to many of the questions I've heard asked here repeatedly today are in that testimony. Since there isn't time to recap all 57 pages, I'm going to focus on just 2 things. First, in addition to the facts you've already heard multiple times about the unacceptable loudness and exceptionally irritating spectral content of gas-powered leaf blower noise, I performed an additional analysis. In Connecticut, we have state noise regulations, which regrettably are not enforced by DEEP and have not been for 35 years, but they include sections that address prominent discrete tones, aka tonal noise. The regulations acknowledge that tonal noise is so disruptive that tonal noise sources are subject to additional decibel penalties above and beyond other types of noise. The state regulations exempt property maintenance equipment, just as municipal regulations typically do, wrongly, in my opinion, but that is not the point. The point is that tonal noise is universally recognized, including in our state regulations, which are still in effect, as being in a separate class necessitating exceptional control. I analyzed the spectra of all the gas-powered leaf blowers tested in the studies I submitted in my written testimony, and I found that 100% of them produce tonal noise. There is a spreadsheet in there with the results. This is additional evidence that gas-powered leaf blower noise falls well outside the bounds of anything that people can reasonably be expected to tolerate. The second thing I'll say is that the evidence in support of restricting or banning GLBs is enormous, and it goes back decades. I alone provided you with 51 pages, and that is the tip of the iceberg. This morning, I went through all of the written testimony that had been submitted in opposition to this bill, specifically looking for even 1 page of objective evidence to support opposition arguments. And I found none, not one single page, no
Can you
studies.
please summarize?
No independent financial impact analyses, no surveys, nothing. Lastly, I'll remind you that Connecticut statute 22A67 says, quote, excessive noise is a serious hazard and each person has a right to an environment free from noise that may jeopardize health, safety, or welfare. So statute requires that that be provided. I urge you all to familiarize yourself with the evidence submitted, comply with statute, and vote in favor of advancing
Thank you,
this
Amy.
bill.
Amy, we have a lot of people testifying today. Do members have any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next up, we have, we're going to go in person to Brandon Thomas. I'm sorry, Stephen Sack.
Thank you, committee. I know it's been a long day. It's going to keep going for you guys for a while. I am here to oppose SB 319, the ban on gas-powered handheld leaf blowers and backpack blowers. I've heard a lot of testimony from a lot of people today on this. What I didn't hear was the people who opposed it were saying that, well, they're just as good, there's this, they're that. But I didn't hear anybody say, I've used both, or I've even used one of them. Nobody's said how their personal experience was. I am not a commercial landscaper. I own some commercial properties and do my own landscaping at home. My leaf blower, I'm on my second handheld leaf blower, gas powered, in 20-something years. So they last a long time. I do have some electric equipment for yard maintenance, and they're great depending on the job you use for it. I have a little electric chainsaw. It was great to go open a bucket, to use electric chainsaw, a little one, to trim the branches. But once I drop the trees, I'm going to gas. So they have their usages today, but to fully go for them is just gonna, is forcing people to do something that they don't want to do. I've heard from everybody that we need to protect the workers in the landscape business. I haven't heard from one worker in a landscape business say, I don't like this. And, you know, a lot of these landscape companies, they're concerned about their bottom line. If the electric ones are that much cheaper to run, why wouldn't they have gone out and bought them already? They would have done it already. You don't have to pass laws. If something's cheaper, you're going to buy it that way. You're going to do it. So thank you. Any questions?
Do members have any questions? Yeah, seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony and sticking it out with us today.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we have number 50, Thomas Gerard. Is Thomas here?
Yes, I'm here.
All right.
Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity. My name is Tom Giard, and I am president of the Patchogue Pond Weed Control Association. I'm here in support of legislation SB 315, sponsored by Senator Summers, that allows the use of triploid grass carp as a management tool to control invasive aquatic weeds in Patchogue Pond. Connecticut has over 3,000 lakes and ponds, all of which are being threatened by invasive aquatic weeds. Connecticut also has over 90,000 registered boats. Boat owners move their vessels from lake to lake, fishing tournaments, etc. As a result, they transport weed fragments. This action causes invasive weeds to establish themselves in every water body in the state. At the present time, the most effective tool to combat invasive weeds is yearly herbicide treatments. A recent example of the cost of chemical treatment is Twin Lakes. They spent $425,000 in the summer of '25 to battle hydrilla. Their plan for the summer of '26 is to spend another $450,000. There are few municipalities or lake associations that have this type of financial resource that can be used to maintain water quality and commercial value of their local lakes and ponds. The legislation sponsored by Senator Summers will allow Patchogue Pond to use sterile grass carp that consume invasive aquatic weeds. It allows a controlled approach that supports management, the key word, management of the entire ecosystem. Yes, they do escape, but I don't know of any river system that doesn't have weeds above the lake and below the lake. In other words, the weeds are transient themselves. They travel up and down the river, mostly down the river. And a few fish that would escape would help downstream. So DEP's position that they can't escape does not make really any common sense when in fact downstream is just as bad as upstream. The key factor is the number of triploid carp released into the water body. There is sufficient data that shows releasing up to 10 fish per surface acre will balance the ecosystem and protect the water body from being overwhelmed by invasive aquatic weeds. Triploid carp do not reproduce. They do not have a danger downstream at all. Thank you. Can I answer any questions?
Thank you, Thomas, for your testimony. Do members have any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony. Next up, we have Susan Pronovost. Do we have Sue Pronovost on the online? All right. We'll circle back to Sue. For now, we will go to 51, Barbara Hatch.
Okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Oh, shoot, I'm here.
Yes.
You can?
Yes, we can. Please proceed with your testimony.
Okay, sorry. Good afternoon. My name is Barbara Hatch, and I'm the treasurer of the Patchogue Pond Weed Control Association. And I'm here in support of Senate Bill 315, allowing the use of triploid grass carp in Patchogue Pond. At the present time, DEEP has regulations that all but prohibit any practical use of grass carp as a management tool for invasive weeds. The regulations do not factually answer the growing problem of invasive aquatic weeds in all Connecticut water bodies. The legislation being proposed does not remove DEEP oversight, but rather allows DEEP to control the actual number of grass carp released into any water body in the state. Any municipality or lake association must show a significant and growing threat of invasive weeds before receiving a permit. The applicant must provide a lake survey showing the percentage of areas being overrun by invasive weeds, and the cost of conducting the survey and the purchase of grass carp would be the responsibility of the applicant, not the state. Many municipalities and lake associations already perform yearly surveys. The data is readily available and can be used to support permit applications. We have documented survey results for Patchogue Pond dating back to 2018. There's already an established record demonstrating the progression of invasive aquatic vegetation in our lake. Additionally, the Connecticut Agriculture Experimental Station also carries out statewide lake surveys to monitor the ecological system changes. Their data would support DEEP in making science-based determinations about whether action is warranted and what level would be appropriate. In a recent conversation with Greg Bugbee, an environmental scientist who monitors Connecticut state parks and water bodies, he expressed serious concern about the rapid spread of invasive weeds. He stated that he believes the next water body to die will be Hopeville State Park, which is home to 500-acre camping, swimming, and hiking. Hopeville Pond is part of the Patchogue River watershed and is just a few miles from Patchogue Pond. What does this all mean? When invasive weeds from...
Thank you, Barbara, for testifying. Can you please summarize your testimony?
Okay, when they form a mat of growth on the surface, you can't swim, fish, or launch a boat. So please, please, please give serious consideration to this legislation. Can I answer any questions?
Thank you. Do members have any questions? Just a brief question, Barbara. How often do you and your neighbors, how often have you interfaced with DEP regarding the issues relating to Patchogue Pond?
At least once a year. But the person who just spoke before me, is in constant contact with DEEP, or at least with Greg Bugby.
Thank you for your testimony again, Barbara. I'm seeing no further questions. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, we will circle back to Sue Pronovost.
Oh, shit. I didn't answer that. Oh, I'm sorry.
Good afternoon. I'm Sue Pronovost. I'm not sure you can see me. The camera's not working. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you just fine. Please.
Okay, thank you. All right, technology, you gotta love it. Honorable members of the Environment Committee, Sue Pronovost, the Executive Director of the Connecticut Greenhouse Growers Association. The perception is that we're all greenhouses, but 92% of our members simultaneously produce field crops. And as such, we have a concern regarding HB 5334 regarding riparian areas. We are concerned that this language will foster significant regulatory overreach into private land. It creates situations and frictions between farmers and their neighbors. Farmers enjoy predictable land. The FSA County maps are written against the exact boundaries, as are the Farm Credit East loans. A riparian boundary of 10 feet will mess with those records, and it will upset the apple cart in terms of financing. Historically, farms are located near water bodies. Farmers plant their fields near water bodies. This would impede their access to their farms from harvesting and tractor paths. Finally, we are unaware of the final report from the Riparian Working Group. We did have a member of the CGGA on the committee, and we tried to stress all of the points contained within our testimony today. I would also urge you to review Keith Bishop's report to this committee. He is unable to be on the call today, but he has also submitted testimony on behalf of the Farm Bureau. Our mission and our feelings in this subject matter mirror each other, and we encourage you to please review the matter and the notes of the working group, which don't equal the legislation that's been presented.
Thank you, Sue, for your testimony. Do members have any questions? Representative Mashinsky.
Yeah, I wanted to tell you that the report is coming. It is too long, and I was advised to reduce the size of it. It's actually longer than the bill, which is not good. So we're trimming it down. You will get to see it if you're a member of the working group, or your representative to the board will show it to you.
Okay, thank you.
And we did vote on everything. So if you didn't get what you wanted in there, it may have been that you were in the minority on that one recommendation. But everything was voted. We spent a good solid 3 hours voting. Towards
Oh
the
yeah,
end.
no, I listened to the entire thing. It was a long day. You did
long
have a
day.
long day.
No bathroom breaks. We just kept going.
Yeah, you did. You were a trooper.
Okay, so but it is coming. You will get to see it, and we will
Thank
be
you.
working on this bill further.
Thank you very much.
All right. Do members have any further questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Just for some housekeeping, are there any folks in the room who have signed up to testify that have not testified? Please join us. And if you can just state your name for the record.
Good afternoon or good evening at this point, co-chairs and committee members. My name is Joshua Levin, Legislative and Advocacy Manager for Connecticut Votes for Animals. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of Senate Bill 318. This bill is important because it does two critical things. It strengthens support for domestic violence, and it begins the process of modernizing Connecticut's animal population control program. First, Senate Bill 318 helps address a well-documented issue known as the link. That's the connection between violence towards animals and violence towards people. For more than 40 years, research has shown that the abusers regularly exploit the bond between survivors and their pets to maintain power and control. For many survivors, leaving the abuse means making an impossible decision, either protecting themselves or protecting the animals that they love. Only about 19% of domestic violence shelters nationwide allow survivors to bring their pets. And at the same time, about 65% of survivors have a pet, and nearly half delay leaving the abusive situation out of concern for their animal safety. Abusers understand this bond. Studies show that 71% of survivors report their abuser either harmed, killed, or threatened their pet. By establishing a list of safe placement options for companion animals, Senate Bill 318 removes one of the most significant barriers that prevents victims from leaving abusive homes. It also protects the friends and family members who often step in to help. Abusers frequently retaliate against those who assist survivors, and providing safe placement options for pets reduces that risk and strengthens the safety for everyone involved. The second important component of this bill is the creation of a working group to study the Connecticut Animal Population Control Program, or APCP. In its current form, the APCP is struggling to meet the needs of the communities and nonprofit organizations working to address pet overpopulation. The value of spay and neuter vouchers has not kept pace with rising veterinary costs, often covering only a small portion of the actual procedure. And as a result, the program is increasingly inaccessible to the very families it was designed to help. This working group should prioritize modernizing the program by increasing voucher values, raising reimbursement rates for participating veterinarians, directing resources to communities with the greatest need, particularly those facing significant feral cat populations, and expanding eligibility for the low-income program. With veterinary costs rising and demand for services increasing, the APCP must be modernized to remain effective. And for these reasons, I respectfully urge the committee to support Senate Bill 318. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much for your question. Do members have any questions for your testimony? Representative Mashinsky.
Thank you. I'm the person that set up the law, and very interested in making changes to make it effective. For a long time, it was very effective, and we reduced euthanization of animals from 22,000 down to just about 0. And if it's not working right now, we need to tune it up. So I'd be happy to hear what you recommend.
Yeah, I think one thing that I have in my written testimony that I didn't touch upon here is the threshold, the annual threshold for the low income program. How once 20% of the APCP's budget has been hit, then it's cut off, and that significantly reduces the amount of people that can partake in the program. So that's one of the main recommendations that we would offer.
All right. Seeing no further questions, appreciate your testimony today.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, we have Kevin Trahan online. All right. Kevin, you there? All right. So we've had an issue where a lot of folks have refused to accept the invitation to join.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, Kevin, please proceed.
Okay, sorry, I had to unmute. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. My name is Kevin Trahan, here in support of Bill 315 to utilize grass carp in Patchogue Pond. One major concern if we don't address the hydrilla issue is losing our lake. 2 years ago, when Greg Bugby from the Office of Aquatic Invasive Species did our annual lake survey, he noticed hydrilla by the boat launch. Last year, it had spread to multiple coves. We know how rapidly this stuff spreads. It won't be long and we could be facing a terrible situation here at Patchogue. About 5 years ago, our Patchogue Pond Weed Association spent over $100,000 to purchase a weed harvester. That's been helpful, but now with the hydrilla, we need to stay away so not to cause fragmentation of the hydrilla. So we need to take action to solve our dilemma. Chemicals could be utilized to solve the problem, but would be unaffordable. And with the transient nature of boating, the reintroduction of weeds would start over. Just last year when I was taking my boat out, there was a guy also taking his bass boat out. I asked him, "Do you fish here often?" He said, "No, I don't. I just came from the Thames River and figured I'd run down and back on the lake to clean my boat off." It's sad, but true. The use of carp is a long-term management tool, which just needs to be managed properly. Even a few of my fishermen friends who 5 years ago were against the use of carp are all for it now if managed properly. It's getting difficult to even fish in Patchogue now. One of the concerns DEEP has is the fact that we They might be able to make their way over the dam and go downstream into Hopeville Pond, which, mind you, would probably be welcomed by those folks, as Hopeville is really in bad shape. But there could be some options we could look at, one being a bubbler system, which is used by engineers and biologists to deter fish from entering turbines where dams are used for hydroelectric power. These are often referred to as bubble curtains or bioacoustic fish fences. With that being said, the DEEP's current regulations as written make it extremely cumbersome to utilize grass carp in large public water bodies. These regulations are intended to prevent grass carp from escaping where they were introduced and causing
Kevin, your
uninterrupted.
time has expired. Please summarize.
Okay. The hydrilla is so persuasive, the native plants end up dying regardless. If they aren't eaten by the carp, they will be choked to death by the invasive weeds. Thus, we feel carp is our only way to save the lake. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you. We appreciate it.
We appreciate your testimony, Kevin. Do members have any questions? Seeing none, thank you again. Next up, we have Tom Carpenter in person. Thanks for joining us, Tom.
Co-chairs Lopes and Rep Parker and all the members of the Environment Committee. I'm Tom Carpenter. I am with the Connecticut Fisheries Advisory Council. We're a advisory council represents the interests of fish habitats and anglers throughout the state. Earlier today, Bill Hyatt gave testimony on 2 bills. I'm going to give testimony on SB 313 and HB 5334. The Fisheries Advisory Council opposes SB 313, the act concerning wake surfing on certain lakes in the state. I'm going to be brief here. You've heard a lot on this one already today. I will say this, we do advocate for distance from the shore that are substantiated by multiple scientific research, 500 feet minimum, and then the depth of 20 feet. The Fisheries Advisory Council strongly supports HB 5334, an act concerning riparian areas. Anglers have long recognized the scientifically established importance of riparian habitat to water quality, water temperature, and ultimately fish population and angling quality. It's for this reason anglers and fishing organizations from all corners of Connecticut are pleased to support this bill and are prepared to engage to help encourage its passage. Unfortunately, DEEP's data show that Connecticut's brook trout population have steadily declined. DEEP studies documented disappearance of brook trout completely from 1/3 of the streams they inhabited just 30 years ago. We know that the riparian areas alone won't increase the brook trout population to the 1980s level, but this common sense legislation will protect the cold water habitats where they thrive. Our submitted written testimony supports several of the changes to the bill wording that were outlined in River Alliance's testimony. We especially want to highlight the proposed technical changes to Section 7, which would allow local agencies to rely on existing maps to identify cold water habitats. We strongly support shifting the burden of evidence to the applicant. Thank you for your time. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you again for your testimony, Tom. Do members have any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony and sticking it out with us today. All right, next up we have Everett Gowendo, followed by Chris Phelps.
Can you hear me?
Sir.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Everett Gowendo, and I live on Patchogue Pond. I am also the vice president of our pond association. I'm here in support of State Bill 315, allowing the use of triploid grass carp. A couple of years back, the secretary of our association moved to Lake Greenwood down in South Carolina. At that time, she found out that their lake was in a similar condition and had been in the past. Talking to their lake manager, Julie Davis, they stated that they used to use chemicals up until 2010. In 2010, they switched over to carp, and they've had that management tool for the last 15 years, and their ecosystem on that lake is now balanced. Still plenty of fishing, still some invasive weeds, but it is in a good condition where all parties are getting benefit from the lake. and no one's suffering. At the time, they were spending $400,000 a year for chemicals. Anyway, the focus is to establish that a healthy ecosystem by balancing all species of aquatic plants. Please understand the goal is not to totally eliminate invasive aquatic weeds. Grass carp prefer dieting on various invasive weeds and not so much on the local native plants. In particular, the carp consider hydrilla as their delicacy and look to eat that the first, making this especially beneficial with the way hydrilla spreads voraciously. Hydrilla was first found in Patchogue during our 2024 survey and had about a 6-acre plot. Not coincidentally, it was found adjacent to the state boat launch. The 2025 survey found that now there's nearly 60 acres in various locations around the pond. Obviously, the boats chop it up and it floats around and it's getting all over the pond. And as it grows so bad, our pond is going to have a bigger problem. We've had these surveys done yearly for the last 9 years by CAS, the Connecticut Agricultural Experiment Station. Present approaches of education, chemical treatment, harvesting, and drawdowns do not come close to addressing what this problem is, and it's a statewide problem, not just here in Patchogue. This
Thank you, Edward.
legislation,
Summarize?
I wasn't, that was my 3 minutes?
Yeah, yes, sir.
All right. Do you have any questions then?
Yes, I do. Everett, if
Sure.
you could summarize your most important point very briefly.
Well, you know, I know Deep's big concern is about the carp getting out. The next water body downstream from us is Hopeville Pond, as you heard somebody else say, that Greg Bugby from Cass feels that that's going to be the next dead lake in the state of Connecticut. Beyond that is Ashland Pond, which is the same problem. You know, there are just numerous ponds over here, all over on this waterway are, you know, in very bad shape, and they're all getting worse. So we would really appreciate consideration to sponsor this bill and move it out to a full vote. Thank you. If you have any other questions.
No, yes, but we do have a question from a member, Representative Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for testifying. I'd just like to ask a couple questions about the pond in North Carolina that you talked about that successfully used carp. So did they use sterile carp like we're proposing here? And how many and how often do they have to be added? And like, what's their life? Can you provide any details on that?
Sure. Yes, it was actually South Carolina, Lake Greenwood, South Carolina. They introduced them in 2010. I don't know the specifics, but I can talk to the lake manager and get that information if you like. Generally, the carp will survive anywhere from 7 to 10 years. The big key is how many carp per acre you put in, you know, and it's a calculate. Well, I don't know if it's a calculation, but it's a subjective thing over what percent of your lake has, you know, if you have 20% invasive, you have 50% invasive, you know, and how many surface acres you have. You can do a general calculation to see if you should put in 10 per acre, 5 per acre. You know, we would be looking, you know, for Deep's help in determining what those numbers are. But, you know, we would like to be able to have the possibility to at least use this as one of our management tools. You know, chemicals is just, a lot of people are against them and they're ridiculously expensive. And, you know, we would not have the funds to be able to do chemical treatments, and you got to do it year after year. At least the carp, you know, you put them in and they're around for, you know, 7 to 10 years. Does that answer?
Yes, thank you. And to you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I mean, we heard that carp eat everything, not just the invasive species. And 7 to 10 years is a long time. right? To have them in there, yeah. So,
Yeah, but it also takes the carp several years to even catch up to, what is growing. And it's known, if you can look up studies, they go for the soft, like, water milfoil and the hydrilla, the very soft, vegetation. That's their favorite.
okay, thank you for the update. Thank you.
Thank you, Rep. Jensen. Do members have any other questions? Rep. Mashinsky.
Just an observation that another thing you can do is, if you do have a riparian area buffer around your water body, it will filter out the incoming excess nutrients that are making the water milfoil and all those plants grow so luxuriously. So that's something that can be done by the homeowners on the lake too, and that'll help your situation.
Representative Mashinsky, was that a question?
No, it just, earlier Deep's testimony was that they were worried about the carp outcompeting the native species. And so we may have to use another method to reduce the milfoil in that lake that does not involve carp.
Right. Stay tuned. All right. Do members have any further questions? Seeing none, also just want to thank you for your work in protecting the environmental quality of Patchogue Pond. It's a beautiful, beautiful property.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, we have Chris Phelps in person, followed by William Henley online. Great to see you, Chris.
Thank you, Representative and members of the committee. I'm Chris Phelps. I'm the State Director of Environment Connecticut, and we have submitted testimony on Senate Bill 319 regarding battery-powered lawn and garden equipment. Environment America, which is the national organization that we're a part of, as well as our colleagues at USPIRG and the Frontier Group, have produced numerous analyses and studies of the issue of electrification of lawn equipment nationwide in recent years. And we have worked with both municipalities as well as state governments on policies to encourage electrification of lawn and garden equipment, because doing so reduces pollution, first and foremost. A gasoline-powered leaf blower used for 1 hour can produce as much pollution as driving a car for 15 hours, or 15 cars circling your block for that hour. In particular, fine particulate emissions from lawn and garden equipment are enormous. In Connecticut, we have estimated that fine particulate pollution from lawn and garden equipment annually is equivalent to the amount emitted by more than 3 million cars on our roads. That's a significant air quality and public health challenge in aggregate. Regarding the bill before you, I wanted to highlight our concerns about specific language in Section 4, which would allow use of revenues from the system's benefit charge assessed to electric ratepayers for support of electrification of lawn and garden equipment. Certainly, we support the goal of incentivizing consumers and businesses to go electric, but using that charge, we feel is an inappropriate usage of that money, which should be devoted to direct benefits for ratepayers. We would encourage the committee to work with the agencies who I've read their testimony already before this hearing, expressing their concerns about the sections of the bill encouraging the state agencies to go electric with lawn equipment. I'm a little confused by, frankly, some of their arguments, because their objections appear to be objecting to things that aren't in the bill regarding, there are exceptions in the bill for emergency use of gasoline-powered equipment, for example, which makes perfect sense, in all honesty. So I think they're taken on its face, so there's great opportunity there for state agencies to lead by example on this, based on their own words. But lastly, our biggest focus is on making it easier for consumers and for businesses who want to choose to go electric with lawn equipment to do so, both for the environmental and the public health benefits. We speak to that, opportunities and ideas for that in our testimony. And specifically, we really encourage the committee to look at models such as what Colorado has adopted that really works for both businesses and consumers. But I'll stop there.
Thank you, Chris, for your testimony. Do members have any questions, Mr. Chair?
This, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
Curious if, thank you for your testimony. In your data, are you able to disaggregate across 2-stroke versus 4-stroke engines on those machines that are doing all this emission?
Two-stroke is definitely dirtier, as you've heard repeatedly today.
Yeah.
That is absolutely the case. And well, I'm not the expert in this, but I'm pretty sure that, for example, fine particulate pollution from two-stroke, that's the big source of that problem.
If we were to focus on phasing out 2-stroke, do you have a sense of what the benefit that would be in terms of, and obviously you don't have that top of mind, but that might be a follow-up if you could.
It would certainly be a significant benefit. We could try to follow up with some.
Because I really don't have a sense of how many 2 versus 4 are out there in the market. I don't know. Maybe y'all have that, or we can help.
I don't off the top of my head.
Figure out who does.
I
Appreciate
know
if you
I
have any thoughts.
One old 2-stroke weed whacker in my garage that I haven't touched in years.
Not doing too much emissions right now.
No, it's not doing too much, but you know, it 2-stroke is obviously more polluting than not. Electric are far and away, obviously, the cleanest type of lawn equipment that we have available on the market.
Thank you.
And
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
they're also cheaper to use.
Okay. All right. Seeing no further questions, thank you again, Chris, for your testimony.
Thank you, Representative.
Next up, we have William Henley, followed by John Swanson.
Thank you, Co-Chairs Parker and Lopes, as well as the ranking members of the committee and the remainder of the Environmental Committee. I'm here to testify in support of House Bill 5334. My name is William Henley. I'm an aquatic scientist and certified lake manager at the South Central Connecticut Regional Water Authority in New Haven. As a representative for water utilities on the Vegetative Riparian Buffers Working Group, I had the opportunity to work closely with municipal, environmental, and state agency partners to evaluate how riparian buffer protections intersect with the operational needs of public water systems. There's been a lot of conversation on this bill today, so I'll focus on the area that most concerns us. Per recent estimates available by the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection and DPH, as much as 85% of Connecticut's population is served by public water supply systems. Surface water supplies consisting of reservoirs make up a significant portion of this public supply. Data show that reservoirs providing drinking water to RWA customers, similar to numerous reservoir systems across the state, have existed as sources of supply for over 100 years and must remain viable for public use in perpetuity. Feeding these critical systems are over 1,400 miles of streams and hundreds of acres of wetlands and water bodies. Protections of these upstream sources provide a clear avenue to safeguard and improve reservoir water quality and thus keep drinking water supplies as clean and as pure as possible. House Bill 5334 explicitly outlines the protection of vegetation and riparian areas across all watercourses. Protection of vegetative buffers have been proven to reduce the input of nutrients to streams, namely phosphorus and nitrogen, proven to keep stream temperatures colder, and as well as reduce the impacts of high flow events. While these benefits are valuable for the overall environmental quality of Connecticut's water resources, they are critically valuable for the protection of source waters that are used in the production and distribution of drinking water in public water supply systems. I found the working group process to be especially productive, capturing the concerns and inputs from a wide array of stakeholders. I thank the committee for the time that was spent on this initiative and for producing a bill that reflects the collaborative work and balanced recommendations of the group. I am in support of constructive reconciliation of the issues previously highlighted by Rivers Alliance, Kakiwik, Save the Sound, and Representative Anderson. Thank you for your time and welcome to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony, William. Do members have any questions? Seeing none, thank you again. Next
Thank
up, we have John Swanson, followed by Madison Spermuli.
Hi, good afternoon. Attorney John Swanson. I represent the Bashan Waters Recreational Group, which is a constituency of Bashan Lake property owners that are water and water sports enthusiasts. Before I move on, and I hate to break protocol, but the president of my client has been waiting and she's number 46. So I'm just pointing that out in hopes that maybe she can still be let in to speak. I do want to thank the chair, the ranking members, and the other members of the committee. As you can imagine, I'm here to comment on SB 313. We very much thank the commissioner and the deputy commissioner for considering the issue. It's an important issue, and I think you guys are probably getting the sense that there's incredibly strong perspectives on both sides of it. My clients oppose SB 313. We were actually hoping we could ask you to preempt the East Haddam ordinance, but it was clear from, some of the testimony or comments by Deputy Commissioner Trumbull that that's not the intent and that the East Haddam ordinance apparently is left intact. There was a lot of discussion about process today. The Warramog process, regardless of the results, it was amazing. That did not happen in East Hampton. And I'm pointing that out, not because you can address the East Hampton ordinance, but to point out what's going to happen if there's not better state standards and regulations that guide these towns. And I implore you to take a look at the East Hampton ordinance. And with all due respect to East Hampton and the folks that put that together, on its face, the wording will show you that it's vague and ambiguous, and it's going to be subject to a challenge. And I think the other ordinances that get passed, if they're done ad hoc, town by town, and it's this same process that everybody's saying works, it's not going to work. And the one thing I want to point out that's maybe not clear here, my clients are a constituency of people that have literally built a summer lifestyle around wake boating. They've invested hundreds of thousands of dollars in houses and boats, and this is not going to go away easy, unfortunately. And we absolutely appreciate the state getting involved, and we think the state needs to be involved. And the answer to the question
John, for testifying, please summarize.
The answer to the question, it should be both a state issue with some standards and then give some discretion to the towns. And I am hoping that you can let Speaker 46 Nancy in. Thank you.
Thank you again, John, for testifying. I would note, Nancy, if you are listening, if you could please accept the invitation to enter the room so you can testify before us. And that would be most helpful. And John, if you can communicate that to her directly, if she's not in the room, that would be also most helpful. Seeing no further questions from the committee room, thank you again for testifying. Next up, we'll have Madison Spermuli, followed by Nancy Bordick.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the Environment Committee. My name is Madison Spermuli, and I am the organizer for the CT Zero Waste Coalition. I am here today to testify in opposition of Senate Bill 317, an act concerning the Bristol Resource Recovery Facility. This bill would allow the Bristol Resource Recovery Facility to be exempt from paying the waste assessment fee for the next 5 years. I am not sure of the reasoning as to why the Bristol facility should be exempt from paying the waste assessment fee. If this bill is passed, the other resource recovery facilities in our state will also demand an exemption. This bill is not fair. Connecticut's waste assessment fee is $1.50 charged for every ton of municipal solid waste processed at resource recovery facilities in the state. This fee has not been raised since 2003 and is one of the lowest waste disposal surcharges in the country. This fee is deposited into the general fund, and if the Bristol facility is exempt, the annual amount deposited into the general fund will decrease. Furthermore, there is no evidence that the Bristol Resource Recovery Facility is struggling financially, and therefore should not receive an exemption from our state. The facility is owned and operated by ReWorld, formerly known as Covanta. ReWorld is a private company that seems to be thriving with over 100 facilities and has continuously put millions of dollars into the 2 waste facilities they own in the state to ensure that they continue operating. ReWorld does not need any financial assistance and has not asked for it. So therefore, to conclude, I ask that the committee please oppose Senate Bill 317 and act concerning the Bristol Resource Recovery Facility. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Madison, for your testimony. Do members have any questions? Representative Mashinsky.
Yeah, I don't know. Did you know that the fee was originally put on, I put it on years ago to pay for the air pollution control equipment for the plants? And then it was rated by the legislature, or actually by the governor, rated by the governor and put into the general fund. So did you know it was actually used for air pollution control originally?
I did, yes. I know that it did not originally go to the general fund. It got put in there and now it's been living there.
Yeah, so it would be really, I think it would be useful if it was actually paying for air pollution controls on the plant. That was the whole point of putting it on there, so the neighborhood would be protected.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree. Either air pollution or also being a member of the Zero Waste Coalition, we have advocated for the general fund, the waste assessment fee to go towards waste reduction initiatives in general. So we'd also be advocating for that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Madison, for your testimony. Do members have any questions? Seeing none, thank you and have a great day.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, we have Nancy Bordick.
Great. Thank you so much and good evening. I appreciate you adding me back into the queue. I'm here to testify on Bill 313. My name is Nancy Bordick and I am the president of Bashan Waters Recreation Group. Our mission is to protect the health of Bashan Lake while preserving the right for everyone to enjoy the beauty and recreation of our waters. Based on peer-reviewed studies, Bashan Lake and many of the waters of Connecticut can safely support wake surfing and other wake-enhancing activities and maintain a healthy lake ecologies. Studies across the nation have shown that adequate setbacks allow sufficient protection of our lakes. We would agree with the legislation based on setbacks from the shore. Additionally, it is imperative that the laws and ordinance that regulate Connecticut waterways comply with Chapter 268, Section 15-136 of the Connecticut General Assembly. As such, and to quote the regulation, local ordinances cannot be arbitrary, unreasonable, or unnecessarily restrictive. We request that all Connecticut towns, including East Haddam, that have been put in place a wake surfing ban, be reviewed against this standard of law. Evidence shows that with proper setbacks in place, wake surfing is not linked to damage to lake ecology. We request that the Deep Commissioner or Legislature disapprove of the East Haddam wake surfing ordinance, as it is unreasonable and unnecessarily restrictive. As background, the East Haddam ordinance was neither disapproved or approved by the Deep. Wake surfing studies were not conducted on Bashan Lake. Greg Bugby, who has already been referenced today, has been monitoring our lake for years and stated last summer that the lake was as healthy as it's ever been. This is after years of wake surfing. Bashan Lake is large enough and deep enough, and evidence supports that it's healthy. Setbacks are sufficient legislation for Bashan Lake. On a personal note, I've been passionate about water sports ever since I was 5. Water skiing was a sport that gave me pure joy. A few years ago, after a serious back injury and surgery, I thought that part of my life was over. Then I discovered wake surfing. It is gentle on your body, easy to learn, and accessible for all ages and abilities. It gave me back the freedom and joy I thought I had lost. This isn't just my story, it's many. Wake surfing is a way to build confidence, resilience, and community through a healthy appreciation of nature. These sports are done respectfully
Thank you,
and
Nancy.
safely.
Please summarize.
Yeah, let's protect our lakes safely and responsibly while keeping them accessible for communities that cherish them. Given current events, it's important to mention one thing. When freedoms are removed, they rarely are returned. Let's start with setbacks, monitor lake health, and avoid banning. Thank you for your time and consideration.
We appreciate your testimony and glad you were able to get in.
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Of course, of course. Do members have any questions? Seeing none, thank you again and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, you too.
All right, next up we have Terrence Stovall. Is Terrence online?
Good evening. Can everybody hear me? Good evening. Am I there?
We can hear you.
Yes, sir. Please proceed
All
with
right.
your.
Thank you all. Co-chairs Lopes, Parker, ranking and distinguished members of the Joint Environment Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Terrence Stovall, and I'm here on behalf of the National Association of Landscape Professionals. The National Association of Landscape Professionals is the national trade organization that represents the landscape industry. And in Connecticut, that industry employs over 12,000 employees. I know that you've heard a considerable amount of testimony on Senate Bill 319, so I won't belabor the points. But I will just say that our members are licensed professionals that specialize in lawn care, landscape maintenance, tree care, irrigation, and water management. They perform essential services to residents and businesses across the state. And cost and performance remain considerable hurdles for commercial users when it comes to transitioning to battery-powered alternatives to leaf blowers. Additional time and financial incentives such as grants, rebates, or tax incentives to help offset those costs would help out with incentivizing and expediting that transition tremendously. As our member and our partner over at CTEC, Mark Kelbacher, stated earlier, last year we provided testimony on a similar bill, and we were assured that we would be a part of the discussion and process of developing the transition to battery-powered equipment. We're still here ready to be a part of that conversation and ultimately a part of that solution, but the bill that's written will put many of our members, businesses in difficult positions that would affect their ability to continue to provide essential services to residents and communities across the state. For these reasons, we respectfully urge the committee to pause SB 319 in favor of a study group that includes landscape and lawn care professionals so that there can be adequate stakeholder input before a transition is implemented. NALP is more than willing to contribute to collaborative conversations that work toward that transition and making sure that that transition works for all stakeholders. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak this evening.
Appreciate your testimony, Terrence. Do members have any questions? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony and have a great night.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Richard Meddy.
Hello, Richard Meddy, Trout Unlimited, Council Chairman, covering all 8 chapters within Connecticut. I wanted to thank the committee and the working group co-chairs for the bill and the product of a legislative working group, providing a diverse stakeholders, which really helps give us a great foundation of a starting bill. I wanted to just touch base on a UConn Center for Land Use Education and Research CLARE study. It looked at 1985 to 2015. It was looking at the Connecticut changing landscape. The land cover studied showed 2.6% reduction within 300 feet of riparian buffer zones of forests. Also showed 1.3 loss of agricultural fields and grass meadows. The UConn CLARE research provided critical data and tools for mapping land cover changes, which are essential for identifying Connecticut erosion risks. Riparian buffer UConn CLARE also identified and highlighted that the native vegetation along streams and watercourses is the first line of defense against erosion aids and establishing all soil bases with protecting the health of the river, the streams, the waterway, along with flooding of properties protection. I also just wanted to point out that we have strong positions because we do a lot of restoration work, replenishing and replacing native plants and removing invasive plants throughout Connecticut, rivers, streams, and watercourses. We have to remember that rivers provide protections, filtering out pollutants and stormwater runoffs in our waterways. Good riparian buffers and trees also provide shade and habitat, cooler waters for all types of aquatic life, mammals, amphibious, aquatic life, and fish, providing much recreation for the state of Connecticut. I just wanted to keep it short and quick, just touching on a few things from the UConn Center for Land Use Education and Research. And if you have any questions, I'll answer any questions.
Thank you, Richard, for your testimony. Do members have any questions? Seeing none, thank you again.
Thank you.
All right. Is Linda Arson in the room? I'm sorry, Linda Andrus from Lake Warmog Association. Jill Lagututa. All right, so now we're going to move on to Karen Camporial.
Sorry, I wasn't expecting to be called right now. Good evening, distinguished members of the committee. My name is Karen Camporelli, and I am a member of the Stamford, Connecticut Board of Representatives and the author and lead sponsor of Stamford's Electric Lawn Equipment Ordinance. The fossil fuel industry spends billions of dollars each year on disinformation. That disinformation was heard today. In order for this committee to move forward, you will have to dispel a lot of that disinformation so that you can move forward with clarity and confidence with the business community. Stanford went through this process carefully and deliberately. It took over a year of educating our committee and our board, talking with stakeholders, refining the ordinance to include those stakeholders' voices. We held 2 public hearings and heard from hundreds of constituents, 99% in favor of our bill. The overwhelming majority were in favor. We listened to every stakeholder. 4 landscaping companies testified that they had already transitioned not just their leaf blowers, but their entire fleets. One larger company shared that after switching, they saved enough fuel and maintenance costs to offset their investment and pay themselves back within 18 months of buying the equipment. Their workers were healthier and happier and proud to work for a cleaner company. That testimony mattered. In Stanford, environmental justice and just transition were guiding principles. We understood the health burden falls disproportionately on workers who operate this equipment daily and on residents who live nearby. At the same time, we acknowledged the financial realities facing small businesses. So we structured a phased-in transition. We led by example, beginning the transition of all city-owned equipment, not just leaf blowers. That started immediately, to be completed over a 3-year period. For lawn care companies and residents, we created a 3-year runway before implementation. We limited seasonal use during October, November, and December to recognize operational realities. We banned large ride-on blowers, but provided a 6-year phase-in to avoid sudden economic harm. We also called on CCM to reopen leaf funding, advocate for grants, and buyback opportunities.
Summarize.
I'm sorry?
Thank you for your testimony. Can you please summarize?
Our governor has made clear commitments on climate action. The science is clear. The public health data is clear. The public is speaking loudly. The economic case is also clear.
Thank you, Karen, for your testimony. I think you brought up a very interesting concept about how you, the city of Stanford, the Board of Reps, made the decision to regulate this issue through local ordinance. And I was wondering if you could just briefly speak to that and why you think in the context of what you're trying to accomplish in Stanford, more state regulation on this issue is necessary.
Well, I think that the health of all of the state's workers is important, not just Stanford's. I think the health and welfare of all of Connecticut, not just Stanford, is important. That you've heard testimony, and I could send lots of additional doctors to you to testify, and peer-reviewed science that these machines are toxic, especially to minority workers who are the majority of the people using them. How can we turn a blind eye to this as a state? How can we how can we allow these toxic machines that are worse than cars, and you've heard the science and the ratios of cars versus one of these equipments, to be put in the hands of workers, especially minority workers and poor people working for minimum wage, and turn a blind eye to that? This can be done. You've heard testimony after testimony, and I could send you the law. I'm sorry.
No, understood. And I do have just a brief follow-up question, and that's is there anything you were not able to do as far when you were drafting this ordinance? Or is there anything the state limited municipalities to do as far as regulating on their own?
I don't remember encountering anything that we wanted to do that the state would not allow us to do. And we did not end up with the ordinance that we ended up with because there were people in the community complaining. Most people, and I would say 99 out of 100, were fully in favor of this ban. And when we made it a seasonal ban, I'm sorry?
Please proceed.
When we made it a seasonal ban, we got pushback from the community.
Thank you so much for the answer, your answers to those questions. Do members have any further questions? Seeing none, thank you so much and appreciate your service to the city of Stamford.
Thank you. I appreciate yours.
All right, next up we have Brandon Thomas. Doesn't look like we have Brandon in the room. We will then go to Michael Intravine. I hope I've pronounced your name correctly.
Yes, you got it correct. Good job. Okay. So good evening, chairs, ranking members, and distinguished members of the Environment Committee. My name is Michael Intravine. I am a licensed funeral director and embalmer, and I serve as the treasurer of the Connecticut Funeral Directors Association. The FDA represents over 220 member firms across Connecticut. I respectfully request that House Bill 5331 be amended to meaningfully address the operational realities facing existing crematories in Connecticut. As currently drafted, the bill allows crematories approved on or before January 1st, 2020 to continue operating while seeking permit renewal or expansion approval. However, it does not resolve the fundamental issue. Existing crematories cannot replace aging equipment or make modest internal improvements without triggering compliance with regulatory standards adopted long after their original licensure. Standards that many facilities cannot physically meet due to location and boundary requirements. This is not a theoretical concern, it is structural and urgent. According to the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, Connecticut has experienced more than 22,000 cremations per year since 2020. Data from the Cremation Association of North America shows that in 2024, Connecticut's cremation rate reached 66%. That rate is projected to rise to approximately 80% by 2034, where it is expected to plateau, meaning at that level, Connecticut will perform roughly 27,000 cremations annually within the next decade and after that. Demand is increasing steadily and predictably. Meanwhile, our cremation infrastructure is aging. Connecticut has 21 active crematories operating 39 total cremation chambers or retorts. The age of those retorts ranges from new to approximately 75 years old, with an average age of 31 years. 6 retorts are more than 70 years old. Additionally, 14 crematories cannot meet current boundary regulations if required to re-permit today. These facilities were properly constructed and licensed under the laws and regulations in effect at that time. Yet, if those same facilities were required to reapply today, even simply to replace a retort within that same building, many would not qualify under current statutory and regulatory requirements. We are moving toward an 80% cremation rate within the next decade, yet we are relying on just 39 retorts, many decades old, and numerous facilities that cannot modernize. House Bill 5331, as drafted, offers temporary administrative relief. It does not.
Can you please summarize?
I'm right there now. It does not remove the regulatory barrier that prevents responsible modernization. We respectfully request targeted amendments to define existing crematory as a facility licensed prior to January 1st, 2020, allow replacement of existing retorts within the current building footprint without requiring compliance with regulations adopted after their original licensure, permit installation of 1 additional retort within the existing structure, providing there is no site expansion, and require continued compliance with all laws and regulations in effect at the time of original licensure. The Connecticut Funeral Directors Association requests to collaborate with the committee on language that responsibly achieves these goals. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Yes, appreciate your testimony and offer for collaboration. Do members have any questions? Representative Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question for you. If there's still delays on doing updates and repairs, would you? I don't mean to be morbid, but could there be a backlog?
Yeah, I mean, if ultimately the purpose of this is to avoid that backlog, if they can't be fixed or are unable to operate, they're shut down.
Well, and the last thing I want to see is loved ones having to wait extended periods of time to deal with the loss of a loved one. So I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you, Rep. Callahan. Do members have any further questions? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony, Michael.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Jonathan Green, followed by Diane Keefe.
Good evening, chairs, ranking members, and distinguished members of the Environment Committee. My name is Jonathan Green. I'm also a licensed funeral director and embalmer, and I serve as president and legislative chair of the Connecticut Funeral Directors Association with Michael. We want to thank you again for raising HB 5331 and continue to request amendments to meaningfully address the urgent needs to improve and preserve crematory infrastructure in our state. Crematories rely on heavily specialized mechanical equipment, and like any mechanical system, cremation chambers are subject to wear, age, and even accidental damage. For many older units, replacement parts are no longer manufactured, and qualified technicians familiar with these legacy systems are increasingly difficult to find. At some point, these units simply cannot be repaired. When that happens, as you just heard, a crematory may be forced to cease operations, not because of noncompliance, but because it cannot lawfully replace the equipment inside the existing structures and buildings. Under current regulations by both the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection and the Department of Public Health, existing crematories must meet updated standards if they seek to replace or modify their equipment. These standards include a minimum 150-foot distance from the base of the crematory stack to the nearest property line, completion of simulated air pollution dispersion models, and a 500-foot physical setback from the nearest residence. And while these requirements were intended for new construction, they've been applied to equipment replacement and modification within long-standing facilities. The practical effect is significant. Many crematories that were lawfully constructed and licensed decades ago now are stopped from replacing their outdated equipment, installing newer, cleaner, more efficient equipment, or even adding at a limited amount, even one additional cremation chamber within the existing footprint. All of this is prohibited unless they were to trigger and comply with the new standards that were not in place at the time of their original licensure. And this is creating a slow but inevitable erosion of cremation capacity in Connecticut. And that's it's in complete contrast to the continuing rise that we're seeing. We'd like to see, with the measures shared previously and outlined in our submitted testimony, that this approach would allow modernization of equipment that is in some cases more than
Thank you,
70
Richard, for your
years old.
testimony. Can you please summarize?
Thank you. Yes, truthfully, that's really the bulk of it. We would just like the opportunity to continue to work together and build a responsible language to achieve these goals together.
Thank you again for your testimony. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Thanks for the conversation. I know we spoke earlier in the session, Jonathan, with you and others. Looks like the bill we drafted from your perspective might have missed the mark. Can you just say what else you would like to see in there to get at the core problem, specifically as you can?
Sure. So the biggest hurdle is not the application process itself. Should a crematory be involved in the permitting process, they're not prohibited from active operations, which I believe is what the bill is looking to address. But we're trying to bring forth a grandfather clause to allow currently operating facilities to update their equipment. And right now the roadblock is forcing them to continue to use old, outdated equipment rather than bringing in better equipment that may not meet the highest standards that the state has set forth, but is certainly better than what's available and currently operating. It's a comparison we like to use is, imagine everyone driving around 70-year-old cars wishing to update to modern, fuel efficient, energy efficient, and far better, far
right.
less of an impact on the environment.
So
being told it's not good enough.
Right. The language here, I guess it says you would be able to continue operating until the permit is either renewed or otherwise. You're looking for a broader grandfathering of equipment. So I guess that's the gap that we'll spend some more time looking at. So I just making sure I understood, because I saw that you appreciated, supported the bill, but it sounds like have some real issues and it doesn't quite solve the problem. So we'll keep at it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Gresco.
Just a quick follow-up to that. So if a facility was going to get an upgrade, would that upgrade, pretty rest assured that it would lower the amount of emissions and use less energy just by the sake of the technology having been advanced?
Certainly in comparison to the older outdated equipment, absolutely. It may not necessarily meet what the standards they're currently looking for. And to my knowledge, the biggest issue is the physical setbacks of the location, not the equipment that would be operating.
So in theory, we could be preventing something that would immediately upgrade the air quality around the facility that is now not as good as it could be because it's the technology is too old.
That's correct. And beyond the air quality, also the energy efficiency of the operating procedures themselves. And there are crematories waiting to put these new systems in place. They are ready as soon as they could be permitted to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Green, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention, I'd be obligated to reference that technically we do have green burials in Connecticut, and appreciate all you do for the association as well.
Thank you.
All right. Perhaps too soon. Next up, we have Diane Keefe, followed by Nancy Sarnoff Williams.
Thank you, distinguished and hardworking members of the Environment Committee. I appreciate the opportunity to submit testimony in opposition to SB 317. The $1.50 fee for solid waste processed at resource recovery and waste conversion facilities dates back to October 1987. This fee is inadequate to signal to the private sector that the state of Connecticut is in a solid waste crisis. Why has this fee not been raised since 2003? It's one of the lowest waste disposal surcharges in the country. Why should the Bristol Resource Recovery Facility not pay the waste assessment fee that all the other facilities are required to pay? It sets a bad precedent that encourages other industrial solid waste processing facilities to request their own exemptions. Since municipalities face negative impacts from waste processing facilities and waste transportation hubs loading for out-of-state transport of waste, instead of the general fund, this bill should be amended such that the solid waste fee proceeds can go back to municipalities to support programs to reduce food waste, the heaviest part of their solid waste, to decrease the total solid waste processing cost burdens on municipalities. Why do municipalities only get money for tolerating litter from mini liquor bottles? Let's use our solid waste fee income, which should be higher, to help municipalities solve their problems. Under no circumstances should any company be exempted from this fee, barring documented financial distress on the part of the facility that it would impinge on its continued operation. I urge the committee to reject SB 317. And the other thing is I wanted to share, I'm from Norwalk. We're a city of 90,000 people that passed a ban. It is phased in. It will be a complete ban as of 2027. The vast majority of the inhabitants of Norwalk are very happy with the idea of less noise pollution and less air pollution. So I hope you do adopt this. And also in response to the proposal about solar panels inspections, there is no evidence that intact solar panels are leaching water polluting materials. There are PFASs in the state of Connecticut that are untreated and untested. That would be a much better use of state resources or even industry resources than to impose additional taxes on solar vendors, because there's no evidence that intact panels cause runoff, and science has studied it for decades. I would suggest that if it's true when damaged panels are in the field, that they need to be removed.
Your testimony, please summarize.
Right. If there's any obligation you would put on solar vendors, I would recommend the obligation to inspect twice a year to remove those damaged panels, because those do present a risk, but there's no evidence that intact panels do. Thank you very much for your attention.
And thank
I
you.
hope you get out early tonight.
I'm not sure about that, but do members have any questions? Representative Johnson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Hi, Diane. Just wanted to say hi. We're going to be here for a while, so I want to thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it. And hi back in Norwalk.
Representative Mashinsky.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Diane, did you know that that fee was originally put on to pay for air pollution control equipment, and the governor at the time stole it?
I was watching earlier when you mentioned that. So yes, that's exactly the kind of hijinks that we shouldn't tolerate and we should reverse at our earliest opportunity.
Okay, thank you.
Perhaps the more appropriate word is diverted. But seeing no further questions, thank you again.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Nancy Sarnoff Williams, followed by Carrie Field. Right. Next up, we have Carrie Field, followed by John Guth.
I'm going to go straight to the select meeting.
All right. Carrie Field. All right. We will go to John Guth, followed by James Fisher.
Rep Jensen, can you put yourself on mute?
Sorry.
All right. James Fisher, are you online?
Yes, good evening. Senator Lopes, Representative Parker, and members of the Environment Committee. My name is James Fisher, and I'm here as the president of the Connecticut Federation of Lakes, representing lake associations and the many people who share our lakes, from boaters, anglers, swimmers, paddlers, and shoreline residents. Connecticut's lakes are shared spaces and work best when policy reduces conflict. SB 313, as written, does the opposite. It pits lake users against one another while leaving major gaps. Shoreline owners have long reported large wakes damaging docks and structures. Anglers and families describe safety problems and disrupted recreation. Yet the bill does not clearly address how enhanced wakes will be managed near bathing beaches, or how non-motorized boaters, such as canoes, kayakers, rowing shells, and sailboats, are protected. Just as important, it does not adequately account for the lake ecology. Repeated large wakes can increase erosion and disturbance along sensitive shoreline areas, which are fish nursery habitats. And here's the reality in Connecticut. Most lake management decisions and funding are local, from municipalities, lake associations, and residents who raise funds. They secure grants, and they volunteer countless hours. Those same local partners are already stretched, responding to urgent threats like hydrilla and harmful algal blooms, which can rapidly change a lake and drive long-term costs. So be clear. This is not an anti-boating message. It's a pro-lake message and a call for a better bill, one that protects safety, access, and lake health. Please reject SB 313 and work with all stakeholders on a clearer, enforceable, and balanced approach. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I also submitted written testimony with additional detail, and the Connecticut Federation of Lakes stands ready to work with you and all stakeholders on stronger, balanced solutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, James, and appreciate your service with the Connecticut Federation of Lakes. Do members have any questions? Seeing none, thank you again for your thoughtful testimony. Next up, we have Holly Drinkuth, followed by Michael Ungaro. All right, Holly. All right, we'll move on to Michael Ungaro, followed by Diane Loriselli.
Good evening, distinguished members of the Environment Committee. My name is Mike Ungaro. I'm a Hartford resident and retired attorney, and I'm currently serving as chair of the Connecticut chapter of the Sierra Club. Thank you for introducing SB 319, and thank you for providing the opportunities to submit testimony on its merits. I fully support this legislation and urge the legislature to vote favorably on SB 319. The bad news is that gas-powered leaf blowers are highly inefficient and they emit carcinogens, greenhouse gases, and noxious chemicals that impact both the environment and the people who inhale them. In fact, they are considered super polluters. According to a study by the American Automobile Association, a typical two-stroke leaf blower emits hundreds of times more hydrocarbons than a Ford F-150 pickup truck. That study found that the hydrocarbon emissions from a half an hour of yard work with a gas leaf blower are equal to what that truck would emit on a 3,900-mile drive. A gas leaf blower does not have a catalytic converter, even though it emits up to 300 times more hydrocarbons than a car. But the good news is that there is a ready and available alternative to gas leaf blowers that would both protect the workers who use them as well as the bystanders from their harmful emissions and help Connecticut meet its climate action goals. Through technical advances, battery-powered leaf blowers have reached virtual parity with gas blowers in terms of both power and consumer satisfaction. In fact, battery-powered leaf blowers are more efficient and less expensive to operate than gas blowers, which fail to burn a third of their fuel mixture, which is instead emitted as an aerosol exhaust. And of course, for obvious reasons, battery-powered leaf blowers have a significantly lower carbon footprint as compared to gas blowers. While 200 municipalities nationwide have passed laws banning or restricting gas leaf blowers, including Norwalk, Westport, and Greenwich, for the sake of cross-state consistency as well as the health and welfare of present and future Connecticut
Thank you, Michael, for your
residents.
testimony. Can you please summarize?
Sure. It is time the legislature set forth a roadmap to a statewide ban, and SB 319 does that. It is a win for worker safety, public health, and the environment, and it is an impactful and affordable measure the legislature can implement to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions causing climate change. Thank you very much.
Thank you again, Michael. And just for our records, did you submit your written testimony?
I did.
Okay, excellent. I only ask, I wanted to reference specifically the section regarding Green Bank, and I only cite that because it's we had a conversation offline, and I was wondering if you could just briefly speak to that idea.
I'm sorry, that's not from my testimony.
Okay, my apologies, Michael.
No problem.
All right. Seeing none, no further questions. Appreciate your testimony and have a great night.
Thank you. Good night.
All right. Next up, we have Diane Lauricella, followed by Ryan Makarzinski. My apologies. He testified earlier on a panel. So the follow-up person will be William Hubrick. So Diane, you have the floor. So we'll move on to William Hubrick. And after William Hubrick, we have Walter Fritz. All right. Walter? No. All right. We'll move on to Ken Valera.
Thank you for the opportunity this evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed with your testimony.
Senator Lopes, Representative Parker, Senator Harding, Representative Callahan, members of the committee. My name is Ken Valera. I am the Executive Director of the Bristol Facility Policy Board, which is comprised of 14 member towns that I represent and have their trash processed at the recovery facility in Bristol. My background includes managing some of Connecticut's largest privately owned waste and recycling hauling companies for the last 42 years. I am now retired from the hauling business and I'm applying my years of experience as the executive director for the Bristol Facility Policy Board. I would like to offer brief comments on Senate Bill 317, an act concerning the Bristol Resource Recovery Facility. The proposal, which was brought forth by our 14 towns, would create a 5-year pilot program to encourage the upgrade and modernization of the Bristol waste to energy plant. Under current law, $1.50 per ton assessment on each ton of trash processed is paid by the owner of the plant to the state of Connecticut. For Bristol, that assessment totals around $330,000 a year. This assessment is really a tax that is passed on to our member towns and the taxpayers in higher tip fees. Taking these dollars away from the Bristol plant when they were originally intended for maintaining the emission systems at the plant is now being used for other uses by the state, and is simply not fair in view of the significant need for modernization in the plants. The fact is, the Bristol plant is getting older and needs reinvestment and modernization. The plant owner and operator continue to invest millions in upgrading in the recent past, and more are scheduled to keep the plant operating in the high 90 percentiles that it's been operating for efficiency. The Public Utility Regulatory Authority, PURA, summarized the need for modernization and maintenance in their final report to the legislative task 2 years ago. They stated, in order to adequately invest in property, plant, and equipment, some form of public subsidy
for your
financing for existing time should be considered. In summary, this was requested by the member towns and feel that it should be pushed forward through Senate Bill 317. Thank you for your time.
We appreciate your testimony and service to your community. Do members have any questions? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony and have a great night.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Gabri Benoit, followed by Elizabeth Dempsey. Perhaps Benoit. Do we have Gabri Benoit? All right, next we'll move to Elizabeth Dempsey, followed by Margarita Albin.
Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Dempsey, and I'm a resident of Greenwich, a member of Quiet Yards Greenwich. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today in support of SB 319. I've been operating myself electric landscaping, including blowers, stringers, and mowers for almost a decade, and have been working closely with both gas and electric landscapers for several years, compiling data and science-based comparisons between electric and gas and electric models of leaf blowers. I'd be happy to answer any of your questions on two-stroke versus four-stroke, how much they are used, either model in the commercial landscaping industry. I also be happy to answer any of the questions you raised earlier about decibel differences between models, as well as direct testimony that was used in Greenwich from a very prominent and large electric landscapers who testified to Greenwich about their experience. And I would say to some other previous comments that all of these electric landscapers used to work with gas and have purposely switched to electric. And, one of the other questions was, well, if it's so great, why are people not switching over? And I think really honestly, there's a lack of knowledge and there's an assumption of what the industry was, say, 10 years ago, and what it is today, because the cost metrics are really important, and that's what I'd like to focus on. In these days and times, affordability and common sense efficiency are critical to residents and the businesses in Connecticut. And I know our legislature has a laser focus on that this session. And that's why this particular bill, in terms of a transition, a very logical, reasonable, thought out transition to electric leaf blowers is a good thing to consider. And I'd like to explain why, because I didn't really hear any of the science or data of gas metrics. You rarely hear a number or a comparison on that side, but we've done the math. And what I'd like to share is electric blowers as of today firstly, match or exceed the performance of gas equipment. And this has been critical to provide the cost efficiency that's needed. So no longer can we really listen to this idea that the technology is just not there, and it is. Second, electric leaf blowers typically pay for themselves within 1 to 2 years. Their operating costs are
Thank you for
dramatically
your
lower.
testimony. Can you please summarize?
Oh, sure. So 25 cents per hour versus $1.10. And most importantly, electric blowers eliminate costly engine maintenance, repairs, fuels purchases. So what I'm here to say is that electric leaf blower businesses are thriving. The dire predictions are not the case. And also there's models that we can share with you of municipalities that are saving tens of thousands of dollars. And for that reason, I really do think that you all should look at reducing your state costs itself to the taxpayers of Greenwich, taxpayers of Connecticut, excuse me. That plus the health benefits and reduction in health costs really make a total win for Connecticut. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Yes, thank you, Elizabeth. And my question is, when did the town of Greenwich enact the ordinance banning gas blowers?
Yeah, we had kind of a soft start to it in 2024, and then so it technically started in 24, and then in 25 it was fully in force.
And was it did the municipality sign off on it, or was it a town vote?
It was a vote by our RTM. So it was the town legislature, 220 members. It was one of the more overwhelming votes we've had in a long time.
And that was both parties.
Yeah, that was the point. Both parties, overwhelming. I think it was about 87%.
Wow. All right. I appreciate those statistics. Do
And
members have any questions?
To your question about the conversations with the Green Bank, that was with Vincent Giordano, and I'd be happy to have him follow up with you.
Well, certainly. Thank you so much. Mr. Chair.
Hi, one of the earlier testimony, people said that the actual town of Greenwich is not using electronic battery operated equipment. Do you happen to know if they are not?
Yeah, I do know a lot about it. Of course, that is handled by our first selectman as being the commissioner of our noise ordinance per se, and it was. Sorry. And so it was not, it's a long story, but it was not necessarily our intent to include the municipality at the start. And Fred has decided to give them a longer timeframe to transition, which I think also makes sense. And then there are some discrepancies, I would say, in terms of what the cost analysis is, but they're working on it, and it's starting soon. One of the agreements was that they would start retiring their gas leaf blowers. I'm sorry, I can't hear you if you're asking me another question. I'm so sorry.
I'm in the queue. I can't hear anyone
Okay.
either.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't hear. So, but I'd be delighted to answer any further questions if I could hear.
Mr. Chairman, no one on Zoom can hear you if you're speaking.
Hello, can you hear me? Am I on?
I think the people on Zoom can hear you.
Chair
people
cannot.
testifying, but I don't know. if
Yeah,
the-
we're trying to connect with the, I'm texting, we're trying to connect with the room.
Yeah, the chairman just texted me. They're working on it. They're just experiencing some technical difficulties at the moment. So if everyone can just hang tight for a moment.
Yes,
Thank you.
indeed. And I'm pleased to report the IT has walked in the room. The issue will be addressed momentarily. It
We
should
can
be
hear you now.
excellent.
Wow.
Thank you, IT and team. All
That
right.
quick. So my question had been, the town passed an ordinance saying that residents have to use battery operated equipment. Does the municipality itself have to use battery operated equipment?
As the legislature wrote the ordinance, not us, not the ordinance proposed, as it was passed, it worked such that in residential zones, there cannot be gas-powered leaf blowers used. So in those areas where there are town municipal operations, which are most of them, they are our schools, they are our parks, everything like, for example, but our downtown area, are obligated as it was passed by the legislature. And I think that caught people by surprise. It was not myself as one of the authors of it. That was not our intent. Therefore, it was felt, to be fair, that the municipality should have more time to comply. But was it required as it was written? Technically, yes. It was by residential zone.
Okay, I'm still a little confused, but all right, going back to one of your other statements, you'd said we're looking for a path to get towards battery operated equipment. What do you think about the path, including at first phasing out 2-cycle engines and saying that people have to use either a 4-cycle engine or a battery operated piece of equipment?
Well, I don't want to speak for Vincent, but because I pretty confidently feel that the vast majority of landscaper preference is two-stroke market. And because the vast amount of suppliers are either starting that transition to electric, but the bulk of the leaf blowers that are supplied on the market for commercial landscaping is two-stroke. So yes, that would be a huge step. Typically, and I don't need to tell you because I know you're involved in the industry, 4-stroke tends to be a heavier backpack blower with less torque, more weight, less the power. The RPMs are lower in a 4-stroke, so I don't think they're as appealing. But sure, it would make a huge dent in the industry. Or sorry, in the impact.
My observation and my understanding that 2-stroke motors are smaller, lighter, and less expensive to build, but a 4-stroke can generate the same power. They just tend to be slightly larger and heavier. But in a situation where most of the 2-stroke motors still being used is on smaller equipment, weed whackers, smaller blowers, and backpacks, that's actually where battery operated equipment is working the best and is actually up to industry spec. So I think there's an avenue for the future there. But thank you very much for your testimony.
Okay, thank you.
Do members have further questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony today. All right, next up we have Gabrielle Benoit, followed by Diane Laricella.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, please proceed.
Okay. Good afternoon, Senator Lopes, Representative Parker, Senator Harding, Representative Callahan, and the members of the committee. My name is Gabrielle Benoit, and I am the Executive Director of Environment and Human Health Incorporated. I am here in strong support of Raise Bill 319. This is a well-structured, practical bill that faces in the transition from gas-powered to battery-operated lawn equipment across the state and municipal operation. It sets clear expectations, provides a reasonable timeline, and includes appropriate exemptions for emergency and safety needs, which are important. From a public health perspective, this transition is long overdue. Gas-powered leaf blowers emit fine particulate matter and other pollutants directly into the breathing zone of workers and nearby residents. These emissions contribute to asthma, cardiovascular stress, and cumulative air quality impacts, especially in denser communities already facing disproportionate environmental burdens, so-called EJ communities. They're also a significant source of noise pollution. The deafening high-frequency sound from these machines travels far beyond the immediate area, affecting homes, schools, and workplaces. The kind of chronic noise exposure has a real health consequences. Battery-powered equipment substantially reduces both air and noise pollution. The technology is now viable. What is needed is policy alignment and implementation support, and this bill provides both. I would highlight two elements that are especially important for successful implementation. First, the role of the Connecticut Green Bank. The Green Bank, as you know, must be empowered to provide accessible, low-friction financing for municipalities and local contractors. The upfront cost of transitioning equipment can be a barrier, particularly for small businesses. Well-designed loan programs that are simple, affordable, and paired with technical support will be essential to making this transition equitable and achievable. Second, the Lawn Equipment Exchange Program. This program must be designed for efficiency. Its success should be measured by actual turnover, getting gas-powered equipment out of circulation and battery-powered equipment into use. That means simple processes, minimal paperwork, and fast turnaround. If it becomes cumbersome, participation will lag and the policy will underperform. Finally, the bill's phased timeline provides important market certainty. It sends a clear signal Connecticut is moving in this direction, allowing businesses and suppliers to plan accordingly. In sum, this bill will reduce air pollution, cut harmful noise, and support practical transition to cleaner technology. This is a straightforward step that will deliver immediate, tangible public health benefits. We urge you to support for Raise Bill 319. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Do members have any further questions? Seeing none, thank you and have a great night.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Diane Lauricella.
Yes, good evening, Vice Chair, Chair, ranking members, and committee members. My name is Diane Lauricella. I'm from Norwalk, Connecticut. I appreciate that you've been sitting here all day, so I'm going to be very brief. I wanted to put together my support in agreement with Madison Spermuli. I am also a founding member of the Connecticut Zero Waste Coalition. I believe that the Bristol, I am opposed to the Bristol plant or Bristol Resource Recovery avoiding paying the waste assessment fee. I first of all believe that it would be unfair, but also there is the company that underwrites them is not in great need of extra funds. This fee must be spread and utilized by all. On SB 319, I am just going to say that I agree with, and instead of repeating the terrific testimonies of Mr. Ungaro, Ms. Dempsey, who I personally have known to be a terrific advocate for proper and reasonable landscaping equipment, and most recently, Mr. Benoit from EHHI, an excellent organization. I agree with everything they've said, so I will not repeat what they said, but I do want to add for additional successful implementation that I would like to see an amendment or addition that one must, for electric blowers, use UL listed batteries and proper charging cords, because the landscaping community, remember I'm from Norwalk, had complained that there would be a big problem with fires. I can't think of something that's more of a form of problem than gasoline on fire that you might have in a stored tank. But the thing is, you really need to take a look at the electric UL listed batteries. That is the proper use. And then you will not have a repeat of the lithium battery improper batteries that you saw in New York City about a year or two ago. And that was used as a way to undermine the proper implementation of electric leaf blowers. Lastly, I just want to say I'm in support and agreement with the Rivers Alliance related to HB 5334, and I thank Mary Mashinsky and her co-chair for attempting to finally take a look at riparian rights and riparian management. So I thank you for letting me speak, and have a good evening, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane, for your testimony. Do members have any questions? If not, thank you, and it's great to see you. Have a great night.
Bye-bye.
All right. Next up, we have Margarita Albin. I don't see her online, so we will move on to Christine Feely. All right. Well, oh, wonderful. There you are, Christine. You got the floor. Christine, may you unmute yourself?
I'm sorry. Good evening, chairs and members of the Environment Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to support Senate Bill 319, an act concerning the use of battery-powered leaf blowers, et cetera. And we in Connecticut, that is this committee, the full legislature, and the residents of Connecticut, have a great opportunity to improve our environment and health with this bill. And the great news is that the actions authorized in this legislation are very feasible. The detrimental impact of gas-powered leaf blowers and other gas-powered lawn care equipment in the form of cancer-causing chemicals, nitrous oxide that contributes to harmful climate change, and small particulate matter that aggravates lung conditions such as asthma is clear and has been well expressed in comments and written testimony. I will only repeat the important fact that these emissions are at ground level, so everyone near the gas-powered lawnmowers and leaf blowers are breathing in these harmful substances constantly during the lawn mowing season, which is quite long. The noise problem has also been described and addressed. The benefits of electric equipment, which are no on-site emissions, no gas or oil to harm the soil, they are able to be powered by clean energy, and they're quieter than gas-powered equipment, have also been well stated. So there's no doubt about the health and climate superiority of electric equipment, and that's the clear reason to pass this legislation. I realize that concerns have been raised about the magnitude of a shift from gas-powered to electric, the potential financial burden for landscapers to buy new equipment, and whether electric equipment is powerful enough. However, these concerns are addressed in the legislation. Foremost, maybe is whether electric equipment is up to the task, and we've already heard about this also. The capability of electric equipment has increased notably in the last few years, and they are as powerful as gas-powered equipment for commercial maintenance companies. Capacity is no longer needs to be a concern. Then there's the issue of cost. But the loan program, as already stated, the loan program for landscapers to transition to battery equipment and the rebate program for our residents also make the requirements of this legislation feasible. There's one other concern that I have heard about, and that's the concern about the lack of inclusion of golf courses. I don't entirely understand what the concern is there, but I have read a number of articles about golf courses, and there are golf courses here, there, and everywhere that have transitioned to electric equipment and are very, very happy with it. One is in Tennessee.
Thank you, Christine, for your testimony. Can you please summarize?
Okay, I would just say that in summary, this legislation will do a lot for residents' health and takes into account concerns for both commercial and residential users. It's a great opportunity to improve air quality and reduce noise in Connecticut. I urge you to pass Senate Bill 319. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Do members have any questions? Seeing none, thank you, Christine, and have a great day. Next up, we have Nathan Froling.
Well, thank you, Chair Senator Lopes and Representative Parker and Vice Chair Senator Huckadell and Representative Baumgartner, who is nice to see you and hear you right now, ranking members as well, Senator Harding and Representative Callahan, and all the members of the Environment Committee for this opportunity just to testify in support of House Bill 5330, which I call the Wildlife Bill. The Nature Conservancy's mission is to conserve the lands and waters on which all life depends. In Connecticut, we have over 43,000 members. We've protected over 50,000 acres, opened 85 river miles, and manage over 60 preserves. We value our role in working with the state of Connecticut in support of Connecticut's wildlife. As we work to address the biodiversity crisis, we recognize that wildlife is not only an indicator of how we're doing, it is part of the driving ecological processes that sustain biodiversity. Despite being a suburban state, Connecticut's wildlife remains critical to sustaining the ecosystems of the northeastern region we are part of. That includes the role wildlife plays in shaping and supporting habitats such as wetlands, woodlands, and estuaries, and supporting and balancing complex food webs, serving as pollinators, and more. Connecticut's landscapes contribute to wildlife diversity, boasting 84 species of mammals, 335 bird species, 50 species of reptiles and amphibians, 169 fish species, and around 20,000 species of invertebrates. The support and protection of Connecticut's wildlife doesn't just happen. It needs to be consciously attended to with planning and planning implementation. The state's Wildlife Action Plan, approved by the federal government, is that plan. DEEP is the primary entity for implementing it, and no surprise, there are outstanding needs if the basic goals of the plan are to be met. The proposed legislation, HB 5330, would help. In short, 5330 would, 1, create a working group to plan for funding, 2, add a wildlife veterinarian to the state's wildlife programs, 3, specify that donations are allocated to the work of the plan, and 4, align existing wildlife conservation programs with the Wildlife Action Plan. All of these measures support the Wildlife Action Plan, and that's good. So I appreciate the opportunity to testify in support of this bill. I also want to mention real quickly that Holly Drinketh was supposed to testify earlier on the riparian buffers bill, which we are strongly in support of. She had an urgent family matter, so she wasn't able to appear today. We recognize that there's some wording changes and fine details that we've heard a lot about today. So our support is contingent on working those out, but we want to make the main point that it's an incredibly important opportunity for the state to finally deal with riparian buffers. So I'll leave it at that. Thanks for this opportunity to testify before you today.
Thank you for passing along the message from Holly. Hope all is well, and our thoughts are with her at this time.
Thank
Do
you.
members have any questions for Nathan? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony, and have a wonderful evening.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next up, we have Asa Briggs, followed by Adriana Patrizzo. I don't see either of them online, so we will move on to Bonnie Brady. Bonnie, are you there? Thought I saw her for a second. Okay.
I'm here. Hold on one second. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Bonnie.
I have been here for hours. Thank you very much. Good evening, chairpersons and members of the committee. My name is Bonnie Brady. I'm the policy director for the New England Fishermen's Stewardship Association. We strongly oppose Section 2 of Raised Bill 5333, which would prohibit the use of horseshoe crabs as bait in Connecticut waters. In practical terms, this proposal would eliminate the conch, also known as whelk, and American eelpot fisheries in Long Island Sound. Horseshoe crab bait is used in these fisheries because it works in ways that no other bait does. It remains effective during long soak times and traps and withstands currents and scavengers. No alternative bait has been demonstrated to support these fisheries at commercial scale. If horseshoe crab bait is banned, the fisheries disappear. The justification for this legislation relies on claims that horseshoe crabs are collapsing in Long Island Sound, but the best available science does not support that claim. The most recent Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission horseshoe crab stock assessment identifies several key facts. First, Connecticut is not assessed as its own stock. It is grouped with New York in what the ASMFC calls the New York region. Yet the only fishery independent survey that actually samples Connecticut waters, the Long Island Sound Trawl Survey, shows an increasing trend since 2012. Second, the poor label often cited in advocacy materials does not mean the population is overfished or collapsing. The ASMFC report explicitly states that horseshoe crabs do not have any definition of overfished or overfishing. Instead, the regional status label is determined by a statistical method that compares long-term surveys to a benchmark year of 1998. Here's the important point for Connecticut. In the New York region, there are 5 surveys used in the analysis, 4 from New York and only 1 from Connecticut. Under the ASMFC rule, if about 75% of those surveys fall below the 1998 benchmark, the entire region is labeled poor. It's called the AREMA test. So even though the Connecticut survey shows an increasing trend since 2012, the regional label will still be driven by the 4 New York surveys, so the designation may not actually reflect conditions in Connecticut waters. The assessment also acknowledges another limitation. Only 8 of the 42 surveys used in the benchmark analysis by the ASMFC have enough statistical power to detect major population level changes. Many surveys were also disrupted by COVID, which increases uncertainty. Recent peer-reviewed research published in 2024 and co-authored by the late Jennifer Matai shows that horseshoe crabs spawn regularly in salt marsh habitats. This means that surveys that only focus on beaches may miss a significant portion of spawning activity. Despite the science, advocacy groups have claimed the horseshoe crabs in Long Island Sound are functionally extinct. Yet federal scientists recently reviewed petitions, including one submitted by the Friends of Animals, to list the species under the Endangered Species Act, and NOAA rejected that claim, stating the petitions did not present sufficient scientific evidence to warrant listing. What this means is simple. Connecticut is being asked to eliminate fisheries based on incomplete monitoring and a regional statistical label that does not reflect the trend in Connecticut waters. The responsible approach is to improve the science. In our written submission, we recommend 3 steps. First, expand fishery independent surveys in Long Island Sound so the state has reliable data. You need at least 3 years before they will accept it, such as a citizen science survey. Second, include salt marsh habitats in spawning
Thank you,
surveys.
Bonnie,
because
for your testimony. Can you please summarize?
I will. I've got 2 sentences left. Because recent research shows spawning occurs there. Well, third, use targeted protections such as spawning period closures. As the commercial fishermen you spoke to this morning talked about, bait bags are already in use with up to 1/10 of what was previously used. I've submitted a longer written letter explaining these scientific issues in greater detail, and thank you for your time and consideration. And have a great evening.
Yes, Bonnie, thank you so much for your very thoughtful testimony. Just out of curiosity, did you submit anything on the section 4 regarding the lobster size?
No, but I listened, I was driving to Maine, so I listened to you the entire way there. And that's a real problem. I mean, because these guys are held to a certain size standard. So suddenly, and I saw this actually last week at the Stop and Shop in East Hampton, they called them chicken lobsters. They're illegal in the US to catch at that size. The carapace has to be a certain level. So by offering a cheap import, which lobster are most people going to buy? It's unheard of that I never saw that before. And I was shocked to hear that that was something that was considered also for Connecticut, because it puts any Connecticut lobsterman at a complete disadvantage.
Truly thank you for that, and I very much appreciate your advocacy. I would note your organization has just done pretty amazing advocacy for fishermen across New England. And this winter in particular, we've had a very hard winter with a lot of fishermen who passed away at sea.
Yeah, Tom Jr. Yeah, it was horrible. And then we lost the Lily Jean, which was also horrific. Yeah, it's been a really, really tough 26.
So I just want to send my condolences to all your members, and thank you for everything you do for our communities.
Thank you for being so considerate. We really appreciate that.
All right, and our chair does have a question.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I just, you were speaking specifically about the horseshoe crabs.
Correct.
Is that right? Did you have a testimony on the striped bass regulations?
Well, I mean, catch and release versus catch and eat. Is that the difference that I heard? That's for the recreational fishery, correct? Or for charter boats?
Yeah, no harvest December
Right.
through.
Well, I mean, a lot of it has to do with the hook mortality. If you look at the overall striped bass, I know there was a gentleman speaking from the recreational side, but the recreational side is the reason why the 90% of the bycatch in striped bass right now was come from the recreational, because the commercial side has tags. So whether or not they've got, they've been hooked or not, their mortality level, I don't know. I mean, that would be a decision that you all would have to make based on how many trips recreational guys meant during that time, or just the charter trips, which they have to submit VTRs, I believe, probably to the state, and also just to the state, because it's in state waters. So you could possibly determine how many trips were to exist and then figure out the bycatch mortality as a result to figure out whether that was worthwhile, because it will affect if people go on charter boats because they want to catch fish and bring them home and put them in the refrigerator and eat them. You know, I don't know of many people that just go out to charter fish just to catch it and then take a picture and send it back, maybe, but striped bass is delicious. So what can I say?
I know a couple of those freaks. Done it myself. Just want to appreciate the feedback, and I hadn't thought about seeing what the state records are around charter trips happening in that time period. That would be helpful. So I'm going to look into that. But just confirming that since there is no commercial fishery in Connecticut, the proposed changes shouldn't have a negative impact on any Connecticut commercial fishermen or fishermen.
Not that I can imagine. No, I mean, as far as in the what the stock, you know, I mean, they're in sad straits, but at least I think they're waiting until 28 to make a final decision. So hopefully they'll be able to find some numbers since then.
Thank you so much for your feedback. That's helpful to hear. I appreciate that confirmation. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
All right. Seeing no further questions, thank you so much for testifying before us tonight, Bonnie, and have a great night.
You too. Thank you very much.
All right. Next up, we have Ray Daniel Vasquez, followed by Bob Petzold. All right. We will keep moving down the list to Denise Savageau.
I believe Bob is before me. He is on.
There you are, Bob. We see you.
Okay. Good evening. Senator Lopez, Representative Lopes, Representative Parker, Senator Harding, Representative Callahan, and members of the committee. My name is Robert Petzold. I'm the president of Petzold's Marine Center. I also serve as the executive board for the Connecticut Marine Trades Association, and I'll be speaking on their behalf on 3 proposed bills before you today. So thank you for your time. Regarding House Bill 5334, an act concerning riparian areas, we have concerns and reservations about this proposal and stand in opposition as it is drafted today. I say this with all due respect to Representative Mary Mashinsky, who served ably as the chair of this working group on the issue. I also served as a member on this working group and can personally attest to the incredible amount of work and hours she put into this project. Representative Mashinsky treated all stakeholders like us in the recreational boating sector fairly, and she consistently sought to see where specific concerns could be addressed and resolved. Our marine business is water dependent. We must have unimpeded access to the waters in order to exist. To that end, we appreciate the water dependent uses in Section 3, specifically referencing marinas and recreational boating. On the other hand, the bill deems off limits a swath of land adjacent to any pond, lake, river, or stream that courses through or it's adjacent to our property because of its vegetative cover. Lines 105 to 107 state that we cannot remove native vegetation unless that removal is needed to have access to our docks or moorings. Otherwise, lines 116 and 117 mean this is a no-go area, 10 feet from the water, could easily wall off hundreds of square yards of property that marinas now use for the operation or enjoyment by customers. We realize that there'll be many discussions on this meeting and the bill going forward. I would request that the Marine Trades Association be included in those discussions. With regard to SB 313, an act concerning wake boating, I know there's been a lot of discussion on that today. Our organization believes this activity, much like water skiing, is enjoyed by individuals, families, and families throughout the state. We believe that having the private sector and the DEP develop a voluntary protocol on best practices for wake surfing would be more beneficial than trying to solve this through legislation. So again, we would urge no action on this bill. On a different issue, House Bill 5332, an act concerning boating and regulation that attempts to boost safety rules for passengers and vessels, as well as better address the problems of abandoned boats, is worthy of your consideration. Although CMT has a strong interest in both those issues and would look forward to be included in future discussions that take place on those proposals, as they do lack some clarity. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob, for your testimony. Do members have any questions? Seeing none, thank you for joining us and have a great night.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we have Denise Savageau, followed by Chris Goodwin.
Thank you, Representative Baumgardner, Senator Lopes, Representative Parker, and the Environment Committee members for hosting this public hearing today. I'm Denise Savageau, a professional environmental planner here today representing the Connecticut Association of Conservation Districts in support of House Bill 5334, an act concerning riparian areas, with the exception of Section 4. I've submitted written testimony, so I will summarize here. First, I want to thank Representative Mashinsky and Anderson for their leadership as co-chairs of the Vegetated Riparian Buffers Working Group. I commend the representatives and members of the work group for the professional and open manner in which the meetings were conducted. It was very productive. Key items that were agreed to at the working group were utilize the Wetland Act to advance riparian protection. And this was a discussion instead of using zoning. So we made that decision. We also made the decision to remove any ambiguity in the Wetlands Act. And this was requested by inland wetland and watercourse agencies, making sure that they had the tools without any ambiguity, and to put the burden of proof on the applicant, not on the agency. These were all things we agreed to. And as presented, House Bill 5334 does all of the above, making it clear that the Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Agency can regulate activities impacting riparian buffers, and that was the goal. Conservation districts provide technical and financial assistance to farmers, municipalities, and other landowners. Indeed, between 2023 and 2025, the districts in Connecticut provided over $10 million to assist dairy farmers alone. We work with farmers and municipalities. We work very closely with the Connecticut's inland wetland agencies. And it is with this lens that we strongly oppose Section 4 as road building construction. Section 4 as proposed, this extends the farm exemption to road and building construction for farm use. This impacts all wetlands and watercourses and really has nothing to do with riparian buffers. Essentially, it allows the filling of wetlands and watercourses without municipal input or anyone's input. Doesn't require engineering. This could result in a damming effect that floods upstream.
Please, sir.
Yeah, just wrapping up. Thank you. Reduces flows downstream and generally impacts the hydrology stream. In conclusion, we support House Bill 5334 with the exception of Section 4, which we strongly oppose. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Do members have any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much, Denise, for your testimony, and have a great night.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we have Chris Goodwin, followed by Dustin Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a point of information. Dustin is not going to be able to make it tonight. He unfortunately had a death in the family. But I'm here representing the Connecticut Nursery and Landscape Association as an officer. We strongly oppose SB 319. But on a personal level, I sell electric outdoor power equipment in my day-to-day job, and I also strongly oppose this bill. Some of the things that I included in my written testimony, I'm not going to go through again here. But one of the things I heard tonight was supporters of the bill referencing cost savings. Based on my experience, that cost savings is in general to two-cycle alternatives. So things like hedge trimmers, weed whackers, those are true. But when it comes to electric leaf blowers, those savings are just not there. The amount of power that's needed and the amount of lithium to power those batteries, it ends up costing a substantial amount of money. So while we're talking in a general two-cycle sense, there is cost savings, and it is a great alternative in some instances. Specifically for SB 319, there is going to be a substantial cost increase, not just on the batteries themselves, but for professionals to take and upgrade their electric systems in their shops, and then also dealing with the fire risks. For those that we're talking about the lack of fire risk, I would encourage them to read the owner's manuals for these tools. There is a risk; it's listed in that manual. So it's important to keep that in mind. We support voluntary adoption. We have members that have voluntarily made that choice, but all of our members, be it nurseries, garden centers, they're taking and using these tools day to day, gas predominantly. And, we have concerns about the way the language is written. And then also in regards to HB 5334, we were involved in the working group, which we appreciate. We have concerns. We haven't seen the final language for the report, but we hope to be involved in any future discussions.
Thank you for your testimony. Do members have any questions? Mr. Chair.
Second time. Hi, thanks for giving your testimony. We had been discussing the possibilities of how two strokes are far more give out far more emissions than four strokes. But I have been doing a little bit of research, and I want to hear your opinion on this. It does seem like most backpack blowers are two-stroke, not four-stroke. And do you see any advantage or any future possibility of more backpacks going to four strokes? Is that something viable that we can look at?
We're seeing a little bit of that when it comes to other state regulations. So other states, when they adopt, restrictions on leaf blowers, we do see that. What I notice is in a wider sense is there's adoption on tools that are in that 20 to 50 cc mark. We're talking about cost savings, quality of life improvements for the operators. That's there in those lower power tools. But in order for us to move air in the capacity that's needed to do a professional landscaping project and the maintenance, unfortunately, there's limitations. So we see in some municipalities like Greenwich or Westport, they have those restrictions in place. The batteries that are out there right now, the top one's about 1,500 watt hours.
Four to four cycle gas motors, not battery.
So just trying to loop back to that. I mean, there is a little bit of it out there, but by and large, the vast majority is two cycle.
Are you not seeing any industry movement towards four cycle on the battery backpacks?
No, typically locally here in Connecticut, it's predominantly two cycle, and then there is that minority that is using some electric.
So give me your take on this statement of, for smaller equipment, your weed whackers, your hedge trimmers, batteries are a very good alternative. But as we grow to things like backpack blowers, chainsaws, and other things, the gas alternative is probably still better. You agree with that?
Yes, absolutely. We look at those smaller motors, that cost savings does come into play. And so we see that especially on hedge trimmers. That's the one where the operator is not going to get burned, the plants are not going to get burned, and the RPMs to be able to cut the plant are higher on electric than it is with gas. Unfortunately, with this bill, it focuses on the tool that's the least efficient at doing the job, being the start of that electric alternative. And it's kind of, putting the wrong, horse up front. So.
Yeah, I see that issue. I would envision something along the lines of phasing out gasoline powered equipment for that smaller category. The irony, of course, though, is it's backpack blowers that tend to be the item that bring up the most discussion and concern. And that's the one that is probably the toughest alternative. But all right, I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Do members have any further questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony and have a great night. All right. Next up, we have Jonah Lipar.
Hello. My name is Jonah Leaper, and I'm a senior at Simsbury High School. And I'm also with the Simsbury Land Trust. I'm not speaking to them today, but the first bill I want to support is the riparian buffer bill, HB 5334. Just because giving the conservation committees the ability to create this kind of regulations to mandate these buffers along waterways would be ecologically beneficial to improve like the quality of the waterways and the habitat and reduce erosion and runoff and just like be able to improve ecologically the quality of the waterways in general. And then the second bill I want to support is SJ 37 concerning the amendment to the state constitution regarding environmental rights. And this just because I think if we were able to have something like this in the state constitution, just like a general statement of environmental rights in Connecticut, I think that would be legally a good basis for a lot of conservation action that needs to occur. And it just, even if it's more symbolic, then it could be a basis for more laws in the future. So those are just two bills I want to speak on today. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonah. And it's not a public hearing without you testifying. So it's great to see you
Yeah.
and hope school's going well.
Thank you.
Do members have any questions? Seeing none, thank you again and keep up the great work.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Sally Cruz, followed by Alyssa Miller-Hurley.
Good evening, co-chairs, vice chairs, ranking members, and other distinguished members of the Environment Committee. For the record, my name is Sally Cruz, and I'm the Executive Director of the New Haven Port Authority. Thank you to the Environment Committee for introducing House Bill 5332 and the opportunity to submit testimony here today. Earlier this morning, you heard from a panel consisting of Representative Paolillo, Alder Moore, and Lieutenant Makarzinski from the City of New Haven regarding this bill. The New Haven Port Authority definitely supports this bill. Abandoned vessels can be an eyesore and pose significant threats to natural resources. They can physically destroy sensitive marine and coastal habitats, disperse oil and other chemicals still on board, become a source of marine debris, spread derelict nets and fishing gear that entangle and endanger marine life. They can sink or move with currents or during storms and create a hazard to navigation. For these reasons, it's important to update Connecticut's laws regarding the abandonment of vessels. Increasing the fines will discourage people from abandoning boats in our harbors, ports, and on our shorelines. Further, House Bill 5332, the language clarifies that the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection has the authorization to recover costs against the last owner of record of an abandoned vessel. Robust implementation of that authority will address problems created by boats that are abandoned and further discourage people from abandoning boats. Thank you for your attention to this important matter and your consideration of these comments.
Thank you for your testimony, Sally. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Sally.
Yes.
Many hours ago, I'm trying to remember back to, we were talking with Brett Paolillo and some other folks from New Haven about this. And
Yes.
It seemed like the core issue was that the legislation proposed cost recovery. However, that's already in statute. And what I believe the officer mentioned was he wanted to see written down that someone could be forced to go get their abandoned vessel. That's not drafted in our language here. Is that your understanding of what actually needs to be written? That's new legislation here, given that the cost recovery is already in statute?
So I was talking to various people, and I've been watching Lieutenant Makarzinski and Alder Moore and others working on the problem of one particular boat in, as they said, the Morris Cove section of New Haven, which is not, by the way, the port. But it is difficult to identify the way the language is currently written. The identification of who will actually go to seek recovery of costs is not clear. At least they didn't seem to find it clear. In terms of there should be a requirement for enforcement, I would leave that up to I think DEEP has enforcement capabilities and the local police. I won't speak on that myself.
I appreciate it. Let me try to be one more level of clear with my question.
Okay.
The recovery, and that word is maybe tripping us up, recovering costs, as in if the municipality has to do something that was costly, send out the department, whatever it may be, and then be able to get that money back. That's one piece of it. But what I heard the officer say was literally the recovery of the vessel itself, so that you have to go pick that boat up. We know you abandoned it. We know it's yours. You got to get out there and do it within the next week or whatever it is. That to me seems like a distinct idea from simply being able to recover costs. It's sort of about like who does the work and on what timing. It sounded like what they were trying to already get cost recovery for what they've done, and yet the boat is still out there. So what I thought I heard was that if they had the ability to say, you got to go get your abandoned boat, putting aside the issue of how do you know who the you is, because to your point, that was also raised. But I see those as distinct items. Is that your experience, or am I misunderstanding this?
I think that you are correct. That is a distinct item. And I think that that would be a powerful addition to the requirements.
Okay, I appreciate that. That's a helpful clarification. So in your experience as at the ED of the Port Authority, you've never had an instance where someone's abandoned a boat and then you've said, hey, I want someone to go get that boat, and tried to tell them to, and you don't have the authority to. Is it just not come up for you? Because you mentioned this was not in the port.
It is not in the, it has not happened in the Port District. And there are a couple of reasons. The vessels that come into the Port of New Haven are large, interstate or international maritime vessels. They're insured, they have an owner of record, they are registered prior to arrival with the Coast Guard. The terminal facilities themselves in the port are regulated by the Coast Guard. So it's a completely different kettle of fish. And, my purpose here in submitting testimony and in speaking to you is to be supportive of the needs of the others trying to manage this in the harbor.
Understood. That clarification was helpful as well. Thank you. Well, thanks for taking the time to stick around with us today, and thanks for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no further questions, thank you so much for your testimony, Sally, and have a wonderful evening.
You too.
Next up, we have Alyssa Miller-Hurley. I don't see her online, so we'll move on to Laura Kahn.
Good evening. Thank you so much for sticking this out and for raising SB 319, which I support. And I'm not going to read the testimony I submitted, but I want you to know that in the more than 9 years I chaired the New Haven City Board that deals with environmental issues, excuse me, gas-powered leaf blowers was the issue that was raised by almost more people than any other issue. In response to these concerns, the New Haven Board of Alders took testimony, at 2 public hearings to codify the complaints of all these people. And you can, I'm sure if you want, you can look at all their testimony. I encourage the gentleman who testified today that no one who testified today has tried electric leaf blowers to watch Dan Delventhal's testimony from today. Dan Delventhal uses electric powered leaf blowers and other lawn equipment, and it works. Some of you were at electric lawn equipment demo day in May at the Capitol and saw all the companies that had their nice new products that run on batteries, and many of those said they would be happy to bring samples to anyone who wants to try them. And one of those companies, Whisper Aero, will be introducing a revolutionary ultra-quiet electric leaf blower featuring aerospace-grade ducted fan technology in September. It's supposed to be 40% quieter, approximately 52 decibels, and 40% more efficient than competitors, offering 150 miles per hour airflow. It was designed for residential and commercial use and it aims to eliminate the noise and pollution associated with traditional blowers. And the introductory price is $599, and you can pre-order it now for $10. And I suggest you try it. Maybe if you try it, you'll like it. And at least let's give these machines a chance to prove themselves without telling everyone they just don't work. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Laura. Do members have any questions? Seeing none, thank you and have a wonderful evening.
You too.
Next up, we have Alyssa Miller Hurley.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, co-chairs Lopez and Parker and members of the Joint Environment Committee. As the advocacy voice of the responsible pet care community, the Pet Advocacy Network represents the interests and expertise of companion animal suppliers, manufacturers, distributors, and pet owners all over the country, including here in Connecticut. And it's on behalf of the responsible pet care community that we ask you to vote yes on Senate Bill 318, which would strengthen protections for both vulnerable people and animals. This bill would remove a major barrier for those looking to leave dangerous situations but fear for their pet's welfare. We know that many survivors of domestic violence delay or avoid seeking help because they worry about what will happen to their pets if they are left in their abuser's hands. Providing safe care options will save both human and animals' lives. Women experiencing domestic violence are often forced into an impossible choice: flee to safety or stay to protect a beloved companion animal. For many survivors, a pet is not just property. It's a primary source of comfort, stability, and emotional support amid escalating harm. When shelters, housing programs, or protective order processes don't account for pets, survivors can feel trapped. Leaving may mean abandoning an animal to retaliation, neglect, or further abuse by the perpetrator. This, unfortunately, is not a hypothetical. Pets are frequently used as a tool of coercive control, or forced separation commonly triggers intense trauma, guilt, and stress, which can compound the barriers to leaving. In Connecticut, the CCADV reported that over 1/3 of Connecticut's criminal court cases involved domestic violence, and reported over 2,900 victims and children were housed, and that average shelter stay was 51.1 days. Using the CCADV data, the CT Mirror noted that shelters averaged 129% capacity in the 2024 fiscal year, and that the number of people housed increased from the 2022 fiscal year. These factors already make it more difficult for a victim who's looking to leave their abuser while taking their pet. When shelters are over capacity and affordable housing is scarce, survivors may have fewer safe exit routes, especially if they also need. If the survivor believes they must leave their pet behind, their risk calculus changes. Delaying departure can feel like the only way to prevent retaliation against their pet. SB 318 is a thoughtful and balanced step forward for animal welfare in Connecticut by addressing the needs of domestic violence survivors, while also at the same time strengthening animal health protection and encouraging long-term solutions to the challenges of animal population changes. The bill takes a comprehensive approach and recognizes the significant role companion animals play here for people in Connecticut. It's for these reasons that we believe SB 318 has the potential to create meaningful improvements in how Connecticut supports companion animals, protects vulnerable individuals, and strengthens coordination across the state's animal welfare and public health systems. We respectfully urge the committee to support SB 318 and continue to advance policies that promote responsible animal care, community safety, and humane solutions for Connecticut's animals and its residents. Thank you so much for your time tonight.
And thank you for your testimony, Alyssa. Do members have any questions? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony and your advocacy for our furry friends. Next up, we have Bruce Berenboom, followed by Michael Sinello. All right. We will move on to Michael Sinello.
Howdy, Mike Sinello here, owner of Western CT Pro Turf. In very brief, I'm the little guy. We do great work, but it's just me and one employee. Let me tell you how Senate Bill 319 affects me, the little guy. This is the Shield BR 700, the Shield BR 800, and the RedMax EBZ 9000. They are more than just the industry standard. They are ubiquitous in our industry, and for good reason. They are beyond a shadow of a doubt the best blowers on the market, and we're in a highly saturated industry that cannot afford a shred of inefficiency. You'll notice that they're all between $700 and $800 MSRP. You'll also notice that their thrust values are between 35 newtons and 56 newtons if you peruse these pages, with volume flow of over 900 cubic feet per minute for the steel blowers and over 1,200 cubic feet per minute in the Red Max. The battery power blowers I have extensive experience using just aren't even remotely close, and I have receipts and won't be remotely close by 2029. And even my dealer who sells these battery powered blowers admits it. We need hours of runtime, especially in the fall, and we need to know that the batteries are going to give us full thrust, which means we're going to have to carry around endless reams of spare batteries at hundreds of dollars per battery. And with the use they're going to get, we're going to have to replace these batteries every probably 2 years at best, and the electric motors are only barely after that. I wish I could tell you there's an equivalent to gas, but there isn't. And with all the spare batteries, we're talking a minimum of $1,300 to replace each blower. And we're going to have to do something on the truck that can handle all that current for rapid recharge, which our alternators won't handle. So we're going to have to spend tens of thousands per truck to outfit the truck with battery banks or just run generators, which just completely defeats the purpose. For us, that means over $20,000, which I don't have. And you expect ratepayers like me to eat that bill through the public benefits charges in a state with the second or third highest electric rates in the lower 48, depending on which source you trust? I can't afford a rate increase on my electric bill. And how popular are those public benefits charges among the constituents everybody in here ostensibly represents? What this doesn't account for is the massive time lost. If it's going to take us 2 to 3 times as long to do a leaf pickup, and it will, then we have to bill our customers for that time. If it's going to take us 2 to 3 times longer to do everything we do with the leaf blowers at every job every single day, we have to bill our customers for that time. And my customers aren't going to pay it, period.
The timer's gone up, and
in short, this bill up 1 cent. In short, this bill puts me and thousands of hardworking guys like me permanently out of work. I'm 40. The experience on my resume is 30 years of nothing but landscaping. No one is hiring me. This bill is genuinely life-destroying for me.
That's good. Thank you. I got to admit that is the first time I've ever heard a legislative infomercial. But
Come on.
Your points have been taken. There's a lot of debate back and forth, but we're going to continue to work on this bill to make it. There's no desire in this bill to make it onerous on small business owners, but we'll keep working on it. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Go ahead, Andre.
Next up, we have Gregory Heyman, followed by Margaret Singer. All right, we'll move on to Margaret Singer.
Hello, honorable members of the Environment Committee. My name is Margaret Singer. I live in Haddam, Connecticut. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize my camera wasn't on. I am an environmental and global studies major. At the University of Connecticut, and as you can probably tell, this is my first time testifying, so thank you in advance for your patience. And out of respect for your time, I'm going to summarize my testimony, which I've already submitted in written form. All right, I'm here today to testify in strong support of HB 5334, an act concerning riparian areas. As someone studying environmental systems, policy, and climate resistance, I'm deeply concerned about the future of our waterways and want to see Connecticut moving in a positive, science-based direction. Our climate and our waterways are of the deepest concern to me and many of my peers. Our future really does depend on the decisions you make now. And while I do strongly support this bill, I respectfully request clarification to ensure that Section 4 does not unintentionally permit the filling of wetlands for road construction or certain agricultural activities without thorough environmental review. Wetlands are a highly sensitive ecosystem, and once they are filled, drained, or fragmented, the ecological functions they provide are extraordinarily difficult and expensive to restore. Healthy wetlands mean cleaner air, cleaner drinking water, stronger flood protection, richer biodiversity, and long-term economic savings for taxpayers. I urge you all to support HB 5334 and strengthen Connecticut's commitment to protecting our waterways for current residents and for future generations. Thank you so much for your time and consideration, and thank you for squeezing me in.
Thank you so much, Margaret, for your testimony. It's always wonderful to see young people like yourself, college students, coming out to testify to support enhancing our environmental quality. And with that, I'll pass it off to our chair.
I will echo the comments of my good colleague, Margaret. Thanks for being here, and thanks for the team that you're working with and your great advisor. You did a great job with your first testimony today. We look forward to hearing from you again in the future. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Do members have any other questions for Margaret? Seeing none, thank you, Margaret, and have a wonderful evening. All right. Do we have any other members who haven't, or folks who have not testified this evening that have signed up to testify that would like to testify? All right. It looks like the room is empty. With that, today has been a lot of fun. Just want to thank all of certainly our clerks team who has waited long hours all night, and despite some of the technical difficulties, stuck it through. So appreciate all of your efforts and hard work today, and want to thank all the members here for sticking it out with us. And with that, I think our public hearing is adjourned.